can't, probably cancer.
You pour it on, come back, and that toilet would be clean. All you had to do was wash it down. Good morning. Welcome. My name is David Hamilton. I'm the founder and chairman of the America's Future Series, and I am thrilled to welcome you to our two-day dual-use technology summit, emanating here live from Austin Community College's Collaboratorium in Austin, Texas. We had a fantastic day yesterday. This is day 2. We're really looking forward to the lineup that we've got today. And I want to thank everyone involved. And I really want to start by thanking Comtech and my great and good friend, Ken Peterman, Chairman, CEO, and President of Comtech, for their support. They're being the presenting sponsor of this and so many of our other programs. And I want to thank all of the leaders that have participated, that hosted and moderated panels. This is a really great opportunity, and this is a really great venue for people to talk about dual-use technologies. There is a dedicated ecosystem, if you will, or culture and an environment of people who are dedicated to putting capabilities in the hands of the warfighter faster, that are all about innovation. And about 4 or 5 years ago, I mean, they set up the Army Futures Command, and there's AFWorks and DIU and all these, and they've come together. And this is really sort of the nexus for advanced technologies, the commercial sector working together with the public sector, and it's really starting to bear fruit. And so we're really excited to be part of that, and we're really excited to showcase what can be done and what is being done when it relates to dual-use technologies and the support of our warfighters. I'd like to start first by bringing on Ken Peterman.
Hi, David.
Ken is fantastic. He's run great organizations, great companies, and he's doing stellar work at Comtech. And to my mind, you guys are a classic example. You're the poster children for a dual-use technology company. And I'd love for you to talk a little bit about that and maybe why you're involved in this, because it seems that your company is the epitome of a great dual-use technology company.
Yeah, thank you, David. I'll tell you, Comtech is an exciting place. We have a long history, okay, of over 50 years being a technology leader and creating technology-enabled capabilities. We're very involved in next generation 911, which of course, and I think over 60% of the calls, 911 calls that are made from a mobile device in North America are handled by our team. And we're excited about that. That's an important mission. We like to say sometimes that's the most important call you'll ever make. And we make sure it gets right. And we're also involved in satellite communications in every aspect of it. Ground infrastructure, we also build some segments that go on to the space segment itself. And that, of course, has been a dual-use technology for many decades, although while it's the government that invented satellite communications and maybe put the first satellite in space. That technology sector has really exploded now in terms of excitement, innovation, technology, and bringing capability forward. We can talk about direct-to-device and any of that, but fundamentally, it's significantly changed the value proposition that we bring our customers. We now have to bring a more comprehensive value proposition in terms of the ground infrastructure, because new space is largely in low Earth orbit. So therefore, the satellites have a limited life. They suffer gravitational pull that the geosynchronous satellites at 36,000 kilometers do not suffer. So as a result, they only have a life of, say, 48 months. But that gives the new space players, whether it's in geospatial and Earth observation or whether it's in communications, gives them the opportunity to really reinvent their technology baseline every 48 months because they're replacing their entire constellation. And that is a benefit when we talk about dual use. That's a benefit for both DoD as well as the commercial user subscriber, because that technology envelope is really moving. I mean, the life of a geosynchronous satellite is probably 20 years, but you can't send a repair truck. You can't send a team to upgrade it. So, but new space is totally different. So what we're seeing is the opportunity to increase cyber threat protection, increase the performance envelope, increase and provide new capabilities. And so, yeah, Comtech is very much on the front end of that, and that aligns with our culture of innovation. We have differentiated expertise, proven technology leadership. We're really working to democratize access to data, provide global connectivity, deliver meaningful insights that transform industries, and provide services that empower a truly connected planet. That's we're really focused on that. But it's great to be here. It's great to be a rollover this year and be yet another sponsor for America's Future Series. This is a non-political event, and it attracts the best and the brightest across government and industry. So we're pleased to be a part of it and to help facilitate it.
Well, thank you for your thought leadership and your support of these sorts of things. Without you, we literally, truly could not do it. If I was a young person starting my career out again, Comtech is the kind of company I think I'd want to look at really hard. I'd be really interested because it's so broad, the opportunities are so great. If you like change, right, then you'd probably be right at home, right?
Yeah, and if you want to be in a technology sector that's moving really quickly, if you want to be part of things that are changing the world, when we democratize access to data, we level the playing field. That means somebody that might live in a disadvantaged geography, if they have connectivity, they have access to education, they have access to medical insight, they have access to the global economy, they have insight into how other cultures live, and how and it drives it really creates again a democratization of a global people that can now, and it benefits everybody. And so if you want to be part of that, Comtech's a great place to be. And of course, it's all enabled by technology.
But now, one of the things Ken usually does for us is he sort of teases up the day and gives you a couple of things to look at, maybe not summarize the entire day, but maybe some high points. All of this is going to be put on YouTube. It's going to be shared on other social media platforms. So in case you miss any of the programs today, it'll be out there. You can check out America's Future Series on YouTube. But you always do a great job of sort of teeing up and then sort of summarizing the day and maybe some ahas. So what you're looking forward to today?
Well, I'm looking for another day of excitement. I mean, I was especially pleased with our Chief Growth and Chief Strategy Officers, Nicole Robinson and Daniel Gazinski, who were part of it yesterday. But you had a great lineup yesterday. Today, you're going to start interviewing Jason Rathje, who's director of the Office of Strategic Capital. You're going to kick off the day with a discussion of how strategic capital is being deployed in a dual-use environment. And we move there to a conversation with Army Futures Command, featuring Major General Tony Cuccolo. He's the Vice Chair of NISIC, and also Major General Miles Brown, Chief of Staff of the Army Futures Command. We move then to Vishal Amin of Microsoft Federal Defense, Colonel Sean Kern and Eric Bassow, and even Simeon Kakpovi, the CEO of K7C. They're going to discuss gaming, cyber, and the use of dual-use technology. And that's the kind of thing that is surprising sometimes, is cyber, gaming. Those seem like very different market niches or market sectors, but in fact, the underlying technology behind them
and the talent.
And the talent is very similar. It's very similar. We move there in the afternoon with a conversation on the future of defense, public-private partnerships, where we'll feature Sarah Hess, West Coast Director for Silicon Valley Defense Group, Andy Yakeles, Director of Strategic Engagement at OSC. We've got Larson Jensen and Brandon Leviton, Director of Madison Dearborn Partners. So I think that'll be an interesting session. Then, David, you host a roundtable on Innovation Unit Leadership, Leslie Babick, Naomi Oz, and Brigadier General Stephanie Ahern of the Army Futures Command. In fact, I think Stephanie's here already.
Yeah, she's already.
I had a conversation with Stephanie this morning. She's absolutely fascinating to talk to because of the insight she has of what's going on, but also the vision of how Army Futures Command is really embracing the technology trajectories, the acceleration that's happening in the private sector, and putting that to work for our young men and women in uniform. We move there to a discussion about driving mission impact with emerging technology. That features Laura Nossenberger, Chief Innovation Officer at SAIC, on a variety of others. And then I have the opportunity to close the day with my friend Renan Horowitz, CEO of Elbit Systems. Renan is retiring soon. And of course, you and I met with Renan and his wife last night for a little while, and we talked about some things, but we're going to talk about advanced technologies, national security, the business growth that Renan has led throughout his career, and what his perspectives on the future. So yeah, we're really looking forward.
And you both share a lot of this in common because that is a very diverse, far-flung business. They have lots of different initiatives which pulled together, and leveraging those technologies and those capabilities, the same sort of thing that you've had to deal with Comtech.
Yeah, first it involves having a technology, a market-leading technology toolbox. But then you go to a customer segment, whether it's DoD, whether it's the military, or whether it's an industry and you identify the customer's problem to be solved, and then you put technology to work to solve the problem. And invariably, you can do it in some really innovative ways that just delight a customer and create better financial return, create better business performance, all of those things. It's very rewarding.
I'm looking forward to that conversation between the two of you. So we're going to have to wrap up here for a second. When we come back, and we're going to take breaks throughout the day, but when we come back, we'll be joined by Jason, and we'll show some videos throughout the day. But we're really looking forward to this, and thank you for joining us. And we'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Today's world is driven by access to technology and information. We rely on it for everything, from doctor visits and education to military operations and emergency services. Connectivity sits at the heart of it all. But a large amount of the global population remains unconnected, putting them at major economic and social disadvantage. Comtech has made it our mission to solve the toughest technology and networking challenges in the world, democratizing access to smart connectivity, delivering meaningful insights, and empowering a truly connected planet. With more than 50 years of proven technology leadership across global satellite, space, terrestrial, and wireless markets, Comtech enables ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity anywhere, anytime, creating new opportunities for industries, businesses, communities, governments, and individuals. Leading the effort to revolutionize satellite and space connectivity, Comtech connects global communities through integrated, software-defined satellite communications technologies, virtualized multi-orbit solutions, and multimodality services. We also have our feet on the ground as one of the most trusted terrestrial and wireless technology providers in the market, delivering precise location-based services and next-generation 911 solutions with cloud-native networking capabilities. Comtech is leading the convergence of satellite, space, terrestrial, and cellular technologies to enable unified hybrid network infrastructures based on open standards and delivered through the cloud to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide, and deliver access to the latest services, technologies, and insights when and where they matter most. Comtech allows individuals to thrive, businesses to get work done anywhere, anytime, entrepreneurs to take advantage of new market opportunities, government agencies to provide essential technology-driven services to citizens, and first responders to anticipate, coordinate, and respond faster to emergencies. Smart-enabled, insightful connectivity from Comtech helps you enhance productivity and collaboration, optimize operations and create new ecosystems, visualize the supply chain, improve customer experience, and open the door to new possibilities. Fulfilling humanity's destiny requires seamless, smart-enabled connectivity. Only Comtech has the experience, innovation, and vision to build connections around the world that set ideas free. Learn more at comtech.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Again, I'm David Hamilton, founder and chairman of the America's Future Series, and I am thrilled to be with Jason Rathje today. Jason has joined us in the past. He's always interesting. They're doing some exciting work. And just today, you all announced your OSC strategy, right? So this is a big day, and we're going to hear a lot about that. But if you would, I'd really like just to start by having you tell people a little bit of what the OSC is, et cetera, just at a very high level, and then maybe share us a little bit in your own words, your new investment strategy that you've just released.
Well, David, thank you again for having us back. Big day for us, as you said. We just released the first ever investment strategy for the Office of global technology competition for critical and emerging technologies. And in that competition, private capital is the dominant source of funding.
It's the lifeblood.
It's the lifeblood, and today the United States has the largest and most liquid capital markets in the world. It really is a national advantage for us in this technology competition. The issue is that many of those technologies in our critical technology areas still struggle to receive the capital they need to scale. And this is especially true in the critical technologies that are mostly hardware-enabled industries, right? The physical industries that require significant investment over a long period of time. Those technology areas are fairly expensive from a capital markets perspective. And so what the Office of Strategic Capital is doing, our strategy is to use new financial tools like loans and loan guarantees to lower the cost of capital, to increase investment in areas that we think are priorities for the Department for National Security. And that's the what. What are we doing today? Today, we have a program activity in the Small Business Investment Companies Critical Technologies Initiative. It's a very long-winded acronym, SBICCT.
But it does what it does.
But it says what it does. We're a very straightforward organization, right? It's a partnership with the SBA where we can provide government-backed loans to private investors who use and match those government-backed loans with their own private capital if those investors are willing to make investments in areas that we think are priorities to national security. And then we list 12 areas in our investment strategy that we think are really the most important areas for OSC tools to make sure we can catalyze capital investment and ensure that these companies, often developing technologies on the back of taxpayer grants and contracts, have the opportunity to scale, produce, manufacture those technologies in a way that both the Department of Defense and the broader commercial markets can use those technologies to continue economic growth.
So there are a lot of roadblocks and challenges along the way that your office is trying to deal with and help these small non-traditionals, et cetera, and even some of the bigger companies deal with, right? So maybe you could talk about a little some of those roadblocks are and how you're helping work to help them overcome that, and so that they can do what you're saying, which is actually scale, get contracts, produce. What are some of those big roadblocks for these small companies?
You'll see a lot of work happening in the Department of Defense with this focus on scale, right? Production, manufacturing, infrastructure investments. Those investments are really important for government partnerships because in many of these areas you need strategic public investments to crowd in and accelerate capital investment in these crucial industries. And what we see with many of the companies that we work with in the S&T side of the house, to doing research and development, making advancements in carbon nanotubes or semiconductors, get to the point where they've demonstrated a technology at the prototype stage, but they struggle to raise capital in the private markets. And the reason why is because they're just very expensive investments for private investors to make, right?
So they're both expensive, and an investor wants to know that you have a customer that is going to buy a bunch from you and that they're ready to actually acquire
And I think many of these areas actually that OSC is focused on are critical component technologies. We have a number of programs inside of the Department of Defense that are looking to accelerate the transition of commercial technologies into supporting warfighter needs, right? The Defense Innovation Unit, the innovation organizations inside of the services are great examples of these types of organizations. Where OSC is really focused is actually in the industrial base, right? We're looking at the critical components that comprise not only our defense needs. We talk about this concept of transition often, but nobody says, hey, I'm going to transition semiconductors into the hands of our airmen, soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Guardians. But absolutely everything that they do from a high technology, high-end competition perspective relies on semiconductors. And we have a significant part of our science and technology budget dedicated to research and development in many of these technology areas. But in order to actually scale those prototypes into products that can be both absorbed in our supply chains to support defense needs, but also be used by broader industry to help ensure that we are staying at the cutting edge of technology, that we're using these as engines of both national economic security, allows us to make sure that when we're making investments, we're looking into ways where we can lower the cost for private investors to invest in areas they otherwise wouldn't invest in. But the companies that they're investing in, the companies that are receiving the capital, still have to have growth objectives. They still need to be able to sell products in order to pay back those investments.
Okay. So you're very complementary with the other innovation organizations, et cetera, but there's some significant differences. And I think people may not be fully aware of how you're complementary, but still different than DIU, AFWorks, and all the other groups. So maybe you could highlight a little bit of that, how you're a little different from them.
No, it's many of the founding team at OSC, still a relatively new organization within the DoD, came from these types of organizations, right? And I spent a long time at AFWorks. Many of the other folks that were brought in to help stand this up came from DIU or Naval X, the Army Applications Laboratory. And so we have a lot of experience in the innovation ecosystem, which has really helped us to learn how to work with non-traditionals, right? Whether that's companies or investors, new categories that we're bringing into the fold of the department, into the fold of national security, to increase the pace of innovation, the pace of technology. You want to increase competition. You want to really expand the tent, which has been great to see. The core difference, though, with us is really through a combination of three things. First, we focus on lending, not spending. OSC tools require repayment. It's a very new approach for the Department of Defense, but it's not new in the federal government, right? There's been a significant amount of activity in the lending space over many decades. Or I like to say we've been lending longer than we've had an actual DoD in the United States.
Okay.
Whether that's the CHIPS and Science Act and the Department of Commerce standing up a loan program recently, organizations like the Export-Import Bank or the Development Finance Corporation or the DOE's loan program, which have been doing this for decades or longer. We've had the opportunity to work with many of these organizations and understand that these are really incredible tools to help get after the problem sets that we're looking at specifically, right? Making loans to build infrastructure and manufacturing, for example. Commercial lending is a practice that we have and have been doing in this country for quite some time. And now the Department of Defense looks at applying it across a wide range of technology areas. Unfortunately, or maybe, fortunately, depending on who you are, we don't have a Department of Advanced Materials. We don't have a Department of Biotech. We don't have a department of many of these critical technology areas. And so if the Department of Defense isn't doing it, who is actually providing the capital to ensure that these industries can scale and grow to support the huge capabilities the Department of Defense needs, but our broader industrial base? And that's where the Department of Defense has really been able to build this office around and grow these types of tools to make sure that we can build the things and manufacture the things that we are really going to help lead national security in the future.
Yeah, so what you're doing is very exciting, and I guess there's the question of cost, benefit, ROI. I mean, and maybe you could share with the audience a little bit about the cost to the taxpayer, what's been involved in setting this up, et cetera, and then where you're at, maybe how close you are to making loans, how many loans have been made, or so what does the near future look like and its ROI?
No, it is really interesting how these lending programs work. And in our investment strategy, we talk a bit about the kind of financial calculus, right? What is the cost to the taxpayer, for example, for a loan, as opposed to spending? And spending is 100% cost to the taxpayer. We spend the dollar, right? But with a loan, it's a small fraction of that. The average commercial lending cost the taxpayer is closer to 1%. So for every dollar lent, we're looking at a penny spent. And so it's a much more efficient way if it can be used. Much more leveraged way. And then, with the SBIC program that we have in coordination with the SBA, that loan is then matched with private capital. So there's another multiplier effect. So at the end of the day, for pennies on the dollar, we can have a massive impact on providing capital to
and it's not
areas
just
of
give it away.
industries. No, there's an expected return, right? That's why we can do it. These loan programs have been growing in recent years because they are this incredible tool to achieve. In our case, will it be used to achieve national security objectives without actually costing the taxpayers a significant amount of money, and they can be used though only in certain areas. Going back to your early statement, they really have to be used in areas where we expect the commercial markets, commercial buyers to be able to repay loans.
People don't get loans unless the lender believes that there's a potential payback.
But you talk about dual use, right? The Dual Use Technology Summit. Dual use is a very promising area for the Department of National Security because there's more than one buyer.
Yes.
Right. And so that it opens up the aperture for competition, but it also lowers the cost and development for the taxpayer. I mean, a lot of the stuff we did at AFWorks when we were working on that many years ago, where it was focused on that concept. Hey, how do we expand competition at a reduced cost by bringing other sources of dollars into the mix, whether that's other buyers or other investors? In OSC's case, we're very much focused on the investors. And we can use these tools to do that, to attract capital into areas that otherwise wouldn't be able to receive it, but do it at a relatively low cost, both to us and lowering cost to the investors and the companies that are going to receive the capital. Now, we, as of maybe almost 3 months ago, have now received organic authorities in the Department of Defense to be able to execute loans and loan guarantees, which is, we're I think the 132nd federal credit program in the country, which is really exciting for us, but we're the first one really within the Department of Defense. But we've been able to work with incredible partners like the SBA. And so our SBIC program that we have, the Critical Technologies Initiative, is a program that the SBA operates, right? They've been operating it continuously since 1958.
So they know how to do this.
They know how to do it. They've been doing it very well. They've been incredible partners with us. When the office was established in early December of 2022, the secretary a few days later sat down with the administrator from the SBA and signed a letter of intent to do this program together. So right out the gate, we were working on not only trying to identify areas, but working on a program to increase investment in those areas that today investors can go apply to be a part of. And that program was launched in December of 2022. We started taking initial applications back in September of last year, and we're very close to licensing our first funds through that process. And so we've been really incredibly grateful and honored to be working with the SBA on this initiative, which has been a revolutionary new initiative for the Department of Defense, and they've been incredible partners through this process.
So you've touched on some of the things I was going to ask about, like the SBA. How does a non-traditional, non-standard company engage with you all? How does maybe one of the mid-size or bigger ones do this similarly? And how do investors and the points of contact, how that you interface is through the SBA and maybe other programs? How does someone connect with the OSC in order to take advantage of how you can support their efforts? Well,
you can always go to our website to connect with us. You just Google OSC, or you can go to www.cto.mil/OSC, and that will identify what programs are open today and for who.
Okay, great.
So today, the SBIC Critical Technologies Initiative is the only program that we have operational. It's available today for investors to go apply. Now, what that program does is it has a licensing process by which funds will be evaluated for their applicability to investing in our critical technology areas. The process itself results in a licensed investment fund, if it's successful, and that licensed investment fund may be eligible for these government-backed loans. The fund must bring their own private capital to the table.
So they bring some of their own money.
They have to, because these are not government loans to investors in and of themselves. They are matching to private capital dollars. And that's the whole, going back to our mission, to attract and scale private capital.
That's the benefit. I mean, I'm an investor. I can invest in anything I want to. Great. But you're providing an opportunity for them to, find these technologies that there's a need for. Secondly, you're giving them some advantage, some financial advantage, because they're matching funds, right?
We are lowering the cost of capital, right? At the end of the day, we are leveraging private investment dollars to increase investment in areas that are being underinvested today.
So why would I go it alone?
So there's an incredible opportunity, not even just to go it alone, but to say, hey, maybe I should start looking at these companies.
I wouldn't go alone. I would say, hey, why wouldn't I partner with the government? Why wouldn't I partner with the OSC? Why wouldn't I work with the SBA? Why wouldn't I leverage and have a lower cost of capital?
Absolutely.
And I'm trying to understand the downside.
No, I think the key thing for us is today industries, the software-based industries, the predominant source of investment for the capital markets, right?
Make once, print many is
because there's lower technology risk, there's more comparable firms to evaluate what investments that you're making. You can diligence companies better because you know more of them. You invest in a lot of these companies, so you know the minutia, right? There's not a ton of investments going into carbon nanotube technology today, right? There's not a ton of investments going into, biochemicals today. Semiconductors is another great example, right? There's not a lot of semiconductor startups in the ecosystem today. And now,
because the capital intensive.
It's going to take 5 to 8 times more investment in a Series A for a semiconductor company than it does for a fintech company. So that is what we're really focused on with OSC. It's we're battling the choice, to your point, to not invest. And we've got these incredible capital markets. We have funding that's investing into companies. Why not invest in companies that are developing these technologies that are critical to national security?
Absolutely. So. We've talked a little about how your partners can partner with you. Are there some unknown things that you wish people knew? I mean, if there's a few things that you could share with the public and you really wanted the public to understand that maybe people don't understand about the OSC that they need to know, that you want to get the word out on?
Well, I think you really hit the nail on the head when we were talking about what opportunity this was for investors today. It was that we can provide guaranteed loans to increase investment in the areas that we think are important to national security. So if you're an investor who's interested in investing in these areas, right, it's a great opportunity to come check us out to see if this is of interest, so that we can partner on ensuring that we have the companies that are developing technologies in this space have access to the capital that they need to scale and grow. The next round of applications for that program ends at the end of the month, March 31st.
People need to know that.
But these are rolling applications. We do them quarterly. So we'll do the next one in June. And the opportunity exists today. So we are working. You can go fill out an intake form and jump into the process. We are also ramping up our staff, which is really exciting. We don't talk about that in the investment strategy. But we're hiring today, which is great. We're bringing on incredible expertise. One of the rare opportunities we have now with OSC is to build this brand new office that does something that the department does not historically do, which is lend money, and do it in a way where we can bring expertise in from other federal credit programs and from the private sector, and bring them together to build this brand new organization that has an incredibly important mission today. So if you're interested in joining with the team, we advise you to come check us out. We have positions open, and invite you to come work with us either as a fund or as a member of the team, which is a really
so I'm curious what capabilities you're looking for. Clearly, someone who understands lending, finance, et cetera, that's going to be a skill set that you'll care about. People who understand advanced technologies, et cetera, right? People who understand perhaps the procurement process or understand the DoD. What are the core skill sets or capabilities that, you know, make somebody valued by the OSC?
It's a diverse set of backgrounds and skill sets, which is a really exciting team to work with, right? Because you have these incredible individuals who have amazing strengths, unique strengths, whether that's in the technology ecosystem, whether that's on the government procurement side, whether that's on the investment side. And I think you just like listed basically all of like the initial folks that we brought into the team that have those.
I would expect you to want those kinds of people.
Experience, which is fantastic. Right now, we are looking for folks that have really one of three primary areas of background. One is in government operations, procurement, finance, contracting. One is in government policy. The investment strategy itself includes a number of new ways of assessing what we mean by national security. So we look at areas, for example, the priority areas that we list are areas that have some unique IP advantage. Hey, we are leading in S&T in many of these areas, but we are struggling to commercialize many of these areas. And then we assess capital flows. We're now assessing availability of private capital to invest in the areas where we are trying to scale from prototype into production, and where we see a limited amount of available capital at the levels of patience, means time, and the levels of amount, meaning cost, that are required to actually scale these into production, insufficient to leap over that hurdle. That's what we are prioritizing in the strategy, which means that we're looking for people who have a demonstrated experience understanding capital markets, right? That understand the technology landscape, can do great work in the policy arena. And then the last thing, we're also looking at government lenders, right? And private sector lenders, folks who have done this work, that are working to assess companies' readiness,
their
liability,
their ability
to repay a loan, right? And it's been great to bring that level of expertise back into the Department of Defense. I mean, I'm learning every day from the team on how they think about this work. And in FY24, that's where we plan to continue to grow the organization, right? To build out the next program activity and the next program activity above and beyond the SBIC program, to continue to work with companies where they're at in their stage of growth, whether that's, in this case, working with private capital providers to increase more early stage investment, or in the future, working with later stage companies to help build manufacturing and infrastructure, to do project financing, to help actually establish early stage industrial bases that are required to catalyze these technologies into components that can be integrated into both defense and non-defense systems.
Do you all ever play some sort of role where, let's say you have a small, non-traditional, non-standard, they need money, you've evaluated them, looks like they're a good play, they can solve one of the problems that we're focused on around one of these critical technologies, and perhaps they should be partnering with a larger established firm, you know, that has more reach, more money already, et cetera. Is there any sort of play in that? Because I would think if I'm a small company and I get money from you guys, then the big boys are going to be interested in me, more interested in me, and maybe that's going to further leverage the capability of a smaller company.
You know, it's actually a really exciting set of tools, because the SBIC program, for example, we come in and work with the limited partnership in a fund, which means we go work with limited partners, whether that's endowments or pensions or large corporates, to help drive capital into invest in the smaller players in the industrial base. Now, what that does is it allows us to work with big companies to make sure that combined with the SBA and the Department of Defense, we are increasing investment in the growth of the small businesses, which is a very unique aspect. So while the companies continue to grow from small to medium-sized businesses, the return back to the taxpayer is great, because the money comes back into the treasury. And then the capital providers and the companies that work with us can continuously generate profits through the growth of today, what is the consolidating industrial base. But through the growth of the industrial base, it creates a win-win situation at limited no cost to the taxpayer.
Well, this is a fantastic conversation. I know we could probably do another 30 minutes or so, but I really appreciate your time today. Folks, if you want to connect with the OSC, please do, as Jason said, go to their website, see what's available, where they're at, and they're going to continue to roll out these capabilities and these initiatives. So I really appreciate what you're doing for our nation, and this is really important stuff. Thank you for doing it.
Thanks for having us, David.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We're going to be back in a few minutes with our next guest, our next panel. Have a little break, and we'll be right back.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Tony Kukolo. I'm CEO, President of Professional Contract Services Incorporated, a nationwide nonprofit that employs people with disabilities. I'm also a soldier for life, but I'm here this morning in my capacity as the Vice Chair of the National Security Innovation Council, which is a business nonprofit that serves as an honest broker and relationship accelerator between those in the national security community that have problems and those who can solve those problems, the full spectrum of problem solvers. And I mean entrepreneurs, industry large and small, academic researchers, you name it. We point, NSIC means to facilitate problem solving. And I appreciate David Hamilton and the America's Future series allowing us to have this time together. Speaking of problem solvers, I'm incredibly happy and proud to be sitting with a great warrior here. Major General Miles Brown is Chief of Staff of U.S. Army Futures Command. And I got to tell you, the Chief of Staff of a 4-star command is a tough but critical role. A great chief spells the difference between analysis paralysis and effective decision making. The great Chief of Staff enables problem solving, information integration, and strong, morally courageous communication in a bureaucracy. And anyone who has worked in a bureaucracy will understand how important that is. And Miles has to do that for Army Futures Command's 120 plus locations worldwide. He's a proud son of Honea Path, South Carolina. And he's got advanced degrees in history, administration, and national security strategy. He's a distinguished field artillery officer and a pure operator who has he's led soldiers in Afghanistan, Iraq, Korea, Jordan, Kuwait, and of course the United States, where he came to Army Futures Command from Commanding General of U.S. Army Combat Capabilities Development Command, DEVCOM. Yes, sir. And could you start with it? You gave me a great vignette, an anecdote of being the CG of DEVCOM, where at 10 o'clock, I'm in a meeting talking about this, and then at 11 o'clock, I'm talking about metallurgy. I mean, just relate what DEVCOM was like when you were leading.
Yes, sir. So thanks very much to America's Future Series and David Hamilton, and to NSSC and General Kuklo. Thanks for having me. So in a previous job, I was in charge of the Army's labs and centers, the majority of them from Aberdeen. And you would start off the morning with a stand-up call with General Rainey on different things. And then by 10 o'clock, we were talking about the newest alloys with metallurgy. And then at 11:30, somebody's laying out the next first strike rations. We're looking at
what to eat.
Small blocks of cheesecake and buffalo chicken that's dehydrated. And then at 1 o'clock, I'm looking at a glider that is covered in solar panels that can fly for 300 days straight. So it was a wildly Amazing. Interesting job that required a lot of personal research and reading just to be able to participate in the discussions and ask relevant questions of the teams.
Well, now you're Chief of Staff, Army Futures Command, and I got to tell you, it was a proud day in Austin when the ribbon was cut at 210 West 7th Street, at the Army Futures Command headquarters. And it stood up, I remember AFC's initial operating capability there in August 2018. It was kind of slim, and we watched it grow and grow and grow. But I got to tell you, I still sense many folks do not understand the command. They don't understand what it does. They don't understand why it is so necessary right now. And could you give us a brief primer on Absolutely. AFC?
Yes, sir. So why do we have Army Futures Command? So the Army looked at 20 years of major programs, major weapons programs, what we call ACAT-1 programs, and we were pretty much behind on cost performance and schedule for almost every one of them. So from a material equipment solution perspective, we had some work to do. And so the Army said, hey, we're going to put together an organization that can transform the Army to build future war-winning readiness. Transform meaning capabilities that provide overmatch, not just incremental change, but something that is transformative in nature. And that's where our signature modernization efforts come in. Things like next generation squad weapon, things like our DMD SHORAD, things like our IVAS and other capabilities that are signature modernization. The Booker XM30, our FLRAA that we worked on. So those are really the reason. How we did that though is we took organizations that had actually been around really since the time of Vannevar Bush and FDR, where we said, hey, Manhattan Project, we're gonna solve big scientific problems, big research problems. A lot of those organizations still exist now in Army Futures Command. Before AFC, they existed in what was portions of Army Materiel Command and TRADOC. And so we took those. So the scientists, engineers, capability developers, concept writers, they have always been there. What we did was we
were never necessarily working together. Right.
We unified them with a sense of purpose to transform the Army for building that future war readiness. And we did that, and we put them in Austin because of the access and influence that we get from Austin.
Yeah, and let me riff off of that, because I was amazed to learn that Army Futures Command is a super sponsor for South by Southwest. To me, as an old chief of public affairs, that's a significant indicator of the importance of outreach for the Army and Futures Command in that sort of venue. Can you talk about, will that continue?
Yes, sir. We believe it will continue. This is our first year. We've always participated in South by, but we've never been a sponsor, as you said, a super sponsor. What we looked at was how do we impact the community? How do we reach the community that we actually live in? And, General Rainey's vision of this now, 6 years post, as we're coming up on our 6th year, we said, we don't want to actually recreate or create something new. How do we plug into what's already here? Austin is an ecosystem of innovation. It's research. It's, as you said, large and small business, primes, OEMs to startups. Yeah. It's an incubation for a lot of places. So how do we plug in? It was obvious. It was South by. And as a participant, there's the before South by, the EDU, but then there's the tech, the music, and the movies. Really, our focus this year is on the tech. There's some music. We've got some Army bands coming in, but really it's about access and influence to the 300,000 plus people that South by reaches. The other thing about South by that's great is it's not just 10 days. South by impacts Austin and the world like all year round. These messages and the things that we learn and when we collaborate, it goes on all year. And so that was something that was really interesting to us. So we really focused on the tech portion. And I think over the next couple of years, we'll probably remain always on the tech space, but also move more towards some of the EDU opportunities, just because we have 19,000 scientists and engineers, and most of them, we have most of the PhDs in the Army on a scientific or engineer background. The other thing that I just want to say about South by is inherently about innovation. The Army, I would submit, is one of the greatest innovators in the history of the world. When you look at our history going back to 1775, we've always
often out of
innovated.
necessity.
We have always innovated. We have always driven change. We've done it to secure freedom. And so we do it for a real important reason. And a lot of what we have developed over the years, whether we've led in that way or we've just shaped it, is a dual use technology. And so there's a lot that we learn and that we use that can then be used in the commercial space and vice versa.
Well, I'm going to take you a little bit off of commercial space for a moment. By the way, 19,000 engineers and scientists.
Yes, sir.
Wow, that's great. And I just have to reinforce, I'm really proud of the Army showing up at South by Southwest the way they are. Okay, so you said AFC is all about war-winning future readiness, and in the big picture, designing a full spectrum force for 2040 while you're delivering for 2030, which is not far away. And there's so many challenges to that. And people listening and watching might have an interest or desire or even a stake in helping solving some of the problems, especially 25 to 30. Could you talk to about one or two of the priorities that AFC is focusing on that have a heavily tech-oriented solution?
Absolutely. So there are two things we're very, very excited about. One is when you think about robotics, the best way to think about it for us is really human-machine integrated formations. What does that mean? It doesn't mean that the Army is going to replace all of our duties. We're not going to go completely unmanned,
right,
but we are going to integrate. We must integrate in the same way that the commercial space is integrating. If you look at our retailers and logistics folks like Amazon, they have used unmanned capabilities in their factories and their motor pools as they work. We have to be able to do the same thing in contact with the enemy. That's really driven toward, in a very clear way to say it, is the dangerous, the dirty, and the dull. How do we offload the risk so that we're not putting humans in contact for the first time? How do we, if we're going to make contact with the enemy, we'd like to make that with machines. Machines don't bleed. So how do we protect the nation's treasure with human-machine integrated formations? And how do we amp up the capability of our formations to bring that overmatch that is transformative for our war-winning future readiness? The second part is the network.
Absolutely.
We have a network that is in many ways siloed, that communicates internal to the partners or the stakeholders by which it would operate. So if you're a fires unit, then you all have the same network equipment. If you're a maneuver unit, you may all. We have to be able to
Some
use.
of this is a problem for the joint forces.
It is a problem for the joint force. It's a problem for our allies and partners.
Oh, absolutely.
So we all see the same. We're looking at the same problem set, and so what we're trying to do. The Army is working very heavily on fixing the network we have. We're talking about how do we move to what we need, not necessarily what we already have, or how do we don't want to just take things and make it a little bit better. No, we want to actually go in a different direction, and that's what we call C2 Next, a capability that allows us to be dynamic in our structured and unstructured data, to be able to pull things in so that we can. And really, for us, the network is not just about connecting. The network is about decision making. And if we can make decisions, because we have the best leaders in the world, that's our asymmetric advantage. If we can give them the information they need that gives them that overmatch, they'll make decisions, and we'll lose less people, and we'll win the next fight.
So human machine integration and C2 Next.
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming that C2 Next includes a robust effort to protect, make it survivable, and operate on the move.
You have to operate on the move. You have to operate the short haul. You have to, the key thing that was different about our doctrine as we published the next version of FM30 field manual, our operations manual, was one of the imperatives in there is that we want to plan and anticipate transitions. Good warfighters have always done it. Now in our doctrine, we say, hey, you must plan and anticipate transitions. That's where the network makes its money, because when you're in a fight, you have to be able to service those targets in front of you and do that. But then you got to communicate. Then you got to communicate adjacent units, higher, lower, and it's that level of uninterrupted mission command that is necessary, whether it's today or 2040.
Uninterrupted mission command is a fantastic visual. Okay, human machine integration, C2 Next are the things you're most excited about right now.
Yes, sir.
And certainly, obviously, have a tech-heavy solution to so many of those challenges. I want to go back to we've got tech talent listening and watching, and one of AFC's focus areas is to operationalize tech talent, as I understand it. And I don't think people may not know that there are 19,000 scientists and engineers. What's Army Futures Command doing to attract, recruit, and retain that talent? And is there a plug on, if I was an engineer or a scientist, why would I want to go work for the Army?
Yes, sir.
Any thoughts about that?
So there are things that we do in a research space in terms of, like, we're building warheads and things like that. You don't work on that in a normal academic institution. And so there's capabilities. We actually issued PhDs in armaments engineering, which is a mix of fluid mechanics, mechanical engineering, systems engineering, and industrial engineering, metallurgy. So we combine multiple disciplines to be able to execute some of our research. And the thing about operationalizing tech talent, we have 256 workforce competencies. junior, mid, senior level management. We are looking, we have authorities that are unique. So we have an authority under the Department of Defense and the U.S. government called Science Technology Reinvention Laboratory. That authority has been around for, decades, but for the first time, Army Futures Command has it not only in our labs and centers, but in our headquarters. So we can apply that same quick turn on hiring and hiring the right people. But this is what's important about hiring for the future. Credentials mature differently. What we have seen in the tech space is someone will go get a bachelor's in computer science. Then they may decide to go study mechanical engineering. Then they may move into the biomedical space, and that's where they get their PhD. So if you only track people in undergraduate programs, then you may not be ready to catch them on the backside. So we actually engage all year long. We engage at Black Engineer of the Year Awards, BEA. We engage at LULAC. We engage at the Asian American Society of Engineers. We engage at the Consumer Electronics Show. We engage at the SHOT Show. We engage and through our 242 separate academic research partners across the United States. We don't only do research with R1 universities, which is about 140 plus growing every day, but we engage with many other universities to try to pull that talent in. The other thing that I believe about the workforce of the future, we are actually a pilot for the Army, and the Army is a pilot for the Department of Defense when it comes to workforce development. The workforce of the future will be permeable. People will move from industry into academia. They'll go work in the government, hopefully for Army Futures Command. Then they'll go work maybe for one of the Air Force or Navy labs. Then they may go back into academia. They may go into venture capital. If you talk to people now, they don't go to work for a place for 40 years. And so we want to be able to be prepared to receive that. And that's another key aspect of Army Futures Command writ large. We're an intellectual investment by the Army to prepare for the future because you can't predict it. Right. But we have to be prepared for a future that could, may, will happen. And
you have to be the Army's intellectual curiosity.
We have to, and we have to be dynamic. We can't afford to be, and that's one of the reasons that we're very small. We're lean. Our headquarters for all those folks is only 500 people, because when you only have that many folks, you got to prioritize what you do.
Right. Yeah. And you mentioned the Black engineers, LULAC, et cetera. And I thought you and I had a conversation just before this started about just the diversity in Army Futures Command. And could you talk about a little bit, like you mentioned the panel yesterday, and
right.
I don't think people understand that. Part of it is our fault as the military is a closed society, kinda, and people, it's hard to engage, it's hard to get into and understand well, and that causes myths and misperceptions to arise. Can you talk a little bit about the diversity at AFC, because I found it amazing.
So one of the things that's really, because our workforce was built primarily around locations. So we are in Picatinny Arsenal, New Jersey. That was based on locations that it's over 100 years old, maybe even going all the way back to the Revolutionary War. We're in Boston because of the textile industry after the Civil War. So these groups and centers grew up around that. And because of that, we are naturally varied. We're naturally diverse. We have extraordinary relationships with Morgan State University because it's right down the road from one of our labs. They're in our chief technology officer in DevCom, for instance, and CCDC is a Morgan State graduate. Our deputy commander in DevCom is Dr. Eric Moore, who went to an HBCU medical college. That we naturally have diversity, and we naturally have variety in our organization already, and it is really the strength of our organization. Yesterday, what General Kukla was mentioning is yesterday we had a panel where we had senior executives in three key areas: human resources, strategy and concepts, and in our mechanical engineering space and warheads. And they're all women. Right. And so, these are areas, if you look at the STEM workforce across the United States is still predominantly male.
Right.
But in our space, we're not where we're not completely reflective of America, but we're higher than other organizations or like organizations.
Yeah, and I thought that was very important to make the point in this venue. If anyone is thinking about, is the Army, could I start a career in the Army? Could I join the Army? Can I bring my talents to the Army?
Right.
And Army Futures Command is a place where there might be people just like me.
Yes, sir.
So-
And we are still an Army organization. Army Futures Command is 91% civilians, but we still ascribe to the Army values.
Right, absolutely.
And if you want to feel a sense of purpose, if you want to be a part of a team, we don't care who your parents are. We don't care where you grew up. We don't care what what your faith practice is. We don't care who you love. It's all about being excellent. It's all about doing something that's meaningful for our country and to secure our freedom for another generation.
Absolutely.
I mean, we have
Well
a saying in Army Futures Command, tomorrow's worth protecting. We think that's really, really important.
Yeah, fantastic. I love that tagline. Okay, so if I'm at South by Southwest and I want to come talk to somebody about some of these things, you have something at 800
Yes, sir. So we, in the true spirit of South by, we have Army House on
Right.
800 Congress, and we have maker spaces there. We'll have some bleeding edge technology and XR, VR, AR, augmented reality, and things like that. And then we'll have soldiers and civilians there to be able to communicate. We're also sponsoring scores of panels. We have a keynote by the Secretary of the Army and General Rainey tomorrow. So we're pretty excited about just being a part of Austin and being a part of South by and just being local. Right. We really enjoy it.
That's great to hear too. And if I'm interested in contacting or engaging Army Futures Command after South by or in November, is there an entry point?
Yes, sir. We're on the web and we do maintain presence in many locations around the country. Just here, we have a storefront on the 7th and Lavaca that we have access to, and then also we have a presence in the Capitol Factory, our Army Applications Lab, and so that's how people get in touch with us. But we do lots of outreach, and we also work with INSIC, and you refer a lot of folks to us, so we appreciate that very much.
No, thanks. You're a great outfit, and I'm so proud and happy to have you as a chief there. Got just some closing moments here. Any last things you'd like to say about anything?
No, sir. We just to reinforce what we've already talked about. Army Futures Command is that intellectual investment in the future, to maintain a sense of preparedness, to be ready. The Army's motto is "This will defend." We take it very, very seriously, and we're just thrilled to be a part of South by, and thanks again for the time today.
Absolutely. Well, Miles, thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, good morning. Welcome to the Dual Use Tech Summit. My name is Vishal Amina. I'm the General Manager of Security Solutions over at Microsoft and also a proud member of the America's Future Series. Today, joining me are Simeon from K7 and Eric from Haiku. We'll be talking a little bit about the intersection of national security, cybersecurity, and gaming. I think it's a really cool topic. Thank you both for being here today. You know, I'm casual today. I think when you talk about gaming, we were joking about it earlier. I can't be wearing a tie. You know, I should probably have my Xbox controller in front of me, and we should probably just be talking about, you know, what level we're jumping on next and those types of things. But before we jump straight into the gaming piece, I know I really wanted this to be a casual conversation between the two of us. I know Colonel Kern wasn't able to join us today, but I do have some of his thoughts with us to share with our audience today. You know, let me kick it over to you. I'd love for you to introduce yourself first, Simeon, and tell us a little bit about yourself, maybe your background, and then we'll throw it over to Eric.
Yeah, hi everyone. So nice to be joining these two gentlemen today. My name is Simeon Kakpovi. In my day job, I'm actually a threat intelligence analyst at Microsoft. So colloquially, my job is to track the biggest, baddest hackers in the world. So, you know, I spend a lot of time looking at adversaries and how they behave and how we can figure out how to stop them and help protect customers. And I'm also the president of the KC7 Foundation, which is a nonprofit that is actually training the next generation of diverse talent how to do the same thing, how to enjoy blue teaming, how to enjoy not just hacking things, but figuring out how to stop the bad guys and actually making that fun. And so we have a very different outlook on, you know, how do you get people skills, which I think, you know, Eric shares similar, you know, we do it in slightly different ways, but we share a lot of the same philosophy. My background, you know, I didn't actually want to get into cyber growing up. I wanted to be a doctor. And I actually got into cybersecurity because of a game that I played. And essentially it was a competition which I got to see, I got to look at the real intrusion data and see how it'll catch the bad guys, right? And, you know, sometimes we talk about cyber, we all talk about cybersecurity, but it's somewhat rare to actually see what it's like. Mm-hmm. And once you're in that environment where you can see what it's like, you can get your hands on it like a game. Yeah. You're like, wow, this is something that I can do. And this is something that I can see myself enjoying. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, our goal at the KC7 Foundation is to get people that experience of getting them to that point of like, hey, I really enjoy this. Mm-hmm. And I want to do more of this. Because I think when we get people wanting to do it and enjoying it, I think people will find ways to innovate. People will continue bringing others into the industry.
That's awesome. Yeah. No, thanks for sharing that. Eric?
Absolutely, yeah. Simeon, you and I talked about this earlier about how games create diversity. So my background was more similar to yours, Vishal. Active duty, I was an officer in the SEAL teams. I got out, I formed a defense contracting company and sold that. And we hired hundreds of cybersecurity people over the years. And I kept running into the problem is they didn't have the hands-on skills I needed. I couldn't tell from their degree and for the most part their certs whether or not they actually had the ability to do, you know, what the hands-on work is. And you know this because this is what you do on a daily basis. It's all about the hands-on work. Their degree is almost irrelevant. When I hire a cybersecurity person, I don't even look at their degree anymore. I actually really don't care. And so when we started looking at how we were going to train differently, I started looking at what was out there, things that weren't out there 10 years ago. So you got Hack the Box, you've got Try Hack Me, you know, you've got cyber ranges that are, you know, now available at a consumer-based price. That's great. They didn't exist before. But I thought we're still not solving this gap. And there's a gap, one, in the number of people who are actually getting into cybersecurity. There's a gap for the employers of being able to hire people where employers are still looking for, you know, 2 to 3 years of experience because we can't tell from their degrees and from their certs whether or not they can do the job. So I just want to have the experience. And and we looked at Hack the Box, we looked at Try Hack Me, and we thought we're still not teaching as well as we could. And so we decided to go in the area the same way you did, Simeon, about using video games. Yeah. And the reason we used video games was because I've played, you know, since Pong came out in the 70s, you know, and as my kids have grown to adulthood, I've played, you know, video games with them. And I've always been fascinated with why they teach you, right? Because they do teach you. And so we spent a lot of time studying exactly, I know that they teach you, but how do they teach you? And so Jane McGonigal wrote a great book, Reality is Broken, where she talks about a good video game getting your brain into a flow state.
McKinsey did a study that shows when your brain's in the flow state, you're 500% more likely to learn. So we created our video games. And so we teach actual hands-on cybersecurity skills. We document them all on the back end. That's kind of the nice thing about having a game engine, is that unlike a cyber range, you can track everything that happens in that game engine, which is from an employer standpoint, look at that and go, well, I actually want to know what my hands-on skills of my people are, aside from their cert and their, course they went to. I want to be able to look at that. So that's what we do now is we build our video games. I've got literally over 100 anecdotes from people that say, I've never been able to learn cybersecurity before until your products, which ties back in the diversity aspect you said, is that if we can train people in a way that resonates with their learning style, we're going to get a lot more qualified people in the industry. 100%. Yeah.
I mean, I think that is one of the coolest things that I just heard from both of you was you both came from different backgrounds.
Mhm.
You thought about cyber in a different way.
Right.
And one of the questions I was going to ask later, but I don't think I even have to ask it, do you even need a degree to get into this industry? Right? Many of us have formal schooling.
Sure.
A lot of us rely on the schooling from everything from an HBCU. That I know, Simeon, you spend a lot of time empowering students in those forums. And Eric, from the military standpoint, we do a lot of education and skilling, but do you even need some of these formal institutions anymore to get into cyber? And I think you answered the question that really no, but they serve as a great place to find that raw talent.
Right.
I want to jump right into the forum itself, right? Dual use. This was a very controversial topic. When we brought gaming, cybersecurity, national security to the topic of this forum, I actually ventured out to a couple venture capitalist firms, a couple organizations, internally to Microsoft, externally to gaming companies. As a national security professional, like both of you, I reached out in the national security space. And I found it very interesting that there wasn't many investments, conversations in the private sector area of dual use cyber when it came to gaming.
Yeah.
Actually, there was a statement that was given to me that said, Vishal, that's a really interesting topic that you want to put together.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Colonel Kern had some strong opinions on this as well. But the statement I got was, Vishal, gaming's not really, what you're talking about is not dual use.
Yeah.
I mean, what are your reactions to that? Eric?
Yeah, it's fun. So we're venture funded. The Veteran Fund is one of our investors, along with Chris Kelly. Veteran Fund specifically invests in dual use technology, but the use of games for dual use, I agree with you. I've talked to a number of VCs that say, well, we're a game-oriented VC, but they want different metrics. They want to know how many consumers you have and what kind of different venues you're marketing your game on, which isn't what our game is for, right? Of the 200, 300 million gamers, there's only a small subset of them who want to play a video game, but of the people who are trying to get into cybersecurity, there's a large portion of them who can use a video game. So the metrics that would work for a VC to invest in a gaming company don't really work. The metrics for a VC that want to, invest in an ed tech company, it's a little bit closer, but it's still not quite there. I think it's funny. I mean, the idea that dual use does not apply to gaming. I mean, we know that we do gaming in the military, right? We got flight simulators, we've got, war games. It's actually called war games. And then in the civilian world, we've got actual games. So it's funny, people say, but they have to be separate. I disagree completely.
Eric, I'm going to dig into it a little bit though.
Yeah.
We do have gaming in the military.
Yeah. We do.
When I was in the Hornet community, we used to go into the simulator and we used to put enemy aircraft down there. When we look at other parts of the industry, we whiteboard things. That's a form of gaming.
Yep.
We put things into perspective where we put situations into a platform and we act against them.
Mm-hmm.
But is that gaming or is that gamification?
That's a good point. I've actually, do you want to address this or?
No, you can go first.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I've actually had this conversation with people, and I had to put a lot of thought into this when people say, "Oh, so you gamify things?" And I said, "No, we create game-based training." And they said, "Well, what's the difference?" I said, "Well, gamification is if you put a game-like feature, like a leaderboard or a badge or something like that, onto some existing training, whether that's a PowerPoint, a video, a cyber range, something. But the way in which you learn is still the video, the PowerPoint, the cyber range. You didn't change the way you're training people. When you use the actual game and you engage the user in the game, and the game itself has the effect of training the person, now you're changing the training dynamic. You're not just using a gamification feature to try to get them to do the old traditional training. And I think that's why I actually draw the line between that. And I think that's where you see people that are doing gamification things to an existing training. And they say, well, we're getting okay results of it from it. And I look at that and go, well, you didn't actually create a game.
Yeah. I think this is a really interesting topic for cyber in particular, because cyber itself is already a game, right? You think about a game, you have an adversary, you have a victim, right? At the end of the day, when we're doing cyber, someone's going to win. If the adversary compromises your organization, if they steal your data, they won. If the adversary ransoms your organization, they won. And so day to day as a defender, you're trying to figure out how you beat the adversary. And sometimes I don't think that really rings true to people, right? Like people don't quite understand that, like that's what you're doing as a defender every single day. And so if you can put someone in the environment where there's stakes, where they're like, okay, well, I have to find the other person, or I have to find the adversary somehow. I have to win in some way. Then I think there's some skin in the game for them, right? I think there's an innate desire to win. And, we talked about, effective training is about getting people to come back and wanting to play more and wanting to invest in those skills. And I think when people want to defeat the adversary, when people want to play the game to win, you can get them really motivated to come back. And we've had a lot of success in that way of creating captivating stories about organizations that people want to protect. And you get people coming back over and over again because they're like, hey, I want to defeat the adversary. I want to win. I want to win the game.
I wasn't gonna, I just thought of something, and we didn't discuss this. We're talking about wanting to win. And when you look at the principles of things like zero trust, right? And we look at assume compromise or assume breach, right? We're assuming we've already lost. So when you look at individuals investing into this industry and learning the platform, knowing that they're going to lose going in it, how do you keep them engaged? How do you keep them in there?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think sometimes with zero trust, there's a lot of different battles, right? But at the end of the day, you don't want to win just a battle, you want to win the war, right? And so, winning the battle is, you might lose the battle. The adversary might compromise a host or might compromise a few things, but if you can find them before they do, the ultimate worst, right? That's still winning the war at the end of the day, right? That's winning in the long run. If you can evict the adversary, right? That's still a victory for you. If you can stop them before they ransom your organization, if you can stop them, if you find they have access, but you can stop them before they exfiltrate the data, that's still a win for you. Because at the end of the day, adversaries invest a lot of time, energy, and money into compromising an organization, right? Like for them, it's not cheap, right? They may have invested, a couple $1 million or a couple months just trying to get that initial foothold. And for you to go and to find that foothold, even if they've already gotten in, that hurts them, right? That puts them back, 10, 12 months back. And at the end of the day, that's still a victory for you. And I think teaching people to look at it a different way, right, I think really helps them get into it because they say, hey, like as defenders, we can actually win. And I think, some of that positive thinking really helps drive, can really help drive how we play defense and protect the things that we care about.
I like where you're going with that. And there are games that are designed, you are going to lose, the zombie apocalypse games, right? I mean, you're fighting waves of zombies. There's no way you win this.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you're going to die eventually. It goes all the way back to Space Invaders. You're eventually going to die. But so I don't think necessarily the fact that you know that you're going to lose would make it unappealing for somebody.
Right.
You just have to tailor the game so that the player understands the rules of the game and they don't feel like they were treated unfairly.
So let's take a step back. We kind of went into gaming, went into, why people play. I want to tie this back to national security. I mean, a lot of these topics that we're talking about today during this summit and this forum are how are what we're doing affecting national security? One of the conversations I had with Colonel Kern and with some of the folks within the Air Force in the national security space was over the last 10 years, national security has been a very tangible, physical, monetarily driven through the defense industry and the defense base friction, right? When we look at national security pieces on a chessboard, especially if you look at the war in Ukraine right now, or the conflict, in that whole region, in the European region, you look at the defense industrial base trying to arm up things like tanks, weapon systems, right, aircraft, munitions, and all of these things contribute to what I remember in the service as maneuver warfare. You were the maneuver element of this operation, this task force. So when I look at the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, Air Base, Sea Base, when I look at supporting national security efforts, I'm tying it to a tangible human, putting boots on the ground with an armament feature on them and advancing forward. How, and without gaming, talk to me about where your thoughts are of where cyber is now in that national security sphere to actually do work to progress democracy, to progress doing good, around the world. And what I mean by that, I guess, if I simplify this question is cyber now a maneuver warfare element, right? What are your thoughts on cyber and national security and where that is now compared to where we were 10 years ago?
Yeah, so it's certainly a force enabler, right? I actually wrote a blog, I think 15 years ago, about how is a Navy SEAL platoon like a piece of malware. It's a force enabler, right? So that I think the idea that you're going to launch a cyber attack and completely defeat a country still isn't a reality, because you have to have the kinetic and the end of the at the end of the day, you have to take land, right? Russia's not just launching cyber attacks against Ukraine and then just sitting there going, hey, we shut down their traffic lights. Great. We now own Ukraine. Well, no, they've got to actually take land, and because we have physical human beings that are there. Now, that being said, it's a huge force enabler as we, put more and more things online, and, we actually increase the attack surface. To come back to your other question, where are we at? I hate to say this, but I feel like we're still figuring it out. I look at the Army, for example, and I mean, it takes about $1 million to take somebody from high school recruit to cyber SMA. 22% attrition rate. This is one of the issues we're trying to specifically address, but we could do a lot better than that. I mean, I kind of look at your F-18 training or SEAL training or something like that, or probably the DART training you guys go through at Microsoft is, I don't think it's been refined to the point where we're creating the best in the world by using better training that exists somewhere else. I think we're still kind of fumbling around with traditional training methods, because none of the old school folks in the military understand what it is we're trying to train. I mean, this is right up your alley. What do you think, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you said, right, cyber is enabler, right? And especially like in today's age, having more information is a key competitive advantage, especially in a wartime environment, right? Like knowing where your adversary is, knowing where your adversary is going to go. I think there's been a lot of, public reports written by various companies about, how within the Russia-Ukraine war, right, Russia has been using cyber as a competitive advantage, right? If you understand, where the opponent is, if you can, shut down power before you move in, all these little things you can do give you a huge advantage in the long run, which is why we see adversaries investing in their cyber capabilities, right? They're not doing it for fun. They're doing it because they get returns on that. In order to protect ourselves, it means that we need to defend our critical infrastructure, right? Defend, right? If they're so motivated to compromise certain institutions, we have to be able to defend those institutions. And we don't defend institutions just by, throwing more money at the problem or simply by buying better tools. We defend institutions by making sure that the people who are doing the work, the analysts, right, who are looking for that needle in a stack of needles, are motivated to win, right, are motivated and have the skills and desire to think about innovative ways of solving the problem. Because again, at the end of the day, right, the adversary is innovative. Like you talk about some of the hackers on the other side from these nation states, right? They're not just doing the same thing over and over again. They're sitting there thinking, how can I do something different today that hasn't been done before, that's never been seen, right? And so you think about, as a defender, if you're doing the same thing that's always been done, if you're not thinking creatively about how the the opponent or how the attacker might do something different, well, you're not going to win, right? Because you're never going to see what they're doing until it's too late.
So let me ask you, Simeon, I'll ask you this first. I look at where cybersecurity is now. I think it's very clear that it is an enabler. It's a differentiator. I mean, there was that famous article that came out during the Ukrainian conflict when the tanks rolled in. So did Microsoft. Remember that article from the New York Times? There's a lot of interconnectivity between national security, democracy forward initiatives, and cybersecurity. Now, if I take that into the context of use cases and utilizing gaming to contribute to evangelizing cyber more in the national security space, I look at the Air Force Air Wings in San Antonio. I look at US Cybercom. I look at Marforce Cyber. I look at the cyber initiatives at DHS, at the VA, other places. What use cases do you see for gaming within those organizations to defend against nation state actors? And I've got this sneaking suspicion it's going to revolve around education for you.
Yeah. Two things. One, it's about identifying people who can be part of your cybersecurity workforce that you otherwise might have missed, right? You don't want to, you may have people in your organizations who would be, the best cybersecurity, the best defenders in your organization.
Let me ask you real quick. I'm going to interrupt.
Yeah.
One question. I'm just going to, most jobs that I see right now require 10, 15, 7 years of cyber experience. Do you just go and say, let's eliminate those and have someone that understands how people think, pull those people in, and then train them a different way?
Well, I think there's room for having more senior analysts to guide and mentor those that are coming in the industry, but at the end of the day, right, at KC7, the philosophy we always preach is it's not about the tools, it's about the mindset, like you said, right? It's about having those critical thinking skills and about, given any environment and any data set and any tool set, being able to figure out how you use that to find what the adversary is. And we've had really cool use cases of people who, haven't done cyber before. And in a very short amount of time, have really been able to understand it at a pretty high level that, normally would take, years for others to get. A really cool use case, a really cool example that I always bring up was, we were at Sands Cyber last year, and there was, and we presented KC7 to a room of a couple hundred people who wanted to get into cyber, who were just thinking about getting into cyber. And one gentleman, he was a watch repairman, had never worked in IT, had never worked in cybersecurity. And he found our game. He said, hey, I'll just play this for fun, for entertainment. And he started playing it. And he spent hundreds of hours in KC7 over the next 8 months.
Love it.
Right? Someone who never worked in IT, never worked in cybersecurity. And today, almost a year later, he's really good at doing cybersecurity analysis, right? People often will mistake him for someone who's been working in the industry for 5, 10 years, right? Why? Because he figured out that, hey, this is something I really enjoy, right? He's able to dig into the data and really play a game that simulates doing the real thing. And he enjoys it so much that he's extremely persistent in it and wants to get better, right? Now, if you can take an instance like that, and you can multiply it by 100, by 1,000, right? You can identify people at scale who are passionate about doing the job and who want to get better, right? And you can give them the right skills by having them spend a lot of time doing it, right? You can substantially increase the security posture of organizations because you have a workforce that is not just skilled, but also motivated to win. And I think that makes a huge impact in that.
I think that outcome,
organizations.
Yeah, the outcome of skilling and motivating them to win. Eric, I'm interested in your thoughts. You've been working with talking to a lot of our Department of Defense agencies.
Yep.
We'll cover some of the stuff that, I know you've talked to in organizations that I've been part of recently, but outside of skilling, right? I can use this same use case for transitioning veterans or students getting out of school, right? Outside of skilling, platforms like Haiku, what is what's their capability outside of just that, right? Especially when we talk about men and women that serve our nation in and out of uniform.
Could I verify what?
Yeah, please do.
Because you and I were kind of talking about this too. I agree with you. One of the beauty of games is games cross every demographic.
Yeah.
Everybody plays games. They may not play video games, although
Fair point.
a lot of people do, but everybody plays a game, whether it's Sudoku or something. We're wired as that as humans. And if you can use games to expose people who otherwise wouldn't think about getting into cybersecurity and saying, it's not only is it hard, I'm actually really kind of enjoying this. And that was the example that I gave you. We had 30 students from Grossmont College. They played our game. And 5 of them after switched majors from whatever it was they before to cybersecurity. And 3 of those 5 are women. The statistic about women is important because only 24% of cybersecurity professionals are women.
Yeah.
And so what I've found, and whenever we run a CTF using our product, women usually win. Not because we bias the CTF towards them. I don't even know how you do that, right? But because I'm convinced, once you can teach people a difficult skill in a way that works with the way their brain works, you can get them to be good at something, and so good that they're better than people that naturally gravitate towards it. You know, the kid that takes apart a transistor radio and puts it back together again, it's no problem teaching him cybersecurity. You give him a Linux box and he'll teach himself. But it's the person who looks at you stick them in front of a Kali Linux box and a command line, and you tell them to go, and they're like, I'm out. You know, I don't code, I don't do math. That's the person, if you can bring them in and show them, they're going to bring a whole bunch of other skills that the kid who takes apart the transistor radio can't bring, because they have a different way of looking at things. And that's really important, I think, as you're both a threat hunter and a defender as well, because you're exactly right. This is one thing I don't think AI has caught up to yet, is the ability of human beings to change the way in which they approach something in extremely subtle ways to be able to get the person to open that phishing email. Right?
Yeah.
And the person who's reading the phishing email to be able to determine, I'm not going to open that because I can tell it's a phishing email. This is something I don't think AI has even, approached yet.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I don't think I answered the question.
No, I'm glad you brought up the topic of diversity, because that's something that's, personally important to me and important to my organization as well. I think diversity does have a huge part to play when it comes to national security, right?
Yeah.
If we're thinking about defending the nation, we have to think about bringing everyone to the table,
Right.
and making sure that everyone has equal access and equal opportunity to, participate, especially in the cybersecurity workforce. I think, there's been a lot of conversation recently, right? The Office of National Cyber Director about, how cybersecurity, how diversity plays into the security of our nation. So like you said, how do you give people who otherwise wouldn't have the chance or would even think, hey, cyber might be for me, the chance to experience it, right? Because then you get all people from all different walks of life who think in different ways coming to the table and helping, contributing to the mission. And I think that's a huge plus for our country and for our security.
That's something I haven't seen outside of gaming. And I'm biased, obviously. This is all I do now is I would create games. But I mean, when you try to force the issue and say, well, we're going to only recruit from this group. Well, okay, you're going to have some people from that group who are good at it and some aren't, because you're still trying to teach them. You still stick them in a cyber range and you let them sink or swim. And you're going to have people that can sink and people that can swim. But if you, again, change the way in which you appeal to people to get them to learn the way that their brain works, boom, you open up so many doors.
Yeah. And not just about how they learn, but also it's the context in which they learn is important, right?
Yes.
If you develop training that that isn't socially applies socially to a lot of people, right? That only applies to a certain demographic, right? They're going to come into it. They're going to look at the training and be like, well, clearly, like that is not me up there.
That's exactly
clearly that has nothing to do with me, and so I don't want to stay here, right? But if you can add context to your training, that someone walks in and said, this was made for me, I belong here, that makes such a huge impact, right? They already see themselves, and how people see themselves and can perceive themselves, I think makes a huge difference in them wanting to stick around and then feeling like they belong and they are valued within the industry, which is so important.
It's an interesting conversation, and we deviate off the question, but that's fine, right? I think the question really goes back to, and I can tie it back in, diversity is really a key portion of gaming, and it's always been a key portion of gaming. You mentioned we mentioned the difference between gamification and gaming in the Department of Defense industry, and it's always been there. If you look at diversity, how have we invested in diversity through gaming? Well, we've brought gaming into the use cases
Yeah.
rather than brought the use cases to gaming, right? When I looked at the Hornet community, we brought gaming to the training platform. When you looked at SEAL training, you brought use cases and training to buds. When you look at training or operating in any sense so that you can mitigate real-time loss or fuel or budget, you brought gaming into those environments, which organically diversifies how we do something. I wrote something down here. What I was going to lean into was we've had some recent conversations on the importance of gaming for the current operators within the Department of Defense and National Security space. One of the things that you just shared with me, both of you just shared with me, is teaching them the right languages to query off of, doing all those big things. What is your interpretation of how AI is going to change that? Right now, I see technologies coming into the space that are making it, number one, easier for folks to be threat hunters and to query and to do that work of defenders. But Eric, I'll be honest with you, it's mitigating their ability and their need to actually jump into a platform and learn the basics, right? So in one way, it is encouraging diversity. In another way, it's bypassing basic blocking and tackling that maybe we're talking about.
It's interesting. So my last company, we got back into cybersecurity in 2007. And that was before, the reason we did this, really quick anecdote, well, I was sitting in a panel for the Navy, and there were a bunch of admirals on there, and they gave the tenets by which they're going to network enable the Navy, and one of them was not security, and asked the question, why isn't security on there? And this, well, I guarantee it's going to be on the next time. It made me realize, and this is paralleled with IoT, is as you're putting everything onto a common platform, in the military in particular, where you're going away from, all these ridiculously obscure platforms like MUMPs and everything else we have in there, right?
Yes.
Where it required a nation state actor to be able to go in there and understand and maybe have one person who's specialized in each one of those things. Once you put everything on one protocol, IP, and then once you have, basically a common, a common platform, this is where script kiddies came out. And I see the AI as the next evolution to where that is, well, now you don't even have to be a script kiddie. You can actually have an AI write a script for you. Yeah. But I agree with you 100% is that's the reason we teach it a command prompt in our game. Because most people, given a GUI, can point and click and fake it until they make it.
Yeah.
But if you ask them at the end, how did you get there? And they go, I don't know, I just kept clicking. You didn't really teach anything. But if you can teach them the basics of how to work at a command prompt, you don't really forget what you typed in a command prompt, right? You have to actually know what you're doing. Yeah. And so I think we're going to see the same thing we saw with the script kiddies, a bunch of people who really aren't that well qualified, but the true nation state actors, which includes our nation state actors, right? They're going to have the basics. I mean, solid basics.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And that, we spent a lot of time thinking about our KC7 because everyone always talks about the basics, the fundamentals. But what really are the fundamentals? From our perspective, right, and our game, in our game, right, we give you realistic cybersecurity data. You have to use, KQL, a query language, to query it. So you're actually solving an intrusion in real data. But people are done, right, and they're like, oh, well, I got all these KQL skills. Like, what can I do with this? And I'm like, actually, the fundamentals that you got are not the technical querying skills. Yes, you learn how to query data, right? You learn all the syntax, but that's not actually what we're trying to teach you. What we're actually trying to teach you is how you think about an intrusion, right? So as opposed to thinking about the basics as being like the very technical skills that you have to hands-on do, we think about the basics instead as how you think critically about the issue at hand, right? How do you think about the intrusion? Given the situation that you're in, how do you think about where you're going next? Because the truth of the matter is, like when you're solving an intrusion, you're going to have different skill sets that matter where you are. It's the same thing for adversaries. When an adversary gets inside like a victim system, the technology is whatever the victim has, right? They don't get in there and they're like, oh, well, this victim has this specific technology. I don't know anything about that. Like, I'm out of here, right? They're like, well, I'm going to figure out how to do that very specific thing so I can leverage it within my intrusion. They work with what they have. And I think that's the same mentality we have to come with from the defensive perspective of, teach someone how to fish, teach them how to think about how intrusions work and get comfortable with that, so that no matter what tools that they're thrown, they're like, you know what, I'm comfortable because I understand the big picture of how everything works. And I can do some Googling. I can use AI to write the query for me. I can use AI to write the script for me, so I can still function in this environment. And that's really a mindset that we've taken when we're teaching not just people at the continuing education level, but in K through 12 whenever we're doing events there, right? Because at the end of the day, you want to teach students how to think critically, because those skills apply not just to cyber, but to a lot of other discipline. It's really worked because people, they'll do KQL and then you throw them into Splunk, or you throw them to, command line, or you throw them to any other thing. They're like, hey, like I haven't seen this before, but the principles are the same and I can still function, and I can use AI to, do those nitty gritty things for me, and nothing's really changed from a high level.
Let me ask you, Simeon. You spoke about thinking critically, and that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
If you were to look at the demographic of individuals today that
Yeah.
are non-cyber people,
Yeah.
maybe aren't in university, maybe are in high school playing sports, people that are doing, trade work,
Yeah.
and other things. From what you've seen through KC7, what's your ideal demographic of threat hunter? Where do you pull them from right now? Where would you ideally go look for these folks?
I think they're everywhere. You don't really know, right? Because people have those critical thinking skills in different facets of their life. You just have to figure out how to pinpoint it.
That's great.
Right. And usually, it's hard to like identify who's going to be good at it until they're kind of in the moment, right? We've done so many events where you'll come in and you'll try to predict who's going to be good at threat hunting before the event happens. And almost every single time we're wrong, right? Almost every single time it's someone that was like quiet in the corner who didn't really say much. And then all of a sudden you're looking at the leaderboard for who's actually performing, who's actually good at it. And it was the person who may not have been good minute 1, minute 2, minute 3, but over time, it's the person who was more persistent. It was like, hey, like, I understand this. I'm willing to do this. I enjoy the way this works. So I'm willing to invest time in it. And we've had people from all different ages, right? We've had people who are younger, people who are older, people who are in high school have been good at it, people from all different genders, right? People from all different, backgrounds.
Right. And investing in different places.
Yeah. And so I think at the end of the day, it's hard to predict, but it's about giving everyone an opportunity to get their hands on it. And once they do get their hands on it, you'll find people from that you would never have expected to be really good at it. And at the end of the day, I think that's the whole point of diversity, right? Is about giving everyone a fair shot. Because when you give everyone a fair shot, right, you'll be surprised at what positive outcomes that you couldn't even have imagined will come out of it.
Eric, let's talk about Haiku specifically. You've built this platform. I mean, I was on a meeting with you recently where we're talking with folks that I really see as some of the most talented defenders in the industry.
Yeah.
But the issue that we were trying to solve was it's hard for me to maintain and retain these individuals and track their skills and if they're actually doing it.
Yeah.
In your experience in longevity with Haiku specifically, the same conversation you were having with that team, right? You're having with our national security individuals. And that same conversation is how do I maintain, train, track, and retain this talent? When I look at that, I look at a conversation like that, not as how do we train these people, but how do we, that I said retain a couple times, how do we retain them? Yeah. Do you feel that gaming will change the way we retain talent in the national security arena when it comes to cyber? And how do you do that and build off of what you're doing with Haiku?
Absolutely. One of our Fortune 500 customers, he actually, in the first meeting we had with him, he said, and he was probably in his mid-40s, he goes, I don't play video games, but my cybersecurity people said video games are their golf. It's not whether they play video games, it's what games do they play and how often do they play them. And so I think as we're trying to, in the national security industry, trying to both attract and then retain these people, I think you need to take the next step beyond cyber ranges. I think cyber ranges started about 15 years ago, and
Right.
and they're better than they, before cyber ranges, you didn't have any really ubiquitous and cost-effective way to test your hands-on skills. But they really just test your hands-on skills. If you go into not to pick on Hack the Box, but you go to a Hack the Box SQL injection range, it's going to test if you know SQL injection, because you have to know SQL injection to get root, cut, paste the flag. But if you want to learn it, you read their PDF or watch their video or do your own research online. So we didn't change the way we're teaching people. And so that was exactly what we tried to do, is we tried to use games to do that.
Right.
There are a number of additional benefits we found as we did that. We built everything in ours in the Unity game engine, but you could use Unreal or something else. These game engines are designed to track when your level 12 elf walks 5 feet and opens a treasure chest, right? Because they're trying to monetize all that. And so we repurposed that to be able to track how many times somebody types ifconfig successfully on a different computer using the arguments correctly, right? I haven't seen a cyber range that does that. It's quite possible that there are cyber ranges that do that, but it requires a relatively complex interface between the user and then the backend range. We actually started our product with that. We had a cloud-based backend and then a HTML5 and React interface. And we found out we couldn't control the user experience enough and track enough what we're trying to do. So we built everything into a Unity game engine, so we can track everything they do. And this is the group that you're talking about. This is where they got really excited, and they said, right now we have the ability to send people to courses, which is it parallels the Army, right? The Army sends people off to an in-person course, and they come back, and all they know is they went to the course and they got their right completion or not. They don't, I mean, I actually had a
Certification based.
a customer from the DHS said, I don't know if they're any better at their job or not. I do know that they went to the course and it cost me a lot of money, but other than that, I don't know if they're any better at their job. And so one of the things we use the game engine for is to track everything they're doing. So, that the unit leaders, the, employers or the educators can actually look and see what their people are doing. And there's another benefit to that too, is there's a testing bias. And this is just the way learning is done, right? When you give somebody a test, you're testing two things. One is their ability to regurgitate the amount of information you gave them within a set period of time. And two is how good are they at taking tests? Yeah. And if you're really good at taking tests, you don't have to study the material as much. If you are terrible at taking tests, right, you could know the material far better than the guy next to you or the girl next to you, but you do terrible on the test. And so people don't think you're very good at it. So we get rid of all that bias. We don't test. We literally just measure everything you're doing in the game. And then we can give the employers an idea of,
I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Right. The testing bias is huge. I mean, a little known fact, I failed out of flight school 3 times. I was horrible. I mean, granted, I may have just been a bad person in my role, but I felt I was just really bad under the pressure cooker of someone over my shoulder, just marking everything down. Yeah. And it wasn't until I got into the squadron when all that was gone, where we just started going. And that's really crazy that you say that, because I was talking about retention. So much easier to retain people, whether it's in an environment, like a range, or within a service and organization, if you can get rid of that bias, right? I mean, we were talking about cyber ranges earlier, and I see so many cyber ranges, even in my current role professionally, and the things I do personally, that come out and say, organizations use our range to do this. They come and test their services and products here. This is where they put their software. This is where we put some of the latest threats that we've seen and their TTPs. They go in there, they use it, and they come out. Yep. Well, what you're saying is, if you just take out that bias, right, it's not a range, it's a game.
Right. Yeah, exactly. You're just playing the game, and you're going through the game, and you aren't sitting here going, I've really got to do this. This is a lot of stress. I mean, my oldest daughter, she's brilliant, but she's struggling with the SATs because she isn't able to translate that brilliance into taking the test.
Right. Well, this has been really good. We have a couple minutes left. Before we close out with your final thoughts, I have a couple questions for you. I'm going to put you both in a hot seat. Yeah. You guys ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Got a couple questions. I'm gonna list them out. All right. Start easy. We're gonna lighten things up, and then we'll come back to it. Number 1, Simeon, you can go first. What song is playing in your head when you're hunting for nation state bad actors in your game?
What song is playing in my head?
Now, first song that comes to mind.
Probably All I Do Is Win, DJ Khaled.
Eric, do you have any music playing in your head while you're in the environment?
I'm going to go way older school than Simeon. I'm probably going back to some Bee Gees songs from Saturday Night Fever soundtrack.
I love that. Is hacking good or bad? Eric?
Not enough information, right?
That's a good feedback for me. I think one of the reasons I asked that question is there's I think Chris Roberts, for example, he's an advocate in the cyber community, and he always says hackers are good people. We say hack for good all the time. I want to bypass that question for Simeon, that way I don't get the same answer. I'm going to ask Eric this one first. Xbox or PlayStation?
So I've been an Xbox guy forever, but I got PlayStation because they didn't have Baldur's Gate 3 on the Xbox. Literally the only reason I got that PlayStation.
Simeon?
Well, I get a free Xbox subscription because I work for Microsoft. So
That's
right.
Yeah.
But I already had to be fair, I already had an Xbox before that.
My next question was to Simeon, to be in cyber, do you need a degree or no degree?
I don't think you need a degree. I have multiple degrees, but I think I could still do the job if I didn't have them.
Awesome. Favorite book, Simeon?
Favorite book. Let's see. The one that comes to mind was one I read recently, The Right It, about, how do you test ideas. I'm in a huge entrepreneurial spirit about thinking about how do you make something work. So that's a really good one that I really enjoyed.
You, Eric?
I'm going to go with an author because there are so many books.
Sure.
Roger Zelazny, he was a 70s, 80s author. He wrote a whole work of fiction. I just always loved his character style of the Ubermensch, character.
All right. Well, I got two more questions, and we'll turn it back around to what we're talking about today.
Yeah.
Eric, I'll give you this one first. I would say this is maybe an oxymoron, your favorite nation state actor.
Oh, okay.
Bad actor.
Oh, bad actor.
To maybe hunt against,
I
to
feel
defend
like
against.
kind of like asking who your favorite serial killer is. Somebody's going to dislike your answer. So I've been extremely impressed by the North Koreans, given that they have very limited resources. Now, to be fair, I recognize before anybody gets upset at that, is that they take all those very limited resources and they put them towards the favorite elite, and they're threat hunters of the favorite elite. But man, they managed to do a lot of work given that they aren't even connected to the rest of the world.
Awesome. That's a really great perspective. Simeon, same question.
Yeah. The most interesting one I've got in the track, one called Crimson Sandstorm or Tortoiseshell, Iranian-based threat actor, was using social media to launch honeypots on folks. I always tell the story, would talk to folks and they would have dated folks for like an entire year without doing anything. So usually when you think about cybersecurity, you think, oh, well, I'll give you malware right away. These guys were super patient, and that was something that we've never seen before.
That's awesome. Well, I'll close it off after both of you, but final thoughts on today in terms of the intersection of gaming, cybersecurity, and national security?
Yeah, I'm super excited about it. I think there's a lot of potential for the future. And what gives me hope is whenever we have this training platform that's supposed to teach the best of the best, right? And then we'll take it and we'll go to a high school and we'll give them the same exact material. And what you find is that even at these early levels, students are excited about it and they're able to do the work, right? And so the idea that, you have to wait till college, till, way past college to do this, I think is a bit outdated, right? I think in order to train the next generation of diverse, cyber defenders, you have to start at the earlier level. And I think we've proven and we've seen that folks at that level are excited about it. They want to get involved and they're able to do the work. So we're super excited about having more of that.
Where do you go find KC7?
KC7cyber.com. It's free online. Anybody can play it. So you can just go on there today. All you need is a laptop and an internet connection. That's what I always say.
Yeah, thanks for all the work you do in this community. Eric, final thoughts today on today's talking session.
I think we're going to be talking more and more about this as the years go on. I think there was a reluctance of people to actually include games. That's why you have the kind of the half steps of gamification. But I think as we look more and more at this, I think in about 5 years, people are going to be saying, well, of course we use games. Everybody uses games. It's the best way to train people.
Awesome. And Haiku?
www.haikuinc.io, not .com, .io.
Thank you both for your time, your insights today. I feel like I'm going to go home and try to play a whole bunch of games now. As we close the book today on today's session, I'm reminded, I say this in every session that I'm part of, I'm reminded by words of folks like Travis Manion, where he said, if not me, then who? If we don't do it, someone less willing, less able will have to. And I really want to invest in what both of you gentlemen said today. We have to invest in diversity. We have to look at national security differently. The faces, the personalities, the people, the culture is different now. And gaming is a way for us to shift out of that. And in those 5 words, if not me, then who, I empower everyone watching today and that will watch. Invest in gaming, invest in defending the future. Because if we don't, someone less willing, less able will have to. And I'll close it by saying, today is International Women's Day. So thank you to all the women that do so much, both in uniform, out of uniform, and in the communities around us. So thank you for having us today.
Welcome to our next panel for America's Future Series Dual Use Tech Summit, focused on SATCOM and data security in today's hybrid satellite ecosystem. For our industry, in my view, there couldn't be a more relevant topic and, frankly, a more compelling list of panelists than we have here today. I'll offer a bit of an introduction to each of our panelists, as well as a bit of context as to what we'll be getting into, and we'll turn to each of our panelists to say a few words about their role in the industry. We have with us here Pamela Ira, Vice President of Government Programs at Iridium, Janie Robinson, CEO of ExistX, and Michelle Beck, Senior Vice President of Canadian Sales at Telesat. I'm your moderator, Nicole Robinson, and I'm the Chief Growth Officer at Comtech. Just to lay the foundation here, when we think about commercial satellite ecosystem, it's no longer a single orbit discussion, nor is it even a single modality discussion. When we reflect upon our journey in the satellite arena over the past, say, 10 years or so, the advent of SATCOM and orbits other than geostationary has dramatically increased our end users' capabilities. It's empowered features like resiliency and redundancy from a multi-orbit, multi-network perspective, and has allowed our customers, both commercial and government, to shift to a posture where always on, always available network access has become more of a requirement and less of a nice to have as it was in the past. So when we think about modalities other than SATCOM today, considering geospatial, be it optical, synthetic aperture radar or SAR, RF mapping, AIS, the list goes on, there's a lot more going on at non-geostationary orbit rather than just SATCOM only. So not only have we seen an explosion in recent years in these capabilities at medium Earth orbit and at low Earth orbit, we've also seen the integration of these capabilities via data relay, optical links, and other means of creating a mesh network of data in space. During the same time horizon, and even more as recent as this past 24 months or so, we've also witnessed an increasing threat from a security perspective to these networks. Cyber and physical threats against commercial satellites are no longer a hypothetical discussion. Our adversaries around the world that we've seen in the last couple of years have demonstrated the intent and the capability to attack commercial satellites, all while in parallel developing offensive space-based capabilities. So given our subject today, SATCOM and data security in today's hybrid satellite ecosystem, I'd like to turn to each of our distinguished panelists here to briefly introduce themselves in the context of this theme and the companies that they represent. So let's start, Pam, if we could, with you first.
Hello, thanks, Nicole. So yes, my role at Iridium, I really focus on specialized needs of the government. So tweaking our commercial offerings to meet the needs of various USG customers. And this includes, of course, specialized security requirements. So I think what I've seen is a more intense focus on this subject, as well as higher interest in more complex solutions, more robust solutions. And every year that pace keeps growing. Those kinds of very purposeful solutions for specific problems. So that's what a trend I've noticed in our company, and I think that's probably an industry-wide trend too.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I'm really excited to kind of dive into the solutions orientation versus the product approach as we get into our panel. Thank you so much, Pam. Janie, would you be so kind to introduce yourself and ExistX?
Absolutely. Janie Robinson. I'm the CEO of ExistX. It's really interesting to be on this panel. ExistX is a startup, and we started in 2023, which is not that long ago if you're looking at what the date of today is. But we are a spin out of a company called Galois that does amazing research in cryptography and building trusted systems, like software systems that are supposed to do exactly what they're supposed to do and nothing more. So you can think about security from the ground up. So a lot of what we are doing at ExistX is applying cryptography and applying advanced cyber that comes out of a very deep cutting edge and novel research space and bringing that into a more of a practical applications that can be utilized. Specifically, a lot of our focus is on the government sector, but also it is just as important in the commercial sector as well. So I'm excited to be here.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks so much, Jamie. And Michelle, if we can go to you next. We'll just have you unmute.
Sorry about that. So Michelle Beck, Senior Vice President, Canadian Sales at Telesat. I am responsible, as well as the team that supports me, selling into the enterprise as well as government markets. Telesat is a leading global satellite operator. We provide customers today with mission critical communications services over our geostationary satellite fleet. We do serve the enterprise, government, aero, and maritime markets today. And we're focusing on serving those same critical sectors on our new venture, which is called Telesat Lightspeed. It's a low Earth orbit satellite constellation. It incorporates technologically advanced capabilities, technologies to offer an enterprise-grade network services. And we've designed that constellation and those services from the ground up to meet some of the most stringent security requirements so that we can effectively serve our government and defense customers. And so we can talk a little bit about all of those capabilities as we move along in the discussion that we're really excited about.
Yeah, that sounds great, Michelle. We'll jump right into the questions there. The first one really around some of the developments we've seen in recent years in this domain, but even just with each of your introductions, a lot of that is coming forward. You know, we're talking about the Lightspeed constellation and cryptography and, you know, advancements in LEO, and even as recent with Pam's organization acquiring Satellus from a you know, fusion capabilities perspective. So really exciting. Let's start with our first question. Can you highlight some of the most important SATCOM developments as you've seen over the past 5 years? And importantly, what does it mean for the end users? Michelle, we've got you unmuted, so let's start with you.
Sure. So I think NGSO, non-geostationary orbits, have been sort of, you know, making their foray in a big way in this sector. There's a lot of programs that are underway, and it leads to increased performance, much lower latency, improved economics overall, true ubiquitous coverage, global coverage, including, you know, pole to pole, something that we were always challenged with when we talked about geostationary satellites. So I think that's, you know, a big development there. Certainly a major shift to significantly higher speeds, throughput capability. Everyone's looking at that. They're looking at solutions that will be comparable to terrestrial fiber. Interestingly, government now kind of relying more on commercial SATCOM services because we can move faster and often with more innovative technologies and platforms at lower costs. So that's a really interesting shift. Satellite-defined satellites, another big one, which allows us to drive a lot more flexibility in the offerings. The use of optical transceivers in space, again, which really helps us deliver in real time some of the critical information that is required, I think, to make these kind of snap decisions, both from a government military perspective, but equally from the commercial side as well. So those are some of the, I think, major initiatives.
Yeah, I think so too. And we'll go to Pam next too, as well. In particular, in context of the high throughput SATCOM that you mentioned, Michelle, and you also mentioned government continuing to rely on commercial. And I think it's an interesting thrust here to say government ought not do what industry can do cheaper, faster, and in a fashion that brings technology to government end users in a really fruitful way. So Pam, what have you been seeing in the last several years in terms of SATCOM developments, and what does it mean for your end users at Iridium?
Well, certainly Iridium was a leader in providing commercial SATCOM to the government, probably the first organization to do that 20 years ago. And what we see now is, increasing diversity of that offering. So that's some competition for us, which we're, stepping up to the plate to offer diversity among our offerings itself, waveforms. But in terms of our recent new business line supporting the SDA, what we're seeing is, like Michelle said, a huge focus on optical and optical to ground. I think there's finally some solutions out there that provide very robust optical to ground data traffic. And of course, this really changes the data security landscape because optical is much harder to operate against. You don't have the same kinds of interference and capture concerns that you would have with RF. So I think that is going to rapidly change the landscape for threats to data in the next 5 years. The other focus we have, as you mentioned, Nicole, is P&T. With our acquisition of Satelles, we've been a partner to Satelles and a part owner for the last 10 years. So we've been focusing on this area, which is basically, denied environments and GPS jamming. What solutions are there in those situations? And we believe we have a robust offering for that now. And I think they're going to see even more people focused on bringing commercial or quasi-commercial government offerings to both government and commercial players to say, you're going to want a backup service when you're out in the field because you can't rely on GPS and both being there and being non-spoofed to you.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And in Jamie's business as well, as you think about, enhancements to commercial products that are really driven by the needs of government end users. I mean, you talked about it, what role can P&T, position, navigation, and timing features, exactly. So for P&T features, how can that help in those GPS denied environments? What are some of the things that we need to think about from ExistX perspective that can help given some of those concerns?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think I'll answer the first question first, then I'll come back to that because there's some really interesting kind of novel ways of doing some multi-factor type authentications, which you can start to really have alternative ways to look at your position and navigation and timing. But I think one of the most interesting things that's become a SATCOM trend that's really impactful to the end users, and this is both commercial users and government users, is the ability, this merging of the terrestrial waveforms, like having them go over satellite. So the ability to do LTE and 5G over satellite, and then have satellite, direct from satellite to cellular handset. I mean, that was the panacea for the government years ago, and it was just not really possible. And to be able to do that commercially now is huge. And I think that's just really going to change the whole landscape and the division between what's a satellite company, what's a telco company from a terrestrial cellular provider. And in doing so, when you start to merge those, you start to also weave in different layers of security challenges as far as, so when from an ExistX perspective, we're taking a lot of traditional cryptography and applying it in ways that it wasn't originally used. So we are applying this to data streams so we can continuously authenticate an actual data stream. How do you create new and novel ways to authenticate users? How can you do this in a way where if you are connected to multiple different communication pathways and you're in an environment where something gets disconnected, how do you continue at that edge node place to continue to enforce security and authentication? How do you use this in a joint environment? Maybe if you're using the same channel, maybe you want to be able to protect your secrets, the credentials of your network from the person that you're there with. So those are a lot of the things that we're focusing on. But when I come back to one of the kind of the coolest things for the end users, I think a lot of it comes to bringing the commercial standards like cellular over satellite, and then seeing the merging of those. And then you add in the fact that you can do this over multiple different types of communication pathways, whether it's LEO, high throughput, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's really changing how you look at comms, especially from the satellite perspective.
I think that's right. When we think about that integration of terrestrial and satellite networks, the fusion of capabilities from multimodalities, sending geospatial data over high throughput SATCOM constellations, the PNT integration that's happening, all of that. The next question is really around, well, what's the impact from a ground segment, a ground systems perspective, and even modem technology? How must those elements of the satellite ecosystem keep pace with what we're seeing in the space-based developments? And maybe, Pam, could we start there with some of your thoughts on modem technologies and ground systems and how they might stay up to date with what's going on the space side?
Well, having just surveyed the landscape for building a ground system for a customer, I can say that there's a lot of diversity out there now, and I think optical is probably the least mature, as I said before. But certainly there are many players offering optical at some level of maturity between, say, TRL level 5 and 10. The main barrier I see right now to being able to interoperate and use these in a sort of enterprise ground system is basically the barriers to export control and CUI data. So to be able to use those, you have a very long lead time to be able to get that paperwork through, and I think that's kind of going to put a damper on interoperability. If every time you need to use that technology in a different country, you're going to have to get an export license. That's going to hinder that interoperability in building an enterprise ground worldwide.
Yeah, I think that's right. On the modem side as well, having the capability to have multi-orbit, multi-frequency, multi-modality, certainly on the part of Comtech, that's a big part of our development activity. How do we keep pace with all of this wonderful progress in orbit today? And Michelle's living that every day as well. I mean, for Telesat, being one of the leading providers of geostationary SATCOM for decades, will you replace your ground infrastructure every 15 or 20 years? Not so for LEO. Now we have to think about software-defined capabilities. How are we replenishing the space-based assets every 3 to 4 years? And what does that mean for the ground infrastructure? So your thoughts on that as well, please, Michelle.
Yeah, certainly. So from a Telesat Lightspeed perspective, we've designed the constellation and our satellites actually to have a slightly longer life than the typical LEO satellite. So the average life of our satellites will be 10 to 11 years. That's the design structure. So there's a little bit more stability in terms of the constellation itself. We are designing it, though, to be mindful that there will be an evolution, and so software-defined satellites as well as the capabilities on the ground, so that we can do firmware kind of software upgrades as required to keep pace with some of the latest developments. the constellation is designed as a layer 2. So essentially transparent. It's like operating fiber in the sky. That is a big advantage, I think, for us and working with subscribers or our commercial as well as defense customers, because it allows them to use the encryption technologies that they're the most comfortable with, that are either proprietary to their operations. So it does allow for compatibility with a lot of their existing infrastructure. Where there is a little bit of a challenge, and we're hearing this from across the board from all of our customers, is they want to move away from parabolic antennas to the flat panels or electronically steered antennas. And today the technology supports essentially a single band. It might be multi-orbit, but it's a single band. And a lot of the customers are kind of eyeing multi-band, multi-orbit solutions. Now, it's early days in the deployment of a lot of these new NGSO constellations. And so that might change down the road in terms of recognizing that they want that much diversity in the network. Not sure, it's still early days. But if a LEO constellation is highly available, very resilient, secure, you may not need that much diversity, and you may not need to kind of tap into GEO, MEO, and LEO, particularly if the Lightspeed or the LEO constellation is fully global, and then has all of the right attributes to ensure that you can offer a very high availability, low latency, kind of resilient, service. So, it's something that is driving, I think, the customers to want that today, because geostationary satellites are not a full global solution. You can't reach the poles. So when you talk about aero customers, they're challenged. They can't fly over the poles. They need an alternate solution. Similar with our defense organizations. The constellations that they are using today are not fully global. And so they're, having to work with sometimes multiple providers as well as their own infrastructure to get a full global solution. Satellite capacity is still limited in some areas. And again, so they're having to tap in multiple service providers to get the connectivity that they actually need. So that might change in the future as we see more capable LEO constellations being built and in play.
Yeah, I suspect that's true. Interesting as well that you mentioned Lightspeed will be roughly 10 to 11 years on orbit. That's pretty impressive for a LEO constellation, but we might have to have a conversation there with MDA at some point about their business model. Do you remember in the early 80s, it used to be that you would buy chewing gum that would lose flavor like in 1 minute, 2 minutes. And the whole reason for that was so you'd buy more chewing gum. So anyway, we'll have to talk to MDA about
just say space sustainability, though. It's like a good thing.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Janie, what are your thoughts there about some of those special features when we think about the ground systems, the modem technology, or other features that we haven't talked about yet that have to keep pace with the advancements we're seeing on the space side?
So when I think about this, I'm really coming at this from the end user perspective. So while you all are providing the actual transport of the data, where ExistX is getting pulled in is really how do they move the data around, especially when they're operating in places where they don't own the infrastructure. One of the biggest challenges is how do you move the information over infrastructure that you may not trust. Data sovereignty is a big deal, especially when you're working with government customers. But now it's becoming just as important to commercial customers, to banks, and other places that want to make sure that they can, trust the infrastructure they're working on. Some of the work that ExistX is doing right now is we've made some significant breakthroughs in working with software-defined networks. Some of the research that we've just been able to overcome, we're able to start working and mapping out networks and being able to dynamically in real time understand where the trusted nodes are within a network and help move the data across, from one maybe trusted point to another trusted point, even though you have to move that data over maybe nodes that you don't actually have control over. And that's pretty significant. So when I think about infrastructure, we're working with either the people that are providing the communications or the end users that are trying to leverage the technologies. So that's kind of the place that we're playing in. It's a little bit outside of the modem and the actual transport itself, but how do the users actually use it?
Yeah, and it's related to our next question as well. So I might keep it with you, Janie. When you're thinking about moving that data in a sovereign fashion across networks and infrastructure that you don't own and that you don't control, our next question here, what are some of the key advantages or challenges for that data protection in this hybrid SATCOM environment? And not even in just the SATCOM environment, but when we think about the hybrid environment where we're sending other modalities over that infrastructure in an integrated fashion. What are your thoughts there about some of those challenges with data protection?
Yeah, so when I think of data itself, to me, the data is the data, regardless if it's coming from a sensor or anything else. It's going to move across your network. Some of the things that we see are challenges, or how do you kind of formally verify that data is what it says it is? And so when I kind of go back to applying cryptography to these types of things. You can do encryption, but there's also ways that you can apply cryptographic techniques to actually only pass through information that is verified. So you can start to look at how do you put in place mechanisms to ensure that how you're moving the data, or the data that's actually there is the data that's supposed to be there. So those are some of the things that I'm thinking about. And I know that it's a much larger challenge when you think about the hardware side. If you have a modem that's connecting into multiple different satellites and you're trying to provide the end user the nicety of being able to have a single piece of hardware that can help them connect, I think that brings in and of itself, how do you do the authentication? What is the implication of zero trust networks or zero proof, even in the world of mathematics that I'm now in with Existex and our sister company Galois. So I'd be interested to hear what both Michelle and Pam have to say, coming from their the optic of where they're seeing challenges.
Absolutely. Let's do that. Pam, if you've got some thoughts there, as I suspect you do, on challenges of data protection in your hybrid environment in Iridium.
So I think, one of the challenges with using encryption would be for services that don't have two-way transfer, right? So encryption inherently is expecting a two-way transfer to authenticate. If you're offering a data service that doesn't have that it's a one-way transfer, then you need some mechanism you need some mechanism that is not requiring that. And I haven't really seen anything that one could use that's sort of approved in to the extent that cryptography is, or some sort of encryption algorithm. I haven't seen that approved for use in a one-way transfer data situation. So that's something I think that we're always looking at. And then the other sort of protection situation, which I think you just alluded to, is like, how do you know that the person or entity or item presenting itself for use on your network is really who it says it is, right? Like, how do you know that that is representation of authentic, or is it someone appearing to be someone else, or something appearing to be something else? So can you, if they have the right keys, and can you rely on that as that they really are that person? So I think that's another issue that has to be looked at. Yeah.
Verification of authenticity. Absolutely. Yeah. Is that a challenge that you're working with, Michelle, at Telesat, or some of the other challenges that you're seeing with data protection?
Yeah, so so I always refer back to kind of, how we're designing our Lightspeed constellation, because we are focusing a lot on security and on the capability, cybersecurity, and maintaining the I guess credibility of that data and protecting it. So we've incorporated a lot of features in the constellation. One of the most important ones is use of optical intersatellite links. And so each satellite in our network has 4 optical intersatellite links that connect to each other, sort of the satellites on either side and the satellites sort of in front and behind of it. And so when we're offering a connectivity to a government entity, and they're coming up somewhere in the world, they don't need to go through any foreign terrestrial network. So they can come up in space. They will use the constellation itself as a relay through the optical links, and can come down directly at their headquarters without traversing a single terrestrial network. So that's something that governments and the defense agencies love as one of the features. Equally, we can do that from any geospatial spacecraft as well. So we've got the ability to use our optical links to interface into their satellites, spacecraft, and bring down that information in real time as well, without landing at any Earth station that they're not comfortable with. And so we can bring down the data directly at their facilities as well, their secured facilities. So we also, our satellites make use of digital beamforming antennas, as well as frequency hopping, fast frequency hopping. That means that the beams themselves are very narrow and can pinpoint to the specific terminals on Earth. It avoids any type of interference and potentially jamming of the signal, because you've got to be right under that footprint. And so that's another feature that we've incorporated to protect the integrity of the signal as well as the data from our customers. On top of that, I mean, it's all of the cybersecurity features that we're incorporating, and we're working towards meeting the NIST as well as IAPRE security checklist, and going through that to the extent that we can be as compliant as possible, and offering as much security and cybersecurity capabilities. Again, all of our facilities are backed up, and so we have main as well as backup facilities, including our main gateways to our POPs. And we will support private access stations for our customers that actually don't want to use any public facility at all to support the gateway services. They can own and operate their own facility.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting too, when you think about that, the sovereignty and the ability to have that direct downlink and that direct connection. When we think about, and we'll stay with you on this one, Michelle. A lot of perspectives here shared today about the different capabilities going up or in orbit. We think about the interoperability of those, or ways in which industry is working together or isn't working together in some examples to bring about hybrid networks. Now you get into a space where you think about the role of a closed system versus an open system in that dynamic. And I wonder if you have some views on that as well.
Absolutely. So we are certainly always striving to develop and support systems that are standards-based, that just, makes sense. Interoperability is in fact critical, and we want to make it easy for customers to use the service. So we've, for one, overall, in terms of standard, we've consciously have designed Telesat Lightspeed to be MEF 3.0 compliant. So again, a lot of our customers, we're wholesalers, so we deal with carriers and governments. They're used to purchasing services from the carriers, and it's fiber. So what we've done is we've designed our system to be MEF 3.0 compliant. So what that means is we're supporting from a technology interface perspective, as well as the provisioning, the commissioning of those services, so that it's more of a standardized approach. So it makes it easier for any one of our customers to configure, to provision, to procure the service from us. So it should be well known. In terms of, and I hit on this before, we are a layer 2 service offering, so it's transparent. We are relying on some of the standardization work that the government, DARPA, is doing in terms of the optical inter-satellite links, SDA compliant. I mean, we want to be able to interoperate with other satellites and bring down the data. So optical, to facilitate optical to optical communications. So that's certainly one area that we are also supporting, and we will be SDA compliant in that regard. DVB-SX, compliant in terms of some of the capabilities there. Layer 2, which offers that transparency, and MEF 3.0. So all in all based on standards, again, to simplify the service offering, as well as the interfacing with customers.
So standards is one big way in which various members of the industry are preparing for hybrid capabilities and really interoperability, making it easy, making it secure. When you think about that, Jamie, from a security perspective, what are you seeing in terms of how the industry is or isn't working together to bring these capabilities in a hybrid fashion forward?
I see just a huge push for software-defined networks and a lot of software-defined anything. So anything that you can, continue to evolve and configure to adapt to, a never-changing landscape. I mean, there's always seems to be a new, LEO provider or whatever. So if you're thinking about your interconnectivity, we're seeing a lot of software-defined networks, and along with the software-defined networks, that's where I'm starting to see a lot of the challenges in authentication, encryption. How can one organization share information with another organization without telling them everything, just what what's important in that moment? And a lot of those, so that's what we're seeing. So I'm really looking at it as on the merging point of it. From a personal perspective, I mean, I see a lot of, it's interesting seeing what organizations, like what commercial companies are working together and bringing joint offerings to the table. But I mean, it still looks very fragmented from my perspective, and I see companies building their vertically integrated offerings. So I would say it's hard for me to look at the SATCOM industry and see any kind of real collaboration across the providers. So, but that gets down to a business decision, more than a technology position.
Or a use case position too. That's a very fair point. Are you seeing this at Iridium, Pam? Are you seeing more of a industry working together to bring forward these networks, or are you seeing more of the siloed approach?
Well, so our approach, from a business point of view, is we do have a lot of partners where we're primary to their service, or we're backup to their service. So on a one-to-one level with other industry players, we're building joint terminals or multi-use terminals that can use both our service or their service, or switch between them depending on availability. But I do agree with Janie, that's sort of one-on-one and a business decision. So there's not like a methodology, I think, being put forth of how you would do that seamlessly without having those previous one-to-one connections. I think that one place you might see that change is in direct to satellite on when that service is rolled out on phones, given that it will be standards based. So that may change there, where it may not change for traditional receiver based technology. And certainly, I think, not there yet, but coming in the future is satellite to satellite interoperability. But I don't, to my knowledge, haven't really seen that. Certainly not commercially, but I think it's coming, just not there right now.
Yeah, I think that's true. There's some very innovative programs along those lines on at least data relay, early stages, but it'll be really fascinating to watch that space over the next couple of years to see what capabilities are brought forward. So our last question here is really around who is leading the charge in terms of implementing hybrid satellite ecosystems today? Would you say that it's the government they're setting the requirements, or is it the industry, such as Dialogue, as we've had here today, to say, here are the things you need to contemplate, here's how we need, okay, I'm leading the witness, but let's start with who's paving the path here? Michelle, maybe from a Canadian perspective, what are you seeing? Is it the government driving the bus, or is it industry?
I think it's a combination of the two. Like I said, from the optical intersatellite link perspective, government definitely took the lead in that regard. And I think a lot of companies want to be compatible so that they can support some of the government programs. And so if you want to be part of that, you're adopting that particular standard. When it comes to other aspects, like I said, the MEF 3.0, that was industry, for sure. When we look at some of the RF capabilities, again, that was industry. So, it is, in fact, a combination of both. As a need, industry is driving some interoperability. When we look at Aero today, the configuration of using the modman so that they can easily flip between or switch between service providers. You've got a device, you've got a couple of modems, and then you've got the ability to switch. That has become a standard on aircraft today that just allows them to switch across various platforms. So in most instances, I would say industry is driving some form of standardization, but government equally is doing the same based on some of their own needs. And if you want to serve that market, you might want to look to what the government is introducing. If you're not interested in that market, then you're probably just relying on the commercial development standards.
Yeah, kind of reminds me of Pam's opening remarks, where she talked about more of a solutions orientation, less of a put a product on the shelf and push it to your customer, more listening, what are their requirements, what are their needs, and then making sure that you're innovating along that path. So Pam, to that end, what are you seeing? Are you seeing a shift? Or are you seeing government really driving the bus, industry driving the bus? What's your perspective?
Well, I mean, I agree with Michelle. It's on both sides of the fence. I think certain areas like optical, clearly the SDA has driven that. And I think their demand for it has then spurred a lot of industry innovation. So it seems like a two-way street there. And I think in commercial, you see a lot of standards bodies that really that driving the standard, which then allows commercial to innovate, knowing that there's a broader market. Because if you're going to put a lot of money into something, you want to know that there's a broader market that you're meeting the standard for, that other people will be able to interoperate with you. So I think standards bodies help drive that interoperability, which then drives the commercial market to be able to serve a broader audience. So, but definitely, I think some of the really the demands from from SDA has spurred the commercial market, and then you'll see that second order effects in the commercial market. Things that have been done for them will then show up as commodity later on in the commercial market.
Yeah, I think that's right. You have to measure, is the juice worth the squeeze? A lot of people refer to that field of dreams perspective. If you build it, they will come. Well, industry doesn't operate that way. You have to be able to size the market and make sure that the investment's going to be worthwhile at the end of the day. So, Janie, bring us home on this one. Your thoughts on industry driving or government?
I can't argue with either Pam or Michelle on that one. I would say the only thing I could add is, if you go back to the last question, we were talking about, how are people, is it a segmented, fragmented market, or are people actually working together? What I'm seeing is, what I think a lot of the requirements may be driven by the government kind of bringing those to light publicly. And the push a few years ago was really like the whole military SATCOM, commercial SATCOM combination. I watched a lot of the commercial companies, their hybrid satellite offerings are really saying, okay, we're going to have a LEO, MEO, and GEO network, and we're going to offer, that global, different, throughputs of data anywhere in the world. And they're kind of doing that on their own. They're developing their own business models around that. But that really, it's kind of interesting to watch the requirements come from the government, the commercial, industry builds it, and then it feeds back in. So it's definitely a combination of both.
Well, I'm really grateful to have had this time with each of you. When you think about data security in today's hybrid satellite environment, I know, speaking for myself, I've not been privy to another session or another forum more compelling than this one here, and really appreciate all of your time and expertise for the folks that are participating in America's Future Series Dual Use Tech Summit over the course of this week. These are the women in this industry that are frankly driving this technology to the customer base. Really compelling, thoughtful conversation. Janie, Pam, Michelle, thank you so much. Enjoyed it very much.
The world today is on the brink of remarkable technological transformation. A new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence will bring forward new possibilities for businesses, governments, communities, and individuals across the globe. The rate of innovation is moving faster with each year that passes. This belief led to the creation of Evoke, Comtech's innovation foundry. Evoke creates new solutions that empower global communities by providing access to technologies others never imagined possible. Working across businesses with partners, suppliers, customers, and academia, our innovation foundry serves two vital purposes. First, Evoke is pioneering new technologies to disrupt existing markets and create future networks that are focused on better customer outcomes. Second, through our relentless innovation, Evoke is enhancing Comtech's existing offerings that will enable the transformation needed to usher in a new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence. Since the launch of Evoke, we have already forged strategic partnerships with market leaders, innovators, and technology disruptors that will help us push the boundaries of innovation and propel the world into a truly connected future. Together with our partners, we are anticipating the needs of customers and multiplying the value of our technologies to empower individuals, create value for our customers, and make the world a better place for all of us. Circle is combining their leading network technologies with Comtech's expertise in location-based services to deliver real-time analytics and intelligence at the edge of the IoT. Together, Comtech and Circle are delivering smart-enabled solutions to provide customers with extraordinary insights and new capabilities that can create substantial impact by exploiting the full power of IoT networks. Descartes Labs is integrating their industry-leading cloud-native supercomputer and data processing capabilities with Comtech's communications technologies to provide customers with powerful insights and services. Today, Comtech and Descartes Labs are infusing the power of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and monitoring insights to deliver real-time, actionable intelligence of developing situations. Wishnish brings leading distributed ledger solutions to further enhance Comtech's technologies and improve secure information exchange and enhance privacy applications available across industries, institutions, governments, and developers. Together, Comtech and Wishnish are integrating highly secure, flexible distributed ledger technologies to build trust in a democratic fashion and drive automation from the outer boundaries to the very core of a business. Arna Networks' leading zero-touch edge and 5G service orchestration and management, combined with Comtech's dynamic cloud platform, is opening the door to groundbreaking cloud-native network services. By integrating cloud-based network technologies, Comtech and Arna Networks enable customers to add and manage applications that can significantly improve business performance across public, private, and hybrid networks. But our partnerships don't stop there. We're also forging alliances with leading universities worldwide to ensure we empower future leaders who will build connections that set ideas free. As we innovate to deliver intent-based, insightful, on-demand technologies and services, Evoke will transform global technology landscapes to empower the world. Welcome to the new era of connectivity and collaboration. Welcome to Evoke.
Today's world is driven by access to technology and information. We rely on it for everything, from doctor visits and education to military operations and emergency services. Connectivity sits at the heart of it all, but a large amount of the global population remains unconnected, putting them at major economic and social disadvantage. Comtech has made it our mission to solve the toughest technology and networking challenges in the world, democratizing access to smart connectivity, delivering meaningful insights, and empowering a truly connected planet. With more than 50 years of proven technology leadership across global satellite, space, terrestrial, and wireless markets, Comtech enables ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity anywhere, anytime, creating new opportunities for industries, businesses, communities, governments, and individuals. Leading the effort to revolutionize satellite and space connectivity, Comtech connects global communities through integrated, software-defined satellite communications technologies, virtualized multi-orbit solutions, and multimodality services. We also have our feet on the ground as one of the most trusted terrestrial and wireless technology providers in the market, delivering precise location-based services and next-generation 911 solutions with cloud-native networking capabilities. Comtech is leading the convergence of satellite, space, terrestrial, and cellular technologies to enable unified hybrid network infrastructures based on open standards and delivered through the cloud to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide, and deliver access to the latest services, technologies, and insights when and where they matter most. Comtech allows individuals to thrive, businesses to get work done anywhere, anytime, entrepreneurs to take advantage of new market opportunities, government agencies to provide essential technology-driven services to citizens, and first responders to anticipate, coordinate, and respond faster to emergencies. Smart-enabled, insightful connectivity from Comtech helps you enhance productivity and collaboration, optimize operations and create new ecosystems, visualize the supply chain, improve customer experience, and open the door to new possibilities. Fulfilling humanity's destiny requires seamless, smart-enabled connectivity. Only Comtech has the experience, innovation, and vision to build connections around the world that set ideas free. Learn more at comtech.com.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today on our panel on public-private partnerships. My name is Sarah Hess. I'm the West Coast Director of Silicon Valley Defense Group, also an investor operator at Lux Capital. Previously within the CIA, helped launch the NATO Innovation Fund and the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic. And I am joined here today by three lovely panelists. I'd like you to go down the line and introduce yourselves, if that's okay.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Larson Jensen. I'm the founder of Harpoon Venture Capital, an early-stage venture capital firm that invests in dual-use technologies. Prior to that, I worked at a couple of bulge bracket venture capital firms in Silicon Valley, went to Stanford with a lot of my fellow panelists here, and prior to that was in the SEAL teams. So serving my country is a priority to me, And I think that by virtue of what we're doing here, by investing in enabling technologies that are critical to national security, we have the opportunity to do that and to continue to support my colleagues who are continuing to wear the uniform, but do it from a private sector standpoint.
It's hard to follow an Olympian Navy SEAL, and Sarah, your amazing background, but I'll do my best. My name is Andy Ukulis. I run strategic engagement for the Office of Strategic Capital, as well as Army Investments. Prior to that, I worked at the Army Applications Lab, which is the Army's innovation arm here in Austin, Texas. And then my background in the Army, which I'm still active duty, is as an operational commander and helicopter pilot. Spent about 8 years in special operations.
I'm Brandon Levitan. I'm a director at Madison Dearborn Partners, where I'm on what's called our technology and government team. And I focus on our investments in the defense and government ecosystem. And also hard to follow Larson's background, like all of us. But I started my career in investment banking, where I worked across a number of industries, but really kind of majored in what you call aerospace and defense. And have been in Madison Dearborn Partners for about 10 years, and throughout my time at the firm, have really focused on this industry. And very glad to be here. It's an exciting time in defense technology and the broader ecosystem, and it's this topic is one of the major, really exciting topics driving the excitement. So it's great to be here.
And most importantly of all, we are all Stanford alums. So go Cardinal. Yes. So Andy, I'm going to start with you. The Office of Strategic Capital today released their first ever investment strategy. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that and then also explain what gap the OSC is trying to fill.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sarah. So we're really excited today from the Office of Strategic Capital to announce the release of our first ever, and really the Department of Defense first ever investment strategy. We're very excited to do that here from Austin, Texas. OSC was established about 15 months ago in December of 2022. So we're one of the newest organizations in the Department of Defense. And when the Secretary of Defense established OSC, he asked us to do two things. The first was to create a governance board, which we did, and we hold regular meetings with our governance board. But the second was to write this investment strategy. And in the strategy, he really wanted to make sure, one, we provided a roadmap for the office to make sure private investors understood how to work with OSC, and how to partner with us. But also he wanted to make sure that we are prioritizing technology areas. And in the strategy, if you read it, it'll walk you through what OSC is, why we exist, what gaps we're trying to fill. And then we prioritize different technology areas that we're really trying to invite investors to invest alongside of us with. So OSC's mission is to attract and scale private capital for national security. And we're very complementary to other organizations that exist in the Department of Defense. There's a lot of really great, fantastic innovation organizations. A lot of them are here in Texas. I used to work for one at the Army Applications Lab. But where we sit is different. We are not issuing contracts or grants. Rather, we're using debt-based tools, loans, and loan guarantees to invite and empower investors to, again, invest in those critical technologies for national security. And those are the gaps we're trying to fill. There's a lot of effort that has gone into very downstream technologies, but where OSC sits is to invest in enabling or critical technologies that go into those capabilities that you'll see go into the hands of the warfighter.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Larson, Harpoon is an early stage venture firm that's investing in a number of deep technologies, including space, biotech, cybersecurity. Why did you choose to invest in these areas, and how do you see these companies interacting with the government?
I think it goes back to our founding story and our founding premise. And a couple things were happening about half a dozen years ago, Sarah. The first of which was a transition from our adversaries in the Middle East to great power competition. But I also observed that the history of Silicon Valley was really born out of collaboration with Uncle Sam and the government. Back in those formative years, the private capital ecosystem wasn't evolved or sophisticated enough to ultimately capitalize large, audacious, ambitious tasks, like creating the GPS that we now benefit from today, creating rockets that go to the moon or go into space, to creating the internet. So if you were a very talented engineer back in the day in Silicon Valley, the only opportunity that you really had to do something that was audacious and required a lot of capital was to work in a government-funded program. That's subsequently changed quite a bit. And now the private capital ecosystem has evolved to such a point where you can actually go out there and raise a few $100 million from firms like yours, not necessarily firms like mine, we're relatively small, but to go out there and accomplish something super audacious. So what I thought was missing, however, was this intersection of both. And what we're here to talk about today is this opportunity for the private capital ecosystem to complement the public capital ecosystem to foster innovation here domestically and to move us forward as a country and to maintain our technological edge and our prowess as the United States of America. I'm very confident that we're going to be doing that, but it is a different ecosystem where, again, it started with the government really sponsoring these technologies and funding them, moved to be very pure play commercial. And I think we're getting back into this paradigm where there is a best of both worlds approach to help us do things better, faster, and more efficient with capital than we've ever done before. So these theme areas that we have invested in are critical to national security. And that's why we think that they're really important. We also think that beyond national security, there's an economic component to it as well that will help maintain the United States as the tentpole technology provider for the entire globe.
Yeah. How do you see your companies interacting with the commercial sector versus the government? How is the government a different type of customer?
I'm really curious to hear your perspective on this as well, so I'll turn it back to you in a moment. But generally speaking, we see the government market as an expansion opportunity. There's certainly exceptions. There's times where through regulation and through a variety of other reasons, the commercial market can be a laggard. Areas like autonomy, where the DARPA Grand Challenge really set the stage for autonomous development before the regulations evolved and were appropriate for self-driving on the road or self-flying with working through the FAA. So in situations like that, I think the government is a great first customer or first funder. But in most situations, the government provides, relatively slow feedback loops. The quantum of capital they operate under is rather large. But you need to be more patient as a company and capitalized it well enough to achieve that end state. So for us, for the majority of the deals that we invest in and the companies that we work with, we view government as an expansion opportunity market versus a starting point market for those reasons.
What's your thoughts, Sarah, though? You're in this space a lot.
I think the government, in terms of R&D funding, I think the government is a good early first customer for new and emerging technologies. So a good partner when it comes to that. Obviously, on the defense tech side of things, the government is still a very difficult customer to work with. So I think overall the DoD is moving in a direction to allow for more venture-backed emerging and developing technology companies to move into this space and actually get pretty big contracts. But it's been a slow process. It's like what Larson was talking about. There was the Cold War era of investing very heavily in technology, and then the GWAT era where you had the Last Supper, where there was the consolidation of the defense industry. And now I think what Sham at Palantir calls the first breakfast, where there's this new recognition of China as a strategic competitor and the recognition that there needs to be an opening of the DoD to new and emerging technologies and allowing these companies to grow and build within the defense sector. So I think that's really exciting. But the DoD is definitely a slow-moving entity. So we're getting there, but the ship is turning just.
I love the looks you and Larson give me when you talk about the DoD being slow.
Well, it's essentially your fault, Andy.
And I would also add too, so our team at Madison Deer Warren Technology and Government, we spend time looking at both defense and government-oriented companies, but then also commercial. So we like to think we have a little bit of a unique perspective being deep in both. And it's kind of the less sexy and exciting part of it, but frankly, the DoD, I think, has gotten a lot better about this in recent years, whether it's what you're doing with Office of Strategic Capital or program offices like DIU that are specifically tailored to working with, commercial companies in a more sort of common commercial kind of manner. But, at the end of the day, there are certain requirements that companies need to make sure they're focused on and fulfilling, which sort of make it easier for the DoD to contract with them. So obviously, there's a wide gamut of opportunities and program offices and things that companies could be going after. But depending on the type of program, there could be classified elements. You might need to make sure you've got personnel with the necessary security clearances to go after that type of work. It could be as simple as certain programs, particularly if there's an opportunity to scale to a very large level. You got to make sure you have DoD approved accounting systems or, financial system, things of that sort. Larson and I were having a conversation about, when you think of the go-to-market side of the world, sort of how do you actually develop business and contract with the DoD? it's a very different motion than the commercial market. And, there's sort of a skill-based side to making sure companies understand how to, even as simple as well, not simple, it's complicated, but how to write proposals effectively to work with the DoD. And so there are a number, and luckily the DoD, I think, is actually pretty good about publishing a lot of this information and trying to make clear as possible sort of what those types of requirements are. But we always feel like it behooves companies to make sure you're being thoughtful about those differences. And just, again, it just makes it easier for the DoD to contract with you versus what it'd be like in a commercial setting.
Yeah, Brandon, I want to go back to you. In 2022, the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, Bill LaPlante, made a comment that the Ukraine war was not being helped by Silicon Valley and the tech bros. What is your perspective on this?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I guess the way I would answer it is my interpretation of what Dr. LaPlante was talking about there is, at the end of the day, the DoD has a very, as Larson said, very large budget, is able to address a bunch of different problems, needs, priorities, et cetera. But it's a fixed budget. It gets appropriated by Congress. Like once the priorities are set and the funding has been allocated, there's not a whole lot of wiggle room. And that again, to tie back to the last question, is obviously a major difference relative to the commercial market. And maybe the way I'd frame it is, whenever we're looking at companies in this sector, we like to think about alignment across, call it three major factors. One is capability, which includes, the people, the technology, et cetera, what solution the company is actually providing. The second is an actual customer or mission need. What actually does the DoD require at a given time, whether near term, medium term, et cetera. And then the last is funding. And, the comment I made before, the DoD is actually pretty good if you do the work at publishing, making clear what their priorities are. There's strategic documents that reside across the DoD. There's agency level. There's a whole bunch of different sources that companies can look to make sure they're really understanding what the on the ground needs are, whether that's, on the enterprise side of the world or the warfighter or whomever sort of the ultimate end user of the technology is. And then funding can be opaque depending on the type of program you're going after. But, the DoD budget, it's public, it's published. There's a lot of great information there. There's resources like the FYDP, the Future Years Defense Program, which is a multi-year projection of sort of what funding looks like across areas over multiple years. And so there are various, and those are just some examples, there are various resources that companies can look to make sure they're understanding what are the needs and what's the funding. And so I think Dr. LaPlante was probably referring to, we've met a bunch of companies over the years that might have a fantastic technology, have great people, are very good at explaining why their technology is going to solve a really big problem for the DoD. But then as you dig into it, you learn that, well, that problem either A, might not be a top priority problem for the DoD at that moment, again, whether it's near term or medium term, or B, the DoD just does not have funding to allocate toward that type of a technology to solve that sort of a solution. And so, there's a term I love called PowerPoint engineering, which is just, companies with things that are with concepts that might be earlier stage and could be really helpful over the long term, but are not necessarily actionable today in addressing the immediate needs. And so, look, not to paint a picture that the DoD is not making big technology bets and wanting to ensure that they're deploying the absolute best technology and capabilities that the U.S. has to offer, because I believe they are. I think we all believe they are. But there's a balance with the reality of what are the immediate problems that need to be addressed and what are the technologies that are going to best solve those problems today.
Yeah, absolutely. Andy, OSC is only investing in enabling technologies, but defense tech specifically has gotten a lot of interest and investment recently. Can you explain why OSC is not investing in defense tech?
Yes. So OSC is investing in the enabling critical technology that will lead into defense tech. We're investing in the upstream components that'll eventually get used by the warfighter. So I used to be a warfighter. Larson was a warfighter. No one ever told us, or you were never thinking like, hey, I really need the best microelectronics, right?
Yeah.
Like that never came up. There's no program of record for microelectronics, but these are the things that the base components that are absolutely necessary to go into the things that might go into the things that go into the equipment, the capabilities that warfighters need. And, defense tech, it's been great to see the amount of venture capital investment and private equity or growth equity investment that has gone into these companies, because that's absolutely needed for the warfighter to have those capabilities. But we cannot not invest in the enabling technology, because these warfighters will only have those capabilities for so many years if there's no supply chain to keep feeding them. So if you take a look at the amount of venture capital investment that has gone into things, and defense tech is growing, but it's still not at the level of investment in other things. So if you look at like e-commerce, so VC investment in e-commerce is like 2 times what it is to AI autonomy, which is critical tech, 3 times what it is in biotech, critical tech, and 150 times what it is in quantum technology. So we are still, as a venture capital ecosystem in the United States, still investing into those things. And there's good reason for that. It's because, you guys are savvy investors. I don't have to tell this to you, but you invest in things that maybe have, more reasonable risk threshold, aren't super capital intensive, and you might have a quicker chance for liquidity or return. And the problem with that is, while that makes sense from an economic standpoint, but a lot of our investments that we need made into these critical component level technologies are very risky. And not only that, like there's not a lot of comparables to really even determine what should the valuation be and how much risk am I actually taking. So investors stay away from them. They're very capital intensive. Hardware is just capital intensive. And the return profile is very long. And so that's a difficult thing to ask an investor to take that on. And so because of that, OSC exists, again, to invite and empower investors to provide those incentives to make more financial sense for them now to invest in those upstream components, because of that huge gap that is there and will be there. And unless we do something now, those capabilities won't even exist in the hands of the warfighter. So just a quick aside, in 2022, deliveries of the F-35 were halted because it was determined that magnets were being put into a component which was being put into a Honeywell engine that was going into the Lockheed Martin F-35. So we had to stop the delivery of F-35s because we had not invested in the supply chain domestically or nearshorely from a non-adversarial nation for those critical components that went into the magnets, that went into the thing that eventually went into the F-35, the very thing that we were building to counter the adversary that was supplying the component level technology. So it is clear that we need more investment into these areas. We lay this out in our FY24 investment strategy, but our first program is called the Small Business Investment Company Critical Technology Initiative, SBIC CTI. And this program exists so investors can raise a fund, then they can take leverage on that fund in the form of government-backed debt. So now they can double up or even get even more cash on the funds they've already raised. The stipulation is they must invest a portion of the portfolio into these critical technology areas. So we've identified the gap, and we're trying to create a program that incentivizes investors to now invest alongside the government for those technologies.
And after the VCs pay back principal plus interest, they get to keep the extra returns on top of that, correct?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
So it's great for other LPs.
It is great. So, and because now there's more assets under management, there's more funds that are being deployed. So because of the multiplier effect, the LP should see a significant larger return.
That's great.
Yeah, and I would add, even where we sit sort of in the life cycle, if you will, of a company, so call it more mid stage than early stage. Candidly, we've even seen in the last number of years, some of the, I understand OSC is new, but there's program offices like a DIU, a bunch of, relatively new infrastructure focused on, like Larson mentioned this, focused on these types of companies. And we are seeing the impact of it firsthand in terms of just the number of companies that are out there that are really doing something interesting, innovating, and are primarily interested in this market as a result of programs like yours is fantastic to see. And so real impact pretty quickly.
And a lot of defense tech investors, so I spend a lot of my time talking to dual use or defense tech investors. Once we sort of lay out the OSC strategy and once we explain how we see critical technologies, a lot of investors, defense, dual use or not, are already doing these investments. Yeah. They're already investing in a lot of these areas because it does make good sense to invest in them. We just want to see more of it.
Yeah. Larson, how does Harpoon think about dual use versus pure play defense tech investing, and when does each approach make sense?
That's a deep question, and I hope I have a good answer. I think maybe before getting into that one, and I promise I will, I'm piggybacking on some of the things that we're talking about capitalizing this ecosystem. You really need a handful of things to make a business or an economy work. You need talent, you need capital to resource that for them to build things, and you need an offtake, aka a market to sell it into. Yeah. And what's been very fascinating to me over the past number of years is when I got into Silicon Valley and got into tech investing, investing in national security oriented types of things, which may not be for the warfighter. They may be enterprise oriented. They are critical technology areas that you mentioned here in terms of advanced cyber capabilities to defend us from adversaries, state or otherwise adversarial. But there still wasn't a lot of appetite there due to the confusion largely in the acquisitions landscape of whether there's an offtake or a true market for that. But what has been shown somewhat recently from a startup standpoint are companies like Anduril, companies like Shield AI, companies like SpaceX, Palantir, Vannevar Labs, and many others who've actually shown that there's an addressable market there. And you can actually sell into Uncle Sam rather effectively. And what's been catalyzed somewhat recently is talent, even better talent, higher horsepower engineers who have specializations in AI, who now have an opportunity to support our country's interests versus going to a social media company, for example, to bring that talent there. So talent is now coming into the market. And the critical piece that I think everybody here is addressing is the funding piece to accelerate that talent into this market. So I think that we are at this really interesting point in time, and we'll see how it progresses over the next decade, where we do have this unique Venn diagram where all three components that are necessary to move us forward as an economy and as a country in these important areas are happening at once. And so to your point, how we think about it is really, that's the groundwork that I think is going on right now that informs how we think about investing in something that's dual use or single purpose to sell to Uncle Sam or the government. To date, I don't think we've done a single deal that is only government use cases. I think that's about to change. I think that we are going to do government only solutions. And it's a common misnomer that people have of us as an organization, or maybe me as an individual, is that I'm a pure government investor, and actually nothing could be further from the case. Yep. And the reason why is because, what we talked about recently, the precedents for pure government companies that have 20x multiples on revenue, akin to a software company, is rather low. There's only one that's exited at that, which is Palantir. Yep. And so if you're looking at comps or things to inform your investment decisions, you've only got one comp. And so that's really hard to justify an entire strategy behind, although I think there is uniquely merits for that now more than ever, at least in my lifetime. So as a hedge, perhaps, or as a pathway to get there that is, in my opinion, lesser risk, but potentially similar outcome, is looking for those technologies that are going to sell into the enterprise and can get critical mass there, can get $10 or $20 million of revenue, have a repeatable sales motion, and then, okay, now we can actually resource a federal team to understand bid and proposal, capture, compliance, BD, all of these things that are really, really important, but are distinctly different. And the sales cycles are somewhat undependable. Continuing resolutions happen. And so if you're going to capitalize a business and you're up for a contract and there's a CR, and you don't know when you're going to actually recognize that opportunity and take receipt of the capital that you thought you were going to get, that could be business breaking as much as it could be business making. Yeah. So that's how we think about prioritizing this. And I think now we have, through the OSC's work, your work, and obviously Brandon's work over at Madison Dearborn, I think we have capital that understands this market much more at a more sophisticated level than it probably has in the past number of decades. And I think that we can actually help these companies get to the promised land of serving customers and ultimately exits for investors thereafter.
Yeah. And to the talent piece as well, there's all these great engineers who are exiting Palantir, exiting Anduril, and exiting SpaceX, and creating the next Palantir mafia, where they're all creating their own companies now. They've taken the learnings from their past experience, and now there's more iterations of learning how to sell into the government, how to actually understand this market, and really capitalizing on that for future technology areas as well. I'm curious as well, because Anduril, I believe, was funded in 2017 for the first time, pre-Russian invasion of Ukraine. Those initial investments, from my understanding, were actually quite controversial for a number of firms because there wasn't this big blow up in defense tech yet. Defense tech was not an investable area at that point in time. So I'm curious how you've seen the Russian invasion of Ukraine change the national security investing environment.
I think that it's a tremendous catalyst, but you need to have an opportunity for something to be done about it.
Yeah.
So if Anduril had not existed before that geopolitical catalyst, we may not have that example to point to any longer. Yeah. We hosted a similar setting as to this, where we had a group of people together and we were talking about these things a couple of weeks ago. And there's been many other catalysts that have occurred. If you think back prior to that, 9/11 was a catalyst. Many companies that otherwise would not have existed in the tech industry, such as General Atomics, probably owe a big portion of their success due to a geopolitical catalyst that was, unfortunate for the United States, obviously. But, the Predator probably wouldn't be as prolific as it is now, and the early innings of autonomy wouldn't be as important as it is now were it not for that tragedy. And subsequently, each generation, it seems like, fortunately, unfortunately, we have these issues. And I think we need to have the technologists and the capability sort of standing by, ready to surge into that demand signal if and when it becomes required. There's a lot of talk about great power competition, what could happen if China moves on Taiwan, so on and so forth. And I think a unique thing that we now are helping to stimulate, and this group is, and others in the room and around the country are helping to stimulate, is let's not just get caught with our pants down. Let's understand what the bleeding edge of technology is and what the future of conflict might be, so that we can potentially deter it and hopefully never have to bring these capabilities online to their fullest extent, but at least we're ready this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would add to that as well, in terms of impact of what we've all observed in Ukraine on sort of this ecosystem. Maybe I'll hit it though from the DoD side of the world, which is we feel like, and obviously want to get all your perspectives on it, we feel like we have observed over the last few years a pretty massive shift in what I would consider to be sort of the DoD's perspective on what types of technologies are going to be, are today and will continue to be relevant in a near peer environment. So if I go back to probably 2017, 2018 timeframe, which is around the time when the DoD in a really comprehensive way was sort of reorienting away from whether it's global war on terror or non-state actor type threats to sort of the near peer environment. I felt like at the time, almost every conversation we were having, whether it was with companies, whether it was advisors, whether it was with the government, ultimately all ended up centering around the biggest, the best, the most exquisite, often the most expensive technology that we can produce that will be superior to everything in that type of an environment. And what's just been really interesting to observe, and also to see how the world has reacted, is now I think there's a much broader understanding, and that it's led by the DoD's perspective, that the go-forward approach, those types of exquisite programs are going to continue to be extremely important, are going to continue to get funded, but it probably looks more like a hybrid approach where you have those technologies, but then you also, and I think this gets into the dual-use technology theme as well, you then have this whole other area, which are more commercially derived, cost-effective, rapidly produced type capabilities. We've seen a lot more companies focused on ensuring they're developing things, leveraging open source frameworks to sort of add to that modularity and flexibility. And candidly, for all of us up here, I think that's really exciting and impactful because at the end of the day, those really large, exquisite programs, they're large programs, they take many years to develop. There's a lot of different companies that end up getting involved in the production of those, but really the lion's share of the work has to be, out of necessity, performed by the largest contractors, the defense primes, a lot of large players in the sector. Whereas on the other hand, these more commercially derived technologies that are more cost effective, there is a much broader environment of folks out there who are smaller, who can actually solve these needs and provide the technologies that are necessary. And that's obviously, you know, the companies that all of us spend time with. But I also, you know, I don't think it's a self-serving comment or anything like that. Like I think it's better for the DoD as well, right, to have a more robust ecosystem of companies that are actually able to get onto programs of record, larger programs that are really making a difference, going to continue to bring in, you know, more businesses, more capital, more interest, et cetera. So it's actually, I think from our perspectives, pretty interesting how material of a pivot, at least we feel like we've seen, and what the impact has been across the board.
Yeah, I think there's always like the highbrow and the lowbrow systems as well. You're always going to need the exquisite systems, but at the same time, with what we've seen with the Houthis in Yemen, you can't shoot down a $10,000 drone with a $2 million missile and call that economically responsible. There need to be the lowbrow systems as well, based on the opponent that you're fighting.
The DoD uses this term attritable.
Yep.
So there's a big effort right now to produce systems called attritable mass. But to your point, Brandon, like, yes, the primes have a very specific area that they're filling, and they will always be needed. You know, I would just offer that, you know, you guys probably see this from your lens. You don't need to be a direct seller to the government to be a venture-backable company. You can actually be a really great company and be a subcontractor or tier 2 supplier to the primes that are selling to the DoD.
Yep.
And from an OSC perspective, that is something we get really excited about, because those are the types of companies, you know, we want to see more investment into. Those are the enabling type technologies, the upstream type technologies that would then sell, you know, a piece of equipment that would go into a system that would then be bought by a prime that would sell to the government. And so, you know, I love the dual use government only debate. I love the exquisite versus attritable system debate. To your point, it's all necessary. And, you know, right now we're really excited to see investment going more towards the upstream component level enabling tech.
Yeah. Brandon, I want to touch on a little bit about like exit opportunities in this space, because there's been high levels of venture investment into the defense sector, but these companies need to find exits at some point. And some will IPO, but vast majority will not. So how do you expect the M&A market to look like in aerospace and defense moving forward?
So it's a great question. So I think first I'll say, as we've all mentioned, that on the supply side, call it the companies that are entering this ecosystem, which is heavily being fueled by what all of you are doing, and sort of bringing in those minds that are doing something innovative and different, but are now interested in being focused on this ecosystem. That's only going to continue to improve, I think, the broader sort of M&A market and sort of range of options that companies will have to them. So that's kind of as we go forward. But at least for the current landscape, you know, from our perspective, we've always thought about it that I think it's important for folks to understand, you know, who might not be focused on this market today, that there really is a robust, you know, group of types of alternatives out there for companies as you continue to scale. And so on the one hand, for companies that achieve a certain level of scale, I don't know what the exact number is, but call it in the hundreds of millions of dollars of value up to maybe several billion. There is a large group of, whether it's the primes or there's other publicly traded large government, we call them the government services contractors, who are also heavily investing in technology. There are some large private companies out there who, for a very long time, have been very public about the fact that they look to M&A acquisitions as a very important tool to augment their own innovation and organic growth profile. They're very public about that. Not only that, a lot of these companies will be transparent about what amount of capital they're looking to deploy in M&A and what specific sectors they're focused in. So we have always felt like for that alternative, there's a great, well-capitalized, robust group of companies that, as companies scale, they can look to as potential, to your term, exit options as they grow. You mentioned IPO, that we've seen a number of defense technology companies that have performed incredibly well in the public markets. We've seen some that have been on the other side of the spectrum, and so every company is different, but IPO is absolutely an option. And with what you guys are doing in the earlier stage, our view is that's going to continue to increase as more investors get focused on this ecosystem. And then I'd be remiss if I didn't mention too, obviously, that you got the private equity firms, which I think of us as kind of filling that mid part of the cycle where you have companies that are starting to emerge from, call it, more developmental type programs. Maybe they've been operating under small business set aside, where the Small Business Administration is focused, small business set aside type programs, and they're looking to transition into the more traditional program offices, looking for program of record opportunities. And there are a whole bunch of different types of private equity firms that, along the spectrum of $50 to $100 million of value, maybe smaller, up to several $billion of value, are constantly investing in or exiting from investments in that size range. And so, plus, of course, I think as we've talked about, the VC landscape will continue to expand. So I think the message is that this is a fantastic market from a program and opportunity perspective for companies. You're serving the mission. You can build real companies of consequence that are doing incredible things technologically, but then also on the capital side, which I think a lot of people probably don't fully appreciate, there actually is this really robust sort of, I keep using the word, but ecosystem of types of companies or investors out there.
Yeah. In the IPO market, I know that most defense companies trade at a 1 to 2 times revenue multiple. I assume that a large part of that is based off of previous historic cost plus contracting, but there is a little bit of a move into fixed price contracting and potentially higher margins within that ecosystem. I'm curious your guys' thoughts when it comes to future IPOs of defense tech companies. What multiple do you think they will be allowed to trade at in the public markets?
I think Brandon's smarter on this, so I'll go first, so I don't have to go after him. But
crystal ball.
Yeah, exactly. I think it does come down to the fundamentals of the business, and it's something in venture land. A lot of times, at the stage that we're investing, we're very hopeful that the business fundamentals will get there over time. At the stage that we invest a lot, it's a few founders, a technology concept, a market concept, and that's it. And it's our job to find those people and to be convinced by them of when this could be something that's truly special. But whether or not they're going to build a company of consequence with significant margins that leads to a fundamentally valuable business is yet to be determined.
Yeah.
And so if you have a business, there's different types of revenue. And if you have a business where you spend $100 to make $100, it's not going to be very valuable for somebody else to acquire. The public markets are very sophisticated. You have lots of people looking at that, looking for an edge. You have long, people who are long, people who are short. You have a whole bunch of financial instruments that are going to go through your financials with a very fine-tooth comb. And so I think it is extremely important to give yourself that wiggle room and to build a capability that is built, at least in part, with software style margins, so that you can have 70+% gross margins on the business, because that business will fundamentally be more valuable than something that's single digit margins. And historically, through cost plus contracts, that's essentially what you get. And if you show me the incentive, I'll show you the behavior. And the incentive that the government has created, probably accidentally, with good intentions actually, but a negative byproduct is traditional contractors will maximize how much they are saying something costs so that they can get their 7% margin on a larger volume of capital flow. But that doesn't mean that the business itself is more valuable. So what we would like to find is the opposite of that, where that margin profile is inverted, but it is extremely hard in programs that still require cost plus accounting.
So I agree with a lot of that. I would say there are a bunch of different examples out there, but if you focus on cost plus for a minute, I completely agree with everything you said. However, we have seen it in the right circumstances be an important tool in order to get companies to be willing to work on something that is very long dated. The ultimate cost profile is unclear. It's not exactly sure how many different iterations you're going to have to go through to get to the final product that the customer then really wants to buy at a production type level. And so we've seen it used as an effective contracting style in that regard, but absolutely completely agree with everything you're saying. And then, as we're talking about using more commercially derived technologies, dual use technologies, there is a part of the federal acquisition regulation, which is focused on Part 12, which is focused on procuring commercial items, which is a specific set of regulations that govern what a transaction looks like when a company is selling a commercial product into the government. And those are situations where the government is frankly happy to say, hey, this is a pre-existing product, you're selling it in a commercial manner, here's the price, we'll pay you on a fixed price basis. And you have a lot of companies out there that could be earning pretty healthy margin profiles using sort of that specific part of the FAR. And it's great business for the government because a lot of times those commercially derived products are actually more cost effective than entering into some sort of a long-term cost plus contract that's going to take a very long time. So I think we will continue to see more and more companies that are selling the government solutions actually in a more cost effective way, yet at the same time are earning better margin profiles than you've seen over prior years. And in terms of valuations going public, I mean, I'm probably boring, but we generally in our world are much more focused on profitability, not in terms of margin profile, but the actual dollars of profit that a company is generating. We're growth oriented. We're not trying to, reduce costs to increase profit that way. It's all about investing in innovation. But at the end of the day, we like to know that companies are sort of earning enough to really carry their own weight and are generating real profit that they can use to reinvest in capabilities or what have you. And so when we think about companies in terms of valuations, whether they're public or private companies, that's usually the basis we're looking at. And again, it heavily varies, depends on what the company's doing and what the growth trajectory is, all sorts of things. And Larson touched on them, but we do increasingly see very healthy valuations in the public market for companies that are sort of meeting, the types of metrics that we're generally focused on.
That's great. Andy, I want to go international again. So we're focused on the US, but what do you see from China and other players regarding the role of private capital is having on their national defense strategies?
Yeah, we like to say at OSC that we invite and empower in the United States where our adversaries coerce and control. So the United States, we benefit from this amazing free market and democratic values, but that's not the case in other adversarial nations. And so, imagine, for instance, say Google was in an adversarial nation, and imagine the state being able to tell Google employees to work over the weekend to develop a product or a piece of software that the state needed to happen for their national security. It doesn't happen in the United States. It happens in the adversarial nations. In fact, for Google 6 years ago, employees walked out because they did not want to work on a government project. In our adversarial nations, there is no clear divide between public-private partnerships. And that's what we're here to really talk about, is these amazing partnerships that we have and we can really benefit from. In other countries, it's all one and the same. And that stifles innovation. On the other side of that coin, adversarial nations can subsidize funding into a lot of these critical technologies that we keep to have discussing on this panel, which puts us in a free market at a disadvantage. And so back to Larson's point about incentives, where we sit at OSC is to find ways through a free market system to incentivize investors using government tools, these financial tools, credit-based tools, what we call strategic capital, to incentivize investors to invest in, again, the things that matter for our national security because of the nature of how our system is set up versus the adversarial nations.
Yeah. And are you planning on, is OSC planning on working with any allies and partners when it comes to strategic capital?
Yes, absolutely. So we announced the investment strategy today. In that is our first program activity. I highlight the word first, which is the SBIC CT initiative. We have a number of other program activities that we'll begin to release out, and we'll announce those publicly. One of them is a play in the international environment. We look forward to talking about that when that one is released.
That's great. So for everyone on the panel, if you could wave a magic wand and change one structural thing about the defense innovation sector, what would it be? We can start on either end.
Larson's closest to me, so I don't know. I figured I'd get tagged with this one. The magic wand is probably just that magic, because I don't know how practical it would be. I think that the government, there's a lot of misconceptions, in my opinion, about government customers. One of which is the transparency or opacity about what it's like to work with them. And it exists in certain channels and certain programs, et cetera. But where else are you going to get a large scale customer that literally provides you what they're looking for very specifically, how much money they have for it today, how much money they plan to spend on it in 5 years? It is a huge advantage, if you think about it that way, from a strategy standpoint for a company to develop something towards that. The challenges, across many of the challenges, is that everybody knows it. The defense primes know it, other people know it, and they can sort of compete and angle and all of these things to try and get it. And a startup oftentimes is not well situated to play that game. Because usually if you're a startup in the normal commercial market, you have to focus on one thing and do it really, really well, or else the competitive pressures are such that you're just never going to bring it to market. In the defense sector, the large companies have many different products and product lines, so they can diversify their risk aperture. So I would say my magic wand would probably be more responsive pools of customer capital that aren't one-time shot infusions. The SBIR program, I think, is a one-shot infusion type of program. And there's a lot of conversations about the Valley of Death and how hard it is to go from that R&D capital, the SBIR shot of sugar, into something that actually is nourishment from a business standpoint. I don't know how to do that, but if I could wave a magic wand and make that easier on business and the government, that would be it. And the reason why is not purely from a capitalist standpoint, although that's certainly part of it, but we are in this era of accelerating technology development. And I don't think that we're actually, from a government standpoint, in this era of accelerating technology adoption that matches the development that's going on. And there was once upon a time that if you did a software update every 6 months, like, it would be okay. But now, commercially, everyone sees it on their Android and iPhones. It's instantaneous, real-time development of product upgrades, security patches, so on and so forth, with no lag, no wait time. What we still have in the government is lag and wait time to get that best technology instantaneously on a continuous development, continuous delivery cycle that the commercial enterprise has, but Uncle Sam does not have right now. And so I think we do need to figure out how to match these things. I don't know how to do it, but I think it will be much more effective as a country, technologically, geopolitically, if we can figure that middle piece out.
Yeah.
You want to go next?
I want you to go next, but I want you to also touch on what do you wish the VC and the startup and commercial sector would know about government or should know about government as well.
I'll start with that one. There's been a massive change. So, I was in the operational world for a number of years, and about 5 years ago, I left the operational world to enter this world. And just that short amount of time, the last 5 years, I've already seen like this amazing change has already happened. And so, I guess the theme of my comments is like, let's just keep going. There's so many more interested VCs in this space, so many more companies in the space, kind of back to your previous comments, Larson, about the conflict in Ukraine. There has been just this influx of talent and capital into defense technology. So I'd like that to keep going with some very educated investments and very, educated understanding of who am I selling to and what products does the warfighter want versus what products will the government buy, because those are two different things. And just having companies and investors continuing to educate themselves on that process and what is actually the way to sell into the government, I'd like to see that keep growing to make sure that we're not selling false hope to a lot of investors, LPs, or companies themselves. As far as my magic wand, again, we're talking about public-private partnerships, and that's sort of been my passion in my professional life, is finding ways to make this happen more and to add more structure around finding ways to collaborate with private investors from a public perspective because of how liquid and strong and powerful the U.S. Markets are. I mean, we're a global leader in VC and PE. Almost half the entire globe comes to the United States, and this is a massive national security advantage, our economy, and finding ways to leverage that through very clearly laid out public-private partnerships is the key. We are trying to do this at OSC through our first program activity, the SBIC Critical Technology Initiative, where as a investor right now, you can apply to this program, raise a fund, and then take leverage on that fund. Right now, you can apply to the program, you go to our website, the applications close for this cohort at the end of the month. So I invite you to definitely check that out. Finding more ways to do that. I wish I could use a magic wand to that. Something I always hear from investors is they want to see more of a demand signal from the Department of Defense. And if we, the department, could do that more, I think that would be another magic wand action I would take. We're trying to do this at OSC through prioritized industries that we've laid out, again, in our investment strategy, which we just released today.
Awesome.
So mine, Larson half stole, which is great because I can make it quick because I know we're getting low on time anyway. So like Larson, as I think about the conversation we had here today, right? We've had talked a lot about the earlier stage part of the funnel and how DoD has been very thoughtful around program offices like a DIU, the way it actually contracts with earlier stage companies. How do you get capital to these types of companies that might not already be in the ecosystem? But, Larson used the term Valley of Death, and you can call it however you'd like. But it really, as I think about sort of where my, attention turns and with the magic wand, would love now from a DoD perspective, the focus to start to turn there as well. Now that we've got great infrastructure on the earlier part of the life cycle is really that mid part of the maturation. And, we end up meeting a lot of companies that have done great things under the small business type programs, but it becomes very challenging once you try to transition into larger program offices, programs of record. As one example, actually, interestingly, outside of DoD, we look at some companies in the federal civilian world as well. And you've actually seen some federal civilian agencies put out procurements that are called emerging large business, which is, not focused on the small end of the spectrum, but also it's not only looking at the largest companies, and something like that, I think, could be really fantastic to provide more of a pathway for these companies to continue to scale.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because there's the capital side of the equation, but there's also the procurement side of the equation. And what I've seen, at least, is 10 years ago there was no front door to the DoD, and now there's almost too many front doors. There's 10 front doors. And you need to know exactly who to go to and who actually has money and authorities to be able to help you in that front door. So I think that would be my magic wand, where I might consolidate those organizations and make sure that you have a couple who really have money and authorities to be able to help startups get into the front door of the DoD.
The last thing I would say about a lot of this is that there is some, I think, rightly earned stereotypes about the government being a challenging customer. But at the end of the day, all customers are challenging.
It's true.
Your job as a startup founder and a startup company is to satisfy your customer, to make them elated with the product that you're delivering. And so my thoughts on this are, when people say, oh, the government's too hard, it's like, have you met a customer segment where it's been too easy? Yeah. I don't think that really exists. And so I think we have a real opportunity here to do something special. And I'm really happy to be up here with all of you.
Well, thank you all for joining us today, and go Cardinal.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome back, everyone. Again, I'm David Hamilton, founder and chairman of the America's Future Series, and I'm thrilled to be here with a group of some of the nation's leading defense innovation unit leaders, people who are at the forefront of putting capabilities in the hands of the warfighter faster, which is what this entire Dual Use Technology Summit is about. So it's great that we can have these minds together and for them to share some of their insights. And I'm going to introduce them first. They'll tell you a little bit about themselves, et cetera, and then we're going to have a little discussion amongst them about their organizations, maybe what they do, how they differ, and how they maybe are the same and how they work together. So first, to my left, I'd like to introduce you all to Noam Oz of the Naval X. I think you're the director of product development. Is that right? Or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Great. I've got Brigadier General Ahern with the Army Applications Lab. Thrilled to have you here as well, and Leslie Babich, who leads SoftWorks. So this is a great representation of the different. We don't have all the forces here, but I think we've got enough of it for a quorum, right? Anyway, so thank you so much. So if you would, Noam, tell us a little about yourself, what you all do, et cetera, and then we'll go down the line.
Sure. So first off, thank you very much, David, for hosting this, and a pleasure and a privilege to be here on International Women's Day with two very accomplished women. So thank you. I serve as the Deputy Director for Product Development for Naval X. Naval, primarily hinting at both Navy and Marine Corps. So we serve as the innovation operations cell for both services. In addition to several years in the private sector, working on my 15th year in civil service, primarily as an acquisition professional.
Great, it's great perspective. General?
Hi, so Stephanie Ahern. And so unfortunately, I am not in charge of the Army Application Lab, but I'm part of Army Futures Command. So, but I really very much appreciate being here. So Army Futures Command, which does have the Army Applications Lab and gets to deal with Leslie and Noam quite often. So our job is to help transform the Army to be ready for that future war-winning readiness. And so part of that is how are we taking technologies today to get it to the future warfighters? How are we using research across the S&T community? I am specifically the director of concepts. So we get to work every day with S&T experts, with threat experts, with analysis analysts, people working law of armed conflict. And so we're looking for how our Army forces working with the Navy, working with the special operations with the Air Force, your alma mater, how are we going to have to do our missions in 2040 based off of that changing environment? And so that feels like it's a long ways away. But I think for a host of reasons, we're trying to make sure that we're ready now for what's coming.
Brilliant. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Leslie?
All right. Hey, thank you so much again for also, bringing us together to be able to collaborate as innovation organizations, because we don't always get the opportunity to do that. We're very focused on working with small, non-traditional businesses and, solutions providers, but I think this is a great opportunity as well. So thank you. So SoftWorks is a nonprofit entity underneath the DefenseWorks Innovation Hub umbrella, and our goal is to really lower the barrier of entry for small non-traditional companies and solutions providers from academia, laboratories, startups to engage with Special Operations Command and the end user and the warfighter to see if they have solutions for the challenges that SOCOM is facing. And again, we do the low barrier of entry, and it's a slightly different tool, but I think it's really important to have multiple tools in the toolbox. And so kind of our focus area is lowering the barrier of entry in terms of location. We're off base, it's easy to get to, having unclassified projects so that companies and people without clearances can also interface with our government stakeholders. And then also we execute commercial agreements. So if they're not quite ready to execute a commercial or a FAR-based contract, that they can still dip their toe in the water and share their capability and then progress towards that desired end state. And again, I think all of us are very focused on delivering capability to the warfighter at an accelerated pace in light of technology development and the speed, and kind of getting inside that battle rhythm of FAR-based contracting to mitigate the risk in terms of cost and technology solutions before we get to that production stage.
So there are a lot of different innovation organizations, and I think you all share a lot in common, but I imagine there are some differences. So what would you say are sort of the universal common denominators between all of you, and maybe what's different about each of yours relative maybe to some of the other ones? Whoever would like to go first would be great.
I can take that first. I think, again, we all have that common goal. I think where we differ is kind of our focus area is really that technology readiness level for that minimum viable product all the way through commercial off the shelf. We don't focus on the early stage research. That is really kind of a SOCOM and a lab type of responsibility. And again, the commercial agreements, I think, are something that is slightly different than the rest of the organizations.
In general?
So I think we're all about solving problems.
Mhm.
And so I think, the Army Applications Lab, but we're focused on often problems that the Army soldiers are having, making sure that we're working with the Navy and our other partners, because often it's not just the soldiers that are seeing this problem. But I think, what we provide for the Joint Force is something that we're trying to make sure that we're solving, but in many of the similar ways that our partners are doing.
Yeah, I would add that I think that the common thread among us is that we all recognize that the pace of threat on the global stage is moving more rapidly than what traditional acquisition pathways are able to keep up with. And so we're all trying to get after delivering of capabilities that address immediate needs quickly while laying a foundation toward supporting that long-term strategy. And then the differences among us, which I think really add to diversity and the good complexity within the infrastructure across the services, is how we are structured. So as an example, NavalX is benefited by having both an arm that focuses and engages directly with the end users, the sailors and Marines, to source the needs that they have today beyond large materiel like platforms, such as carriers and submarines and weapon systems. But we also have a broad tech bridge network, geographically dispersed across the nation, as well as a few international sites, where we are cultivating ecosystems for innovation across industry, academia, and the naval research and development establishment in order to bring in and introduce non-traditional companies and solution providers, welcome them into the fold, and help them remove some of those barriers of entry while facilitating pathways that enable them to broaden their business portfolio while equipping our warfighters with the capabilities they need.
So you reach out to all the non-traditional, non-standard solutions providers, and you used to try to welcome in. So how would you say it would be best for one of these providers that would like to, an aspiring solution provider who wants to be part of the fight and connect with the right people, either connect with money, connect with and hear what your needs are, right? Because you're going to the voice of the customer, you're going after the sailor, Marine, airman, et cetera. How can they best engage with you? How can they first sort of enter your pipeline, connect with you, et cetera? And what advice would you give them in terms of working with each of your organizations?
So, yeah, I'll start. So from a NavalX perspective, best way to get connected with us, just go to usnavalx.com, join our network. The button's right there. We then connect you with the appropriate elements or business line.
You have an intake person or team.
We have a team. We have a whole infrastructure designed to welcome these solution providers who want to explore what is it like to do business with the Defense Department. And then, depending on what their aspirations are, we tailor the approach with them. Now, there are several avenues that we explore. The Department of the Navy SBIR program also falls under NavalX, so that's always an avenue that we explore to get small businesses into the fold. But we also partner with In-Q-Tel in order to identify other avenues for them to enter. And we also partner regularly with the Office of Strategic Capital in order to identify avenues for applied capital to help some of the companies and solution providers who may not be familiar with how to get in, how to negotiate the language of the government. And we try to serve really as a Rosetta Stone to translate in both directions of that equation.
And this is similar for your two organizations as well. It's a similar model and how people connect and how the services you provide?
Yes. For us, so softworks.org, if you join our ecosystem, what we try and do is push opportunities out to folks because trying to navigate sam.gov can be difficult, especially if you're not familiar with it. The same thing for the SBIR website. So we have kind of two pathways that we look at. Solutions looking for problems and problems looking for solutions. So when SOCOM brings us a problem they're trying to solve, that's when we kind of reach out through our collaboration events and our assessment events to identify companies that have those potential solutions. We do a lot of market research and try and bring them in again for engagement opportunities with the SOCOM warfighters and enablers. So again, we're trying to push opportunities out as well as pull people in. So if by chance your company doesn't have a solution that falls under one of those identified technology areas, and we get them in probably 3 to 4 times a month that we're doing events to find particular solutions or problems that we're trying to solve. If it doesn't fall under that, you can push your technology in either through a SoftWorks Tech Tuesday mechanism, doing business with SOCOM as well. They have a website where there's several different avenues where they can push technologies in, because again, there's some great stuff out there. If it's not something specifically that they're looking for, we don't want to miss it. We want to be able to get them exposure to their technologies to a government-only audience, because we are, protective of folks' IP. We understand that's a concern for startups and small businesses in particular. And so we want to provide them a protected way of sharing their technology with the warfighter.
Brilliant.
And I think from an Army perspective, Army Futures Command and the Army Applications Lab down at the Capitol Factory, so here in Austin. But I also think just, in addition to what my colleagues said, the link that we have with academia and those, and I know that it works the same as well. There's many different ways if Americans are wanting to help to be able to advance problems that they're seeing, hearing. We've got obviously the broad agency announcements and those types of things, finding ways to help us identify, different approaches. Here's the problem. What are additional ways that we can go after it? And so it's sharing information across the services.
Brilliant. And your website is?
It's at Army Futures Command.
Great, Futures Command people. All right, so make sure if you're an aspiring non-standard traditional, you just have to go to them. They will take care of you, right? And connect you.
Yeah.
The need for this is exacerbated or highlighted by the fact that we have so many conflicts right now with the Ukrainian war, et cetera, and all of this sort of stuff. So are there things that you guys are learning and things that are coming out of the recent conflicts, et cetera, that are either driving needs or maybe highlighting certain technologies, capabilities, et cetera, that we need more? And that's from the voice of the customer, our men and women at the front. Is that filtering back, and are you guys have a means of addressing those things? I'll ask you, General.
So yes, that would be the short answer. So I do think one, and again, because of where I'm coming from, and I'll definitely from the specifics of technology, but both the technology and how it's being used is changing really fast. Mm-hmm. Part of it from just the act of war, and I'm just going to talk here about Ukraine, but the things that we were starting 3.5 years ago about what we thought might be in the realm of the possible, we're already seeing some of those things today. And so just trying to make sure that there is a real need for change to happen. And so how are people that have new approaches with new technology to help empower soldiers to survive and to be able to achieve what they need on the battlefield is real. I would say also that, in addition to the technology, how militaries use the technology and how they fight is quite different. And so as we're looking for what soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines are going to need to do, Coast Guardsmen in 2040, the LARVAM conflict and the ethics, what we expect our soldiers and service members to do in 2040 may not be what others do. And that doesn't mean we replicate it, but we have to make sure that we understand how do we mitigate some of those problems. So that's some of the things we're also looking at. And the other thing, again, less specific to technology, but technology absolutely helps, is that having the will to fight really matters. How you use that technology and the support you get from Americans and others is also really, really important. And so, again, we're not intending to empty out our jails anytime soon, to be able to have that. And so how we're using technology so that it's only what humans must do is something that we're also really trying to look at.
Yeah, I'd like you to chime in on that, but this whole idea of putting our men and women in harm's way less by using technology, yes. It seems to be absolutely central, right?
Yes.
I would say just the conflicts don't necessarily highlight specific technology focus areas, but I think it shows you when there is a forcing function, like how they are iterating on the development and use of those technologies, and how important that is, not just in a combat type of environment, but in general. That's how we should be doing things is, okay, let's take it out, let's test it. Did it work? Did it not work? Let's make some quick changes. And I think a lot of these organizations support rapid innovation and iteration, not just, we've got some thresholds and objectives and we're driving straight to that, but it allows for development of technology and to modify in accordance with how that technology is developing. So I think that's, to me, the most important thing that I'm seeing coming out of those conflicts.
And you, sir?
Yeah, so I think the general hit it on the head when she referenced Ukraine. Ukraine, especially from a naval perspective, has opened up a whole new aperture when we consider uncrewed systems. And now, after seeing that play out, counter unmanned systems, uncrewed systems. So from a Naval X perspective, we have team members who are positioned to engage directly with our fleets around the globe. In particular, right now, for the current conflicts, we have them positioned for 6th Fleet in Europe, 5th Fleet in the Middle East, and in PAC Fleet. And in doing so, we engage with them to understand not what their large materiel platform requirements are, but rather what their capability needs are. And then by sourcing those, we distill those problem sets and needs into curated problem statements that we can then tap into a variety of resources, Tech Bridge Network, the Naval Research and Development Establishment, as well as academia and other partners across the DoDX community innovation cells throughout the enterprise. The other angle is we recognize that at this point, the industry is able to move with R&D at a faster pace than we are internally. We are dependent on our industry partners. And so what we try to do is not necessarily change the rules of the game for them, but rather embrace their rules in terms of entrepreneurship and venture investment in order to offer opportunities for non-traditionals to bring their products into the hands of the warfighter and get opportunity to get direct feedback from sailors and Marines to inform their business decisions on whether they want to invest in a new product line, modifications, or determine that it's not the right fit for them at that time.
So I was wanting to get to that, but you've kind of touched on it, this idea, is it getting better? How the DoD, how the procurement process, of course, Congress, you guys have 535 board members, right? Called congressmen and women, et cetera, right? That help you decide how to spend the money, what to spend it on, et cetera, and even whether you get it or not. Is it getting better? Are we knocking down some of these barriers? Is innovation easier to do today than it was maybe, say, 5 years ago? Is the procurement process getting more agile, more nimble, less, bureaucratic, or are many of these same problems the same? And if so, any shining examples of what's working? And I'll let any of you guys who are brave enough to tackle that.
So from the SOFWERX perspective, we don't really ever get into mass production of anything. That is a decision made by SOCOM after a capability has gone to the prototype stage. And then they're like, yep, this is great, or nope, chuck it to the side. But we can help them make educated decisions in terms of what moves forward, what gets integrated into the existing platforms, might create, a new program of record. What I see, and I know there's a lot of focus on scale and manufacturing. I think that, so companies get to a prototype stage, but if you've ever been in a company where they design and they have to go to full rate production within that same company, focus on design for test. So you've got your design, but how you design is really important. So designing for test and designing for manufacture so that a company could then take it to scale quickly and more cost effectively in the long run. So a little bit more focus maybe on that particular area, I think is very helpful to companies that aren't used to doing that in terms of getting their capability to scale and identifying those resources that they could leverage to help them with that, I think is something that I think we can probably help as well, kind of where we're at and kind of tying those companies that look like they have some potential to move forward. Hey, take a look at these, things that you need to consider when you're into your design phase before you move.
So gentlemen, I think the two of you might have had some comments, thoughts on that?
Sure. Yeah. So I'll say I think there is improvement. I think Congress recognizes that there's a need for us, in addition to the established defense acquisition system, there's a need to develop and deliver capabilities that are not exquisite and equip our warfighters more faster, more expeditiously. And we're seeing that both in terms of the local level with our tech bridges. So our tech bridges engage local government in order to bring them into the fold, into the discussions. And so we're seeing some consideration when they identify funding for infrastructure that enables the capabilities that we are trying to facilitate and enable on behalf of our warfighters. But we're also hopeful to see congressional language at the DoD level, at the broad agency level, that supports through resourcing all of our agency departments and offices to really get at the heart of this faster development cycle time. And I would just add that the beauty in this is that it's not a this or that. Yes, we are competing with limited resources and constraints to manage a high-level set of broad and eclectic priorities. That being said, by investing upfront in research and development and allowing for failure and learning through that failure, we are actually buying down risk for the culminating programs that result from developing capabilities for these needs that then translate into formal requirements that are well-informed.
Because you felt early, hopefully. Early,
Yes.
often.
And learn.
And learn from it. Don't just keep repeating it. Yeah, well said.
So I think as far as the question is innovation easier than say 5 years ago? I mean, full stop, yes. I do think, so we had a former staffer that, one of the ideas is maybe it's not just laptops that should have built-in obsolescence. And so we obviously very large programs that we need to have all the checks, but continuing to work with Congress, and I think that they continue to try to help. The only thing that I'd say is that it's not just a congressional authorities challenge for innovation, and that I think processes, culture, and being able to have leaders that are allowing us to kind of push in the, what should, working with scientists, working with threat folks. And so I think there's also changes. Army Futures Command is allowing us to work within bureaucracy, but to change bureaucracy. And so I think that there's additional ways that we're trying to work, getting help from Congress whenever we can, but also not just expecting it's an outside problem for us not being able to move faster.
I add just a little bit on that. So I completely agree with that. I think a lot of it has to do with us in the service components understanding the authorities that have been entrusted to us and exercising them to their fullest extent, and enabling this culture shift throughout the traditional acquisition system so that they also recognize it's not a threat, but rather an aid to you. And having that top leadership support those endeavors, I think, is critical to our success across the board.
Yeah. So culture for me, it's always this idea comes up. And for me, I was a compensation reward theory consultant early on in my career. And the old joke is, be careful what you pay for, you'll get it, right? So one thing we don't pay people in the procurement process world to do is take a lot of risks unnecessarily. They want to be prudent, smart. They don't want to show favoritism and all these kinds of stuff. So there's a lot of things. And, that you don't want to get in trouble, right? There's a lot of, I don't want to get in trouble because we're spending the taxpayers' money. We're trying to do it wisely, et cetera, trying to do it fairly and safely.
Yes.
But that can somewhat be an anathema to innovation and risk taking, right? So I don't know, I don't know what we do. The old joke also was that Patton couldn't be in procurement. Right? Can you imagine if Patton, as an officer, when he helped develop the tank, right? He put machine guns on the backs of Tin Lizzies and ran around the Mexican desert. And I don't think he went through a process, the same sort of process to develop that. I think he said, no, get a machine gun and put it on the back of this Model T Ford, right? How do we incentivize and how do we make it okay for the people who have this responsibility to feel like it's okay for them to fail and not jeopardize their careers? And I know this is not what you guys do every day. These are people this is part of the process overall.
So I would offer that the beauty in what we provide is an opportunity to serve as that investment in risk reduction, where a program office is traditionally focused on executing the requirements bestowed upon it by Congress through appropriations and the NDAA. They are focused on managing cost, schedule, and performance. They're not looking to assume a lot of risk in the development, right? The requirements need to be fully vetted by that point. And there's also an aversion to change. In the R&D world, we're not focused on program management, we're focused on product development, which is very amenable to welcoming that risk, because that helps inform those requirements on the back end. So
because you exist, it makes their job easier and they're more likely to actually take a risk or de-risk the situation for them.
Exactly. It's the latter there, where we engage the program offices and the resource sponsors early so that they know what we're looking at and the problem sets that we're trying to curate and solve, and see how they fit well and organically into their portfolios, and bring them in early to the discussion so that we also can inform all of the product lines that they have, the products rather, that they have to develop in order to be whole on their cost schedule performance analyses. We are buying down the risk on the R&D side so that they can execute a program of record with certainty in the execution of the performance and meeting the schedule needs.
So I think, so three different things. So one is that we have to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. We have to make sure we're being safe outside of conflict. But I'd say that from an Army Futures Command and an Army perspective, there's been a lot of work on the requirements process. So like, how do you make sure we're not saying that we have this 80-page document that we want industry to make? How do we, make sure that the upfront part is working much more efficiently? Soldier touch points, Americans are innovative and genius people. And so how do we get something and then allow soldiers to play with it, be like, that's the dumbest idea. How do you make it simpler? Here's what I could do with it. The other thing I think from an Army perspective, from our chief is that you have the transformation in contact. So what Army application labs and what, how do we make changes right now, the now to 2 years, the deliberate transformation. So our normal process, now through about 2030, going through like the standard process. And then we're at that concept driven transformation where we're not actually bound by this normal process, but we're informed by it. And how do we leap forward? And by having 3 separate time periods, I think, how do you leverage the different strengths of each? And that's what our approach to transformation across.
I would say partnership intermediary agreements are a great discussion on culture and risk. If you've ever read PIA Authority, it's very nondescript. It's about 2 paragraphs long. And it's not very specific to what you like how you do things, how you can and cannot do things. So PIAs were established, a few decades ago to enable government labs to take the technologies that they've researched and developed and spin them out into the commercial space. And so SOCOM back in, I would say 2012, 2013, with the Honorable Hondo Gertz and Admiral McCraven at the time, took a look at the PIA Authority and how it was originally being used. Said, this is also a great mechanism for us to be able to take technologies that are being developed in the commercial space and bring them in. And so the PIA Authority does not say that you cannot execute commercial agreements. It doesn't specifically say you can, but SOCOM took a look at the risk and the benefits that would, executing commercial agreements with non-traditionals would provide. Said, this is a pathway, let's go explore it. And so you talk about the use of taxpayer dollars. I think we have excellent documentation processes in terms of all of our projects and where the dollars go. The decisions are made by our government stakeholders in terms of technical decisions and milestone decision. You pay the company, they've met their milestones, et cetera. So I think as you're doing something that is not necessarily specified, but you're doing it in the way that provides value to the warfighter and to the business with very good documentation, you mitigate the risk in terms of technology development and the cost and, making sure that the taxpayer dollars are spent wisely. So I think, SOCOM, I think is, I'm a big fan of the risk culture, both as a prior operator and as a partner in SOFWORX to do things differently. And because those commercial agreements, I think, are part of the magic that we have because of the speed that we can execute them in, the agility to make modifications when technology, you think it might be developed in this pathway, and then you find some and discover some new things that now the warfighter's like, that is really cool. I would like to add that to the solution that you guys are trying to build. And so that agility and speed, I think is amazing. And I think that's the appropriate risk that you take. And so to enable the warfighter and the acquisition community to leverage that is all about first in educating people on the tools that exist. So there's the PIA, there's other transaction, agreements. And so I think SOCOM does a very good job educating their enablers, their acquisition community, finance, and the program managers on these are the tools that are out there. Now we want you to go use them. So they provide that guidance and that top cover, like, let's go do this. Let's do something different. I think that's really important from the top down at SOCOM that enables, their enablers to execute these unique authorities to get things to the warfighter more quickly.
Do you mind if I add something on that?
Sure thing.
Because I think one of the benefits of having the different organizations across the services is that because of what SOCOM does every day in many, many parts of the world, and the fact you don't have to scale, we do have to scale. And so we're able to take what's working, what is helping units based off of what's changing very quickly, and learn a whole lot from SOCOM that we can then, what are the things that would scale at a larger number to be able to help Army forces? And again, I think this is where having these partnerships across the Department of Defense is so absolutely important for all of us to do our jobs.
I think that there's also the element that, traditionally in acquisition, success is driven by and rewarded when an effort translates into a program of record.
Mm-hmm.
And in our world, we're able to identify based on direct input from the end user, the warfighter, what is this appropriate scale for this product, for this capability. And it may be a leave behind capability, it may be a nominal amount because there's a program of record that's coming online in 2-3 years and we just need a stopgap, or it may warrant a full transition to a program of record. The beauty in our approach is that those inputs from the end users are informing all the documentation to lay the foundation should it warrant a program of record transition, but it doesn't commit taxpayer dollars right up frnt.
It allows you to pivot when you need to pivot.
Exactly.
So, sometimes, the boat's going down the river and, you think I'm going from point A to point B. Well, you might need to adjust as you go along. And in bureaucratic systems, that's often very difficult, right? And you might find, I can actually take 10% of the cost out of this if I make this small change. And we say, oh, no, but you can't change the scope and this kind of stuff. So it sounds to me from my friends that I talk to, and I love Hondo Gertz and McCraven, et cetera. And I refer to them lovingly as velvet hammers because they're very smooth and they pound away, but they get results, but they're going to keep pounding away, right? And I've had some other friends who are maybe a little more edgy and they just piss everybody off. But anyway, I'm big fans of theirs and they've gotten huge results. And like you said, top-down cover, they provided the leadership and the force of personality and the leadership to make these things happen. But it seems that you're able to make changes in a program of record or make changes to things more quickly and more nimbly today than you could before. Before it seemed things were set in stone. Is that a fair assessment? Okay. Any examples, or is it just generally true?
I think in general for SOCOM, there's a lot of service provided capabilities, right? And so SOCOM is focused on developing those soft, unique or benefit to soft capabilities that could potentially then transition to the services. And so it does help in terms of integrating new technologies to those platforms, as well as just integrating new technologies into their current programs of record. In addition to the traditional development for new capabilities that might be something, a new program of record or a new capability to send downrange. So it does because it proves it out. They're like, okay, we know it works. It doesn't work. Let's move forward.
I think this comes back to the matter of culture. In my experience, there are some program offices that are leaning very far forward and embracing the fact that, hey, we need to be nimble from a program office perspective also, because a change up front is going to cost us, but it's going to cost us a lot less here than down the road when we've committed to this product line and our end user isn't even employing it.
Yeah.
Or employing it.
You can't keep raising it 1,000 times,
right.
But if it's critical, that judgment about let's go ahead and make this change because of what you just said is vital, and having the wherewithal to make that discernment is critical, and having the license to do it is, and yeah, if you don't change it now, it's going to cost you way more down that calculus has to be something that the experts have to be able to act on.
Yes.
So you guys are like Q a little bit to me on 007, right? You're like the Q department where you come up with the cool gadgets and things like that and then figure out how to make them, right? What are the really interesting technologies, et cetera, that you guys are focused on? And yours, I know more from the prototyping than the development, the R&D side, but also the scale. What's coming online that you think may be making some of the biggest game changers? Are there any particular technologies from AI to whatever, to automated, to non-manned? I mean, where should our military be focusing its resources in terms of its focus, in terms of the technologies that will give us the biggest bang for the buck and maybe save the most lives?
So I'll talk about near term. And I think two of the priorities from Army Futures Command that we are really trying to work on that will have longer. So one of how are we pairing human and machines? How are we integrating them with informations? So some of that is allowing AI to help from a decision support. So what are the things that could help commanders make more, better, and faster decisions? But then it's how do we allow machines to do what they're good at so that the commanders can spend more time on the values, the judgment. And so there are things that we can do today. There are also, with practice and the ability to test and have autonomy, that right now there's a lot of rules against it. How do we start getting the warfighters to practice with this? Because algorithms are going to break. Machines are going to break. How do we know what confidence we can have? So I think the human machine integration and the formations, that's something that we see the pairing, offsetting the risk and offsetting the work whenever possible. The other that we're really focused on is from a communications perspective, the network. Being able to pass information across the Army, but not just with the Army. How do we make sure that we're passing information to the Navy and back? How do we make sure that wherever that you are in the world, we're able to get things to people who need it in time to do something with it? And so there's a lot of challenges within programs that we have where they're designed to work within kind of their silos. There's a whole lot of effort, I think, across everyone, but how do we make sure that we can pass the digits in time to those who need it to make decisions?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
I think from the SOCOM perspective, what we're seeing a lot of requests for help on is the environment that they're operating in, right? So for a very long time, special operations has been operating in austere locations, not necessarily with a lot of connectivity, but as they shift to maybe a different fight, now they're focusing on how do we operate in an urban environment where they can see and hear everything that we do. And so how do we mitigate and figure out how to operate in those different types of environments? I would also say, digital twinning is really important so that, you can build something, with zeros and ones, and then when you make modifications, you can kind of test and validate there first before maybe going into that prototype or whatever. So to be able to iterate more quickly on platforms and capabilities. Also, and will always be, kind of first and foremost is, battlefield care, human performance for special operations. Again, whether that be now in austere locations or other types of environments, how do we take care of the warfighter, more quickly?
Yes.
And that extends to all of the services as well.
Yes.
I think from us, we're seeing a lot in terms of an interest in uncrewed systems to reallocate our war fighters away from the dull, dirty, dangerous jobs. Along those lines, and with those uncrewed systems and capabilities, edge processing, artificial intelligence, machine learning, in order to get a distributed set of capabilities while keeping in mind the need for command and control in those mission sets. And then I would say another one that we're seeing now is advanced manufacturing. Technology advancing in the manufacturing of goods as well as facilities. And how can we leverage those commercial capabilities and apply them toward the operational gains?
And cost as well. I mean, if we can double the number of these things that we could make for you, right, regardless of their capability, that's obviously a win. So is much of your research or your effort in terms of driving scale, et cetera, about how do we take out cost? I know innovation doesn't always focus too much on cost, but innovating around cost so that you can have more.
I would say from our perspective, we look at what we do as a business of innovation. And so inherent in that is always the calculation of costs and how can we offset costs, primarily cost of life, but also cost of doing that business. And so when we do that, we're looking at the ROI, the return on investment. And we view innovation not strictly as a technical matter, but also a process-oriented matter. So are there better ways, processes, workflows that we can employ, introduce some disruption that both helps us internally in our efficiency, but also offsets the decision calculus in our near-peer competitors?
And I think, so I'd say, of course, cost matters. But I also think that, so part of when we use transformation, we're trying to say it's not just the material solution. And so how we organize from our formations and how we operate are some of the biggest changes that we also see. And so I think that's where, for us, having the concepts, how are we going to operate, organize, and equip in the future? And material shouldn't be leading the answer, right? So we can use new technologies. We can also use existing technologies in very different ways. And so I think we're trying to look at all of them. And then how do we push forward from a science and tech perspective on what are those things that we can't bring in different people or change our facilities or change our training. Like, we actually need a technology to help us in this way. And so that way we're trying to look at the span of changes that are needed to be able to fight differently in the future.
Well, ultimately, you're saving the taxpayer money, in my opinion, because you're innovating faster, et cetera. You're coming up with better solutions, and sometimes those solutions are less expensive, right? And do more with less. And so I think the public needs to understand that we need to support your work, because not only are you saving lives, the big cost, et cetera, but just selfishly from a dollar perspective, every dollar that goes into this kind of research and innovation, et cetera, and bringing capabilities out faster reduces the burden. And spend your money smart versus, let's be smart, not just harder, right?
Yes. I think so. So for instance, from a protection perspective, and sustainment is also kind of a very huge category that has a lot of similarities. But one way to be more protected is to have super thick armor.
Yeah.
Or you could prevent yourself from being seen to begin with. Or you could be seen, but they wouldn't understand what you're trying to do. Or they see
who you are,
they see you, but you have enough time to move so that the rounds hit someplace else. And so I think it's trying to see, how do we not only use better technologies, because we don't want anyone to ever get into a fair fight if you're an American or an ally. But I think it's not just about buying thicker armor.
Appreciate you saying that, because I remember a lot of the requirements used to be things like, well, I want to be able to shoot, so I want a tank that will kill somebody on top of a building a mile away. So no, you want somebody dead on that building.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a lot of ways to kill the bad guy on that building, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a tank, right? But quite often, the innovator or whatever was told, you have to innovate it this way.
Yes.
And you guys work backwards and focus on the root. What is this problem trying to solve? And what does the end look like?
Yes.
And I think we also recognize that across the services, a lot of those problem sets and needs are very similar, if not exact. And so it's imperative that we continue to share data across the services and across our organizations, because not only does that result in commonality in execution, but it directly affects how much the taxpayers' money is actually invested in those capabilities, overall saving money for the taxpayer.
And do you all have an annual convention where you all get together? No?
Not really.
I'll host that in Vegas.
That's here, right?
These are so great.
We have to have all of you in the same room together, right?
And we do have, so here in Austin, we actually have representation from across the DoD X community. So DIU,
That's why this ecosystem is so
MIU,
important.
AFWorks, AAL, Naval X, SoftWorks. I mean, everyone is coming together, and we recognize the benefit in leveraging each other's tools, capabilities, and even problem sets to inform our own.
Yeah, any formal process, excuse me, about how you share information. I know you get together, you talk, you meet, et cetera. I'm curious, lessons learned, after action reviews, or I don't know what you guys would call it.
In an ideal world, there would be a place where we could all push our information in so that we could leverage
brief each other or something.
Other is doing and partner, but there really isn't a single point where we can all push our information in and see kind of what everybody's doing. And we all have very specific customers, right? So we want to make sure we're serving our customers, but we do want to share.
Back to your point that sometimes the same need is transferable across a different customer.
Absolutely. And it's tough. to be able to access all of that information. It's on, either
So your head's down,
military
you're doing your job
systems
every
or
day, right? So
commercial.
it's tough to take time out also to do that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And I think while there's space for a formal quarterly engagement, right, the pace at which we all move is so rapid that we don't want to anchor ourselves to the traditional mindset of, okay, we have a milestone at this date and time. We're trying to approach it in an innovative fashion. So we do have a joint innovation lab in Crystal City, Virginia, where there's representation from across the services, and we can ad hoc come together and engage on critical and relevant topics that support across the board.
Yeah, I think it's also a big Venn diagram. So within the concepts community, we do the Joint Staff J7 writing, the joint warfighting concept, and the services. We all talk on a fairly regular basis. From an experimentation perspective, we'll go to each other's war games. They're starting to get a little bit better. So the scientists are working across all these different problems, and so. Could we do better? Is there a better way to do knowledge management? Absolutely. We also appreciate you hosting these sessions so that we're able to have excuses to get together to start having this collaboration more.
We'll have them anytime you want. That's great. We've got about 9-10 minutes left. And my thought is if there were I'd like each of you maybe to say if there's one or two things you really want the public to understand, any messages that you'd really like to get out there that are most important and to help to enable your organizations to be even more successful. What kind of messages would you like the public, especially in the private sector, maybe in the investment community, or the non-traditional solutions providers? What messages would you like to get out? What would you like to get across to them?
I would say, cast your net wide. Really learn about what each service does, what each innovation hub, who their customer is, and trying to at least identify where your technology, if you're a solutions provider, would fit and who that best customer might be. So casting your net wide in terms of doing the research, but then kind of narrow it down and focus on, doing that one thing very well for your customer. Because if you do that, then it will propagate across the services, I believe. And that, please reach out to us if you have questions directly. Go to our website because there's a lot of good information, but we know it's not perfect. And so if you have questions, don't be afraid to, pursue engagement opportunities with the government stakeholders, and you do have to be persistent. As much as we like to, respond as quickly as possible, there's some delays, but so be persistent. Startups not for sissies. I would say FAR-based contracts are not for sissies, but you really do have to, be persistent and build those relationships. And we're trying to do our best to help build those relationships.
So the military would tell us that grit is an important characteristic to have,
Absolutely.
right?
I mean, I think it's a tough environment, but we really appreciate all the, the solutions providers and investors that do want to support national security and Special Operations Command. And we're willing to do the hard work with you to help your capabilities support the warfighter.
So I'd say there are so many challenges that do have dual use application. And so again, the information protection sustainment, I mean, just from a sustaining perspective, our country has some of the leading logistics organizations. And so we are going to be all operating in a very distributed manner and across land, across very large areas. And so I think if there are challenges that exist, there's probably a likely application within the military. I think the second thing I'd ask is please protect your information.
It's like boxing your hands up and you just
come up with a great idea, and that actually may speed up others stealing it or applying it in different ways. And so I would say that that is one thing that I think is worth investing. The last thing is that just being assured that how we all intend to use this to be able to keep to do our part overseas we take it very seriously. And so we are not designing Terminators to go out and do Terminator things. And so I think being able to have that confidence in working with us, having that patience, is that we need to start practicing now so that by the time we get to 2040, we aren't trying to pull something out of a mill van and say, how does this work again?
Right. Thank you for that. Yes, sir.
I mean, I would echo what my colleagues are saying here and completely support what they've shared. Engage with us, right? So from our perspective, go on usnavalx.com, join our network. If it's not for the Navy or Marine Corps, we are happy to connect you with the other services because we are a community of interest and we do share data securely.
Yes.
Right. So, and I would say, I would just amplify that diversity in thought, experience, and technology is critical to our success here. So we have to, our focus is equipping our warfighters with the needed capabilities at the pace of relevance. In order to do that, we have to approach the problems humbly, recognize that sometimes we need to get out of each other's ways in order to help each other advance for the collective whole.
So we just got 2 or 3 more minutes. I just want to say thank you to each of you because you've dedicated your lives to something that is vitally important. National security, clearly, vitally important, but putting capabilities in the hands of the warfighter faster, breaking through bureaucracy, innovating faster, changing the way we innovate. We cannot outmuscle our near-peer adversaries, right? There are 1.4 billion of them, and they're pretty smart, right? So we have to innovate faster. And America's capability, and I finish on this, but I think our unique capability is that we are innovators inherently, et cetera, right? And we need to play to our strength. And if we don't do that, just on a sheer numbers game, we lose, right? Yep. Well, I want to say thank you. We're going to close now, et cetera. Let you guys get back to the business of protecting our nation and enabling our warfighters. I can't thank you enough for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Well, we're
Today's world is driven by access to technology and information. We rely on it for everything, from doctor visits and education to military operations and emergency services. Connectivity sits at the heart of it all, but a large amount of the global population remains unconnected, putting them at major economic and social disadvantage. Comtech has made it our mission to solve the toughest technology and networking challenges in the world, democratizing access to smart connectivity, delivering meaningful insights, and empowering a truly connected planet. With more than 50 years of proven technology leadership across global satellite, space, terrestrial, and wireless markets, Comtech enables ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity anywhere, anytime, creating new opportunities for industries, businesses, communities, governments, and individuals. Leading the effort to revolutionize satellite and space connectivity, Comtech connects global communities through integrated software-defined satellite communications technologies, virtualized multi-orbit solutions, and multimodality services. We also have our feet on the ground as one of the most trusted terrestrial and wireless technology providers in the market, delivering precise location-based services and next-generation 911 solutions with cloud-native networking capabilities. Comtech is leading the convergence of satellite, space, terrestrial, and cellular technologies to enable unified hybrid network infrastructures based on open standards and delivered through the cloud to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide, and deliver access to the latest services, technologies, and insights when and where they matter most. Comtech allows individuals to thrive, businesses to get work done anywhere, anytime, entrepreneurs to take advantage of new market opportunities, government agencies to provide essential technology-driven services to citizens, and first responders to anticipate, coordinate, and respond faster to emergencies. Smart-enabled, insightful connectivity from Comtech helps you enhance productivity and collaboration, optimize operations and create new ecosystems, visualize the supply chain, improve customer experience, and open the door to new possibilities. Fulfilling humanity's destiny requires seamless, smart-enabled connectivity. Only Comtech has the experience, innovation, and vision to build connections around the world that set ideas free. Learn more at comtech.com.
Good afternoon. We are here live with America's Future at South by Southwest at Austin Community College with quite a rowdy audience today. All right, settle down, settle down. And I have three amazing women with me today. Between them, I have experts in AI, quantum, and next-gen chip technology. First, I want to introduce Amina. Amina is a computational linguist running generative AI for Google, and she also served as a major on the Delta Force, specializing in hostage rescues. So short story, don't mess with Amina. Margaret, on the end, is a generative AI leader for Databricks, focused on bringing Gen AI to solve DoD's toughest problems. And she also joined Databricks after spending several years at NVIDIA. And then finally, Jen Savada is the president of Sandbox AQ. She's also a professor of quantum for national security, the national security course at Georgetown. And she's a retired Air Force colonel with a career in the intelligence side of the Air Force. And that's where we met and got to wreak some havoc back in my Air Force days.
Yes, we did.
All right, so let's start with chips. So NVIDIA has been crushing it in the stock market. I'm pretty happy that, that I purchased some NVIDIA stock. Margaret, why are they doing so great? And should we all go buy more stock? What's your thought on this?
It's so funny because every day my husband will shout out a new number, and I know exactly what he's talking about when he shouts out that number. I'm very bullish still on NVIDIA, many others as well. What's really fueling the stock price and the valuation today is generative AI, of course. Models are coming out at a pretty rapid pace every month. It seems like they're getting bigger and they're getting better. And so I think that trend will definitely continue for the near term. One of the things that we're actually seeing, though, is something called compound systems, where maybe you don't need the biggest possible model. You can combine multiple smaller models together, maybe include a retrieval component, like a vector database, perhaps, and get really good results with AI systems. So potentially you don't need to continue to scale these models bigger and bigger into trillions of parameters and need tens of millions of dollars of compute. So, of course, NVIDIA will still have a key component in the generative AI space, but I think other factors will start to come into play here.
Awesome. Do you guys want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I think I love the idea that you mentioned of having that kind of compound infrastructure. We're finding that we are seeing, especially in the DoD and the federal and intelligence field, where edge compute is such a big component of the mission and denied environments is such a big component of the mission, that we are seeing the need for these more distributed, federated, possibly ensemble model-like looking architectures instead of these large behemoth models. And so I think it's extremely important to be able to have access to both of those routes, to be able to exercise both of those muscles, so to speak, and exercise them in the right place and the right time. When you do have the compute and the accessibility, maybe you do have access to some things that act a certain way, and then in the field you have a different type of capability, which is very well known. So I really did like that point that you brought up of it's a diverse field as opposed to it being kind of a singular look.
And then if you need to run it on the edge, the models can't be enormous anyways, right? You've got a much smaller footprint on which you can execute. So another factor to consider.
So I'm going to go out on a ledge and say that as technology continues to evolve and develop, what this is going to do is really impact robotics. If we think of bringing these models together and then adding in computer vision and linguistics and edge compute that has this high capacity that we've been talking about and developing, that can impact really the robotics industry, whether it's for Department of Defense and unattended vehicles, or if it's actual robotics that can go and do the icky jobs that nobody wants to do in the military. They don't want to climb into a pit and clean it out anymore. Maybe we can have somebody else do that. So I think it's going to continue to evolve, and we're still going to need the chips. It's just we're going to need them for different use cases.
I think at least the auto use case that you just mentioned is already something that's happening, at least at Waymo, right? That's already in place on the generative side.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a great example of a compound system. So if you take a self-driving car, for example, you don't just have one giant model that's doing all the operations. You've got, maybe a dozen or so different models, each with their own specific task. One is looking for street signs, one's looking at lane markings, and they're all working and executing in tandem, like in real time. So yeah, great example.
Awesome. So we just talked about multiple use cases in one and just how complex this is. We know that NVIDIA is working really, really hard to keep up with their production. That's part of why their stock is popping. Are NVIDIA and other chip makers going to be able to keep up with the demand?
Yeah, is that for anyone or?
Well, I think maybe specifically for Amina, because Google is going to run into this pretty quickly. But for any of you guys, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Okay, I guess I'll start. So Google has been, if you look at the CTO level mission at Alphabet, you will see that the challenges that the CTO office is facing on that level are things like Moore's law and going faster than the speed of light, right? So these, OKRs and things that they're working against are sometimes to us on the tactical level so abstract, but they've been working on that level for a really long time. And so we introduced the TPU chip, the tensor processing unit chip, I believe around 2012 or 2014, those years kind of muddled together for me. And those chips were specifically designed actually for internal Google use on our Borg systems, right? We were getting to such a high velocity of level of machine learning models that were specifically DNNs or deep neural networks of any kind, that we needed to build our own compute in order for us to operate and continue serving out free services that we give to the world. And so it's been a long track record of us working with TPUs. However, one of the questions that we kind of discussed a little bit earlier today was, well, since Google kind of has that really established, mainframe component and infrastructure kind of already kind of tried and tested out, why isn't everyone on TPUs? And the answer is, well, TPUs aren't appropriate for everything, right? So if you have high arithmetic problems, right, as opposed to linear algebra, TPUs aren't going to handle those types of models at all. Right? If you have a high number of zeros in your data set that you're running through for training, tensor processing units are not optimized for those types of computations. And so that's where we see, again, going back to this recurring theme that I think is happening, which is this diversification of the ecosystem. When we see a certain organization reach a level of maturity where they understand that it is more of the component approach maybe than the singular, is we've got TPUs working in tandem with A100s and H100s because those chips can accommodate for some of those other types of computations that TPUs aren't maximized for. And in many cases, they're more versatile. Mm-hmm. So that's where I kind of, go with the chip concept and, where are things going and how is supply chain going to work? I really think it's going to come down to all of these large companies leaning on each other and the government in order to make these large types of computations that are inevitably going to happen for GPT-5, GPT-6, right? 3% of the world's compute is going to be needed to make GPT-6. That's not a number, right? Yeah. That's a national alliance that we're looking at, right?
And the percentage of the world's power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For sure. I mean, but just to expand on that point, I mean, we're definitely seeing more diversification and new chip startups coming out all the time. And what's interesting is Mosaic, the startup that Databricks bought, which is how I joined Databricks. We're kind of well known as benchmarking a lot of these new hardware accelerators. We've done TPUs. Of course, we run on NVIDIA. Cerebras recently came to us. There's Grok, of course. Intel is making their Gaudi 3s right now. So there's a lot, and it seems like a lot of these providers are all kind of coming to fruition at exactly the same time when generative AI is so popular. So it's definitely exciting. We're seeing a bit of easing in terms of supply constraints, which is nice. I think the big challenge is, yes, okay, maybe someone wants to run on Cerebras or Grok or what have you. where is it available in the major clouds, right? Like until it's readily accessible by folks, it's going to be really hard to get a hold of those things.
So Jen, I wanted to ask you really quickly because we have a very pointed question that we want to surface. So feel free to like lump these two together. When as I've told you many times, a massive fangirl of quantum, and maybe, you know, that's the next decade of my work. I don't know. But how does quantum start playing into this? Because to the layperson in the technology field, to me, that's the inevitable next step that we turn to for high amounts of computation. But I don't know if that's just an uneducated guess on the quantum field on my part as an AI person, or if potentially there is a path, you know, there for kind of accelerating the level of compute that we can accomplish with these systems.
So what we're seeing today is that there's already hybrid chips out there where they're building quantum processors with a classical, usually a GPU. And what they're trying to figure out is how do the compute capabilities work when they have to switch back and forth between classical computing and quantum computing. And one of the things that people don't often realize is that just like with TPUs, quantum computers aren't good at solving every problem that's out there.
Right.
They're actually good at biological and physical types of systems, but adding 1 and 1 to make 2 is going to be much better to do with the GPU. And so there's going to need to be an understanding and a give and take for, hey, no, quantum's not going to do everything. Yes, it's going to more than likely break the encryption that we have. And there's been some studies that have come out by some folks that are looking at this right now, and they think that they can probably do it with far fewer qubits than they thought originally. Just yesterday, I think it was like 1,700 logical qubits instead of almost 4,000 logical qubits.
Yeah, and it's going to keep going down, probably.
Keep going down, especially as error correction continues to get better, as we start to look at all of the different components that are out there, and they improve those as well. And one of the things that also people need to understand is that you always need a classical computer with a quantum computer, because once you measure what you're measuring in the quantum state, it actually loses its quantum state. And you need the classical computer to be able to read it.
Like Schrodinger's cat.
So it is. It is. It's actually because it loses its, superposition. And is the cat sleeping or is the cat awake? We don't talk about the cat being alive or dead anymore, but is the cat sleeping or is it awake? And that's when the classical computer actually takes that measurement and then turns it into ones and zeros that we can compute and understand.
That's the first I've heard about a gentler Schrodinger analogy. So thank you for sharing that with me. I'll use that with my kids.
Oh boy.
So for some of our audience, quantum probably still sounds like this 50-pound brain thing. It's far away, it's expensive, it's really hard to invest in. I know your company has focused on now use cases. So can you take our audience through some things that are super applicable now and why quantum matters to them now?
Yeah. So the first one is quantum sensing. There are quantum sensors that exist already, and there have been quantum sensors that have existed for a very long time. An MRI is a quantum sensor, a transistor, a quantum sensor, lasers, quantum sensors. So all of this biological, how the world works is all based on quantum. And if you can do things like alternative position navigation and timing, where you measure the magnetic field of the Earth, which is a physical system, you can actually use a quantum sensor to do that. So you don't need GPS. Or you need GPS for really high precision navigation, but when GPS is jammed or spoofed, you can use an alternative. You can also use this technology for things like magnetocardiography. So instead of using an EKG or an EEG, where it takes the electrical field of your heart, you can actually look at it with the magnetic field of your heart. And you use AI combined with quantum in order to subtract the signal from the noise. So you can actually see the magnetic field of the Earth rather than the magnetic field of the aircraft you're flying in. And then the other thing that's going on right now, which is sort of related to the chip conversation we had, is simulation. And simulation is sort of that next wave of things beyond generative AI, where we look at how can we simulate the physical world and the biological world, such as things like in the US military, Army Futures Command is trying to figure out how do they make their tanks to be half the weight of what they are today, but still maintain the same level of survivability and maybe even more eco-friendly than they were. And we can now simulate that in using advanced GPUs and bringing it together at the quantum, like the molecular level, and see how they interact before we have to use it and test it in a laboratory.
I love I wanted to just comment on the use case there. One of some of the use cases, naturally, with my background that I've encountered in my time working with the DoD and the intelligence community is online bots, which isn't new news, right? But being able to simulate a community or a persona or a movement online using AI is something that, like you said, a reflection of the natural world. And so that kind of leads me to the second point of like, I'm seeing a lot of overlays in your way of trying to make quantum more accessible between the biological systems that it can embody and math. And I think that's a wonderful continuum that kind of threads those two together that maybe might make some of the more mathematical processes and the kind of more zeros and ones and ensemble model thinking that we kind of have to do that you mentioned with machine learning models and kind of turn that into more of an organic looking system, which, one could argue is the trajectory for AGI. So, yeah.
It's more a neural network type of a.
Yeah, because essentially isn't that what we are trying to mimic with neural networks is mimicking the brain to the best of our ability to understand it. So yeah, I think there are a lot of really cool ties there that I didn't realize before we sat down and had this conversation.
That's awesome. And I think in the DoD writ large, kind of the themes that I tend to hear are either people are a little bit intimidated by the big quantum computers that feel far away, or they're very, very keenly aware of the cyber effects. But most of the other things like PNT, or for the non-DoD folks, the position, navigation, and timing, the alternative GPS navigation, it's a huge problem. And I love that Sandbox is diving into that and others as well. That's fantastic. So speaking of post-quantum encryption, I got to be a visiting professor in Professor Savada's National Security Quantum class at Georgetown. And we were talking about kind of the effects on the DoD, but really on society writ large. What happens when we get to that point where we have enough logical qubits, error corrected, all of a sudden Shor's algorithm is cracked, there's no encryption, kind of existential threat to privacy, also a real problem if we're not the ones that did it. So staying ahead of that, we kind of understand the urgency. But I am curious, and that's well discussed in the DoD circles. I'm curious if you think that there's an alligator closer to the boat, so to speak, leveraging AI with the quantum tech that exists. Is there a cheat where generative AI may speed something up and we have to be worried that this is going to happen even sooner than we think?
Yeah, the paper that I was alluding to, they are using classical computers to try to optimize the amount of qubits that are required in order to break encryption. And they're doing that by testing and retesting and using that advanced power that is in that computational capability to look at things differently. And so I think the two are going to converge, where we think that quantum computers are this far away, but we're going to continue, as you said, get better and better with error correction and figuring out how many logical qubits versus physical qubits we need. And then on the flip side, it's going to be, wow, we actually don't need that 4,000 plus qubits to crack it. We only need 1,700, and they're going to meet somewhere much closer than what people think.
So we need quantum and classical computing working together with AI to kind of cheat. Do you think classical computing could do it without quantum tech leveraging generative AI? Does that defy the laws of physics? Oh, Mina thinks so. Jump in here.
I had to, right? Because so let's take a step back and look at the core kind of functionality of how generative AI or transformers, the architecture works. The system is inherently non-deterministic or stochastic, meaning that it is random, right? So it is funny for people like me who have been in my line of work as natural language processing experts to see generative AI jump into the field the way it has, because the very core bones of the AI system are non-deterministic by nature. And yet all of the use cases for AI have been deterministic, right? We want an actual deterministic answer that is factual, that is grounded, that is essentially, in some use cases, non-creative, right? And the whole system is designed to be creative. And so where I go with that is, initially, our hypothesis in research was large language models are not appropriate for math. right? Calculators are appropriate for math. It's a different kind of computation framework that you're using to solve a problem. But now we're finding that there's actually a very curious intersection between the creative and math. And that came to surface, and I'm not going to dig into it any further because there are lots of Reddit threads about this, the Q-star fiasco, right? With ChatGPT and OpenAI. There are definitely some interesting things that will come out of the closet, I think, with the overlay of generative AI and mathematical system and mathematical understanding that I'm almost certain is being worked on all around the world, not just here.
Awesome. Do you guys want to jump in on this?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because a lot of people thought when Q-star first came out, it was like a distraction from like some of the craziness that was happening with OpenAI back in, what was that, November?
It was Thanksgiving. It was smack in the middle of a holiday, right? Yes.
But there's definitely something to it, right? And there's a lot of folks who have been doing research in that field. Jan LeCun, one of them, for many, many years. So I think that could potentially be the next thing that we see within AI systems, right? Among other trends that we're getting excited about when it comes to AI in general and generative. But yeah, any thoughts on the Q-star?
I think you guys handled that one.
Well, let's shift to AI a little bit, but I'm going to linger on the security aspect just for a moment. So what do you think, and maybe we'll go to Margaret first, but what do you think are the most important things to consider to ensure data security for generative AI and generative systems?
I mean, security is a big one. I think it's probably, one of the biggest hurdles to DoD actually adopting and scaling widespread. Governments are very risk averse. And so, it's safe to assume that until these systems are trusted, traceable, explainable, that people aren't going to be comfortable really deploying at wide scale. And so I would say it's really, really important then to work with different AI providers who offer that kind of data security, data lineage, model management and monitoring in order to make people feel comfortable with deploying, certainly in combat theater, for example. And I think there's maybe also a role to play for some of these Pathfinder projects. There's a lot of opinions about some of the ones that we've seen in the past, good or bad. I mean, personally, I love them just for the sheer example of like what you could do with some of these systems, right? I think one of the more well-known AI use cases within the DoD today is targeting recognition, right? But I don't think we've necessarily pushed the limits as to what we could do there. What happens when you combine these in compound systems and have multiple algorithms working together and executing in near real time, right? So I think addressing the security definitely needs to happen, and then kind of showing more examples of capabilities is really important.
I actually think that retrieval augmented generation is going to be something that the government starts to look at more and more, rather than just the large models that are out there for generative AI, because it allows them to know the data, where it's coming from, as well as bound it for what they're looking for, and then also maintain that provenance as the information is collated, and be able to go back to it and refer to it and see, is it actually real? Is it what they thought it was? And then query again.
I totally agree. Yeah. And I think over time, those types of systems will start to build trust, and users will start to understand, when can I rely on this system and when can I not ask a question, right? And so being able to point back specifically to like where that answer was retrieved and people can go and see it for themselves will go a long way.
It's funny, for my class at Georgetown, I allow them for their midterm to use generative AI. And I don't know if that's allowed at Georgetown, but we're just going to say that it is. No, it is, but it wasn't last year. And one of the things that I have them do, they can't use more than 20% of their paper can be written by generative AI. The data has to be correct, and they have to show me the resources where it came from. And surprisingly enough, it's really challenging to do that with the large models. And a lot of the students start off with like, yes, I'm going to use this for my paper, but they're afraid that the data may not be right, like technically correct, and that the resources that were used might have been made up. So it's really interesting to see in an academic environment where grades and other things are on the line, which I sort of equate to the military, having something that is meaningful to them on the line, that people are apprehensive.
That's interesting.
I love that working backwards here on what I'm hearing in the overlay of security and generative AI. First of all, I love what you just said in terms of students being more critical of these systems, because what you could argue is that these systems are pushing them to a higher level of critical thinking in the way they examine something like approaching, negotiating a written assignment, right? Or even at work, approaching, negotiating an op order, or negotiating a long piece of policy that you have to write, right? So it's an additive tool, but you need to understand it, which goes back to the piece that you were mentioning about trying to gain a little bit more understanding and clarity from the models that you have. And that's why people like me, who were kind of at the start of the hype cycle and really, really, churning our wheels since then, kind of roll our eyes when people just want to use these generative AI models out of the box with nothing else included. Because, unless you're at a minimum using advanced prompt engineering, you're likely going to get all kinds of performance all over the place. And so when we see a use case like that come into our laps, we roll our eyes a little bit, roll our sleeves up, and go in and try to figure out and fix what's going on. RAG, you mentioned, is also a funny, kind of pull on this. In the natural language processing and language engineering community, we kind of consider RAG to be a hack. We think it's a little bit temporary. We think it's something that may or may not go away as these context windows start opening up and more kind of clarifying Gen AI ops systems start getting built, for the lack of a better term, as ML ops frameworks on top of these models to do things like traceability and explainable AI. But at the end of the day, with generative and security, all of the security events that have happened in the last year, again, people who are kind of on the bottom level dealing with this, all of us roll our eyes because every single use case could have been prevented, right? If the product is free, you're the product. The data you put into I work at Google, come on. Everything that you put into that product is going to turn around and monetize it in some way. So no, don't put confidential Samsung data into a free tool, right? That's not going to land you in the right place. And then, when I talk about security with generative AI, all I tell my CISOs that ask me why this really scary thing is happening to them is two things. One, make sure your use case is appropriate for the technology, because if it's not, you're going to end up with a mess, right? And this technology right now is non-deterministic and very creative. So what tasks can you find, kind of going back to that LinkedIn post conversation we had, what tasks can you find that require that high level of creativity that these AI systems can complement what you're doing with? And the second piece is, follow security best practices, right? Why is HR querying finance data? It's because you trained it together, right? Or you have only one LLM querying all of the data sources that you have. That's a bad exercise in system architecture, right? These things can be solved. It's tic-tac-toe, right? It's model architecture and systems architecture. So there's a lot of that can be done to kind of alleviate some of the security concerns.
I do want to share with our audience, you were talking about a LinkedIn post.
Yeah.
I shared with the ladies here earlier that last year for Valentine's Day, I had ChatGPT deliver a graphic and a note from me to warfighters around the world for Valentine's Day, which I would usually not actually send a Valentine to just about anyone, not even my husband. Send him something, but not an actual Valentine. So it was meant to be a little bit funny, and it was also, I prompted it in such a way that it was intended that even if somebody knew me pretty well, they would read through the letter and be like, "Oh, she really wrote that," until I fessed up at the bottom that ChatGPT wrote it. But that is something where I still get to read it. I still see it goes out. It is creative. I did, reveal things like, hey, here are a couple of things that I've written in the past, and I like to use pop culture references, and I love Star Wars. So it had some, some different themes in there. So that was fun. But I love that you flipped the common concern on critical thinking on its head, because I think where many people, and certainly where my default went, was how do we make sure that we continue to really, especially teach our children critical thinking skills in a world where they can leverage generative AI more, where you can post pretty much anything that you want in any forum, where the fake technology. Deep fakes are getting better. News sources are getting tougher for some people to determine. And so I love that you turned that around to, okay, they're using this model and they're questioning the sourcing. And they almost got a masterclass in generative AI doing that, even though they're taking the course on post-quantum. But I wanted to follow up and kind of go full circle to part of what Margaret said initially on this. So you said the government is very risk averse on this topic. And we just heard a couple of ways that you could really screw this up. So my question for all of you ladies is the government appropriately risk averse? Are they avoiding the right kinds of risk? Are they maybe not taking risk where they should? How do you feel about where we are in that whole risk calculus right now? And what should maybe the DoD and federal sector leaders that are listening to this, how should they process this?
All right, well, I'll fall on that sword because it was my comment. So I'll start off. But I'd love to know what you ladies think about this. I mean, I think it is appropriate for governments to have a more risk-averse posture on things. I think where we've stumbled, and I say we collectively as a nation, is, if you look at our planning and budgeting cycles, they're decades long in some cases, and maybe a 30-year plan is appropriate for a major weapons platform, but maybe not appropriate for something like software and specifically AI, right? Like, we don't know what AI is even going to look like in 3 years' time. So, I feel like having some level of flexibility in these large plans and budgeting cycles in order to accommodate for, changes and allow people to be more agile within agencies is super necessary. And maybe that's already being done today. I feel like it's not, but, maybe baby steps in that direction. And then I think, absolutely generative can be useful within government agencies. It's just the smart application, right? It's just a tool at the end of the day. And where you apply that tool, you really need to be thoughtful about that. If you've got a hammer, don't go looking for every single nail, figure out where it makes sense and how to kind of thoughtfully apply it would be, my best answer to that.
And having the right partner.
Having the right
thinking
partner.
through the right things,
Yep.
doing the right assessment. Those are themes I'm bringing back that I think you already hit on. What do you ladies think?
I want to plus one to what Amina said about structure. And we have so much structure in the government in frameworks for how do we build systems, especially IT systems, from credentialing and cybersecurity and authorities to operate and all of these other things, that it seems as if we've forgotten that with generative AI. And now it's the wild, wild west again, when in reality, it's just another software system. So why aren't we thinking about it that way?
Yeah, it's definitely a continuum. So I do appreciate you kind of stole my thunder, Margaret. Margaret said, the government should be more risk averse. And I think in the chaos that we saw between the pandemic and now the generative piece kind of hitting us is one consistent kind of establishment that we can hold on to is and has to be the government. Right. And so the government has full right to kind of be that holding wall while some other entities maybe go a little bit crazier than others. But what I will push back on, though, is that there aren't any corners of the military that do allow this kind of crazy experimentation to happen. In my time at JSOC, I owe it to all of the people who brought me in on projects and managed me. And I say managed, very thankfully, because they had a lot to manage, and allowed me the freedom to go do what I needed to do. And here's the thing. You can manage risk by hiring good people. And that's the whole point, right, of having a chain of command, is to hire good people that can then kind of take that risk and distribute it. So if you have a technologist who understands this technology and knows where the risks lie and where they're most appropriately applied, that risk can be transferred down to people who can carry that burden for you and potentially go solve that problem for you. And I made mistakes, right? Everyone makes mistakes. And there were some, fires we had to put out as a result of my crazy machinations at 2 a.m. in the middle of Baghdad, right? But at the end of the day, they were all learning opportunities and they all led to something more. So that's where I think, on the risk averseness side, there is a way to kind of distribute this. We just need to give more power to those who are technically inclined within the organization and enterprise as a whole, give them that opportunity to take up that leadership token that we try to train into our soldiers and our intelligence community continuously. So
I loved that framing of risk in general, because I do think, and I think this is partially what Margaret was getting at, was that the DoD is pretty good at doing the experiments, because that's actually where the most talented people, oftentimes, they want to try things, and they're often given room to run. When you try to scale, that's when you also have to have the talent at scale to distribute that risk. And it is a challenge in the DoD. And any organization that doesn't have that particular expertise for that thing, they do have to partner really well. And if they don't, the folks that are looking at it are going to attribute even more risk than may even exist. Because as you pointed out, if you really, really understand the technology, then you can hone in on this is the real risk I need to worry about. The way that I configure this, or the way that I deploy this, or the way that I manage security on this. I'm just, making things up. But the more that it's kind of like being an investor. Some folks will say, "Ooh, that's a really risky investment." But if you see exactly where a company also can perform, and you have kind of outsized knowledge, you can mitigate your own risk and get returns. So I hope we find that balance in the DoD too. Did either of you want to add anything more to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of great experimentation happening in the labs across DoD. But I think, and we could fill an entire session on this, like, how do we get some of that great tech out into programs and deploy it, right? I think that's a whole nother issue.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would agree, Amina.
So let me ask this, and Amina, you might have some good examples, but you all might as well too. But do you have any examples of the biggest mistakes and successes that you all have seen with the DoD implementing AI? And we won't name names, but a wise person learns from someone else's mistakes. So if we have leaders that are trying to avoid something funny or maybe ride a success, what are the best examples that you can think of?
Yeah, so I think the two examples that I come down to have two large main topics that they touch. And one is business scoping, which you could equate to in the mission field to mission scoping. And the other one would have to do with talent management. So for the first one, let's just say hypothetically, I was in a situation where I was asked to use computer vision to do object detection on whammy data. Whammy data being incredibly high altitude data, right? And we were being asked to do things like detect if a dude has an RPG on a roof of a building, which is absolutely not what whammy data does, right? That's what our TUAV platforms do, because they're at a lower altitude. And so they have higher fidelity. And so here we are looking at 2 pixels, right, of this thing we're supposed to do object classification and detection on. And we're going, well, how the heck do we solve this? And then the good idea fairy came in. And as an officer, I know the good idea fairy very well. And someone in the room said, well, we just 3D model it. And that led into a whole area of non-expertise that we just didn't have, right? And so the effort eventually kind of died on the vine with this pseudo performance system that was at like 59% accuracy because it was badly scoped the problem. So no, crazy humor there, unfortunately.
We just
I do
gotta
have
get
funny
Ben
stories.
to put some quantum photography on a few satellites, and then you can get a few more pixels.
Is that a thing?
Right? We'll just go with it.
Yeah.
But what's your other story?
Well, the funny stories I can't say on camera. So
okay.
those immediately, maybe over beers later, right? But those immediately go out the window.
The audience is really sad now, but you're all invited to join us for beers later. It's cool.
Yeah, if you can find me on social media, good luck, then maybe you'll get some of those. But so the talent management. And I saw this kind of in a light way. It self-corrected, I think, pretty quickly. But for a very long time, I was sitting at a special missions unit platform that had recruited a bunch of humans who were filling data science billets, but were software engineers. And so this kind of phenomenon of we want people to focus on implementing data science in the field on mission data was non-enforceable because the talent was transitioning and the leadership was used to the software factory concept, right? And so this team immediately just turned into like a rapid innovation demo and app team, right? Which was totally not the point of standing up the data science team initially. So I think there's a lot of nuance in the field that we need to understand just around those different, when we recruit talent into the DoD, those different function areas.
Very fun. Maybe, do either of you have any really good success stories that you want to share just briefly with 5 minutes left?
Jen.
I don't have a success story.
I mean, I will say, different people have different opinions about this, but we talked about Pathfinder projects earlier, and Maven, of course, has to come to mind. And, think of it what you will ultimately, but like, I thought it was great from the sense that it really alerted a lot of people across the DoD to what is possible when you deploy AI in a combat theater. And, kudos to, everyone who was involved to like getting it known and, getting some funding behind it. And ultimately, I think there were a number of issues with actually deploying it as they deemed it, in this kind of fixed appliance type of a form factor. But, in terms of like shedding light on what's possible and moving really, really fast and breaking some things along the way, I think it was super successful.
Yeah. Well, and I think Jen might have, dodged that question a little bit because she spent so much time in Intel. But did you have a good one?
No. She agreed. With Maven to a point.
Yeah.
And then I would say that they actually stumbled in transparency and sharing really what was going on.
Over your ears, Amina.
No, I was right in the middle of the storm, right? Keep going.
Yeah. It was one of the things, the reason why the storm happened is because it was so secretive when it didn't need to be.
No.
We were testing something. We were trying to develop a capability. It could have been used more broadly across the government instead of for this really narrow use case that they were trying to shoehorn it into. And if they would have talked about it more, we probably could have been even more successful and had something that really could be operational and not 7 years later going into an operational command at NGA.
Is there a trade-off though by like inviting more cooks into the kitchen? Does it then become more complicated and like heavy with all these additional requirements? Like, is it kind of necessary to exclude people when you're trying to go fast?
I wonder if you don't ask for requirements, but you just tell them what's going on.
Yeah. So transparency, but not like,
there's definitely that whole balance that you always have to strike, unfortunately, in our business. I'm going to share just a couple fast, good stories that I've witnessed. And then Margaret, I know you have a question that you want to ask the group and we'll kind of lightning round, but just quick off the top of my head, basic algorithm during my time in the Air Force, we went from doing an air refueling operations on a whiteboard to just a basic algorithm, save $250,000 a week in fuel, $500 million a year in platform wear and tear by being more efficient, and we're able to tailor the algorithm over time. That really, really got the Air Force and the DoD saying, oh my goodness, there is something to the speed at which we can do this. Another favorite one, NORAD, used AI after a failure where a gyrocopter landed on the Capitol lawn. And you had to be really, really trained to watch the air patterns at the time. And it was really hard to tell between wind and a gyrocopter that was perfectly following the wind at that time. But they wrote, they leveraged a company that specialized in doing that type of AI modeling. And they were able to use the data and show very clearly, oh, this is something that we need to track. And let's check this out. And then actually just recently, there was a world event that prompted a DoD customer to reach out to me. And my company was able to deploy a generative AI capability in about 48 hours so that people could intercept speech in multiple, not intercept, but use speech collected in multiple different languages and create a model to keep up with all of that as general knowledge management for an emerging issue. So there are some really good things happening. But I guess it's also a business where a lot of the successes don't end up in the press.
I know, I was just thinking that as I was
and a lot of the
listening to
failures
you.
are fodder.
Yeah.
All right, let's lightning round on your question.
Yeah. Okay. So lots of excitement about generative AI, but what is the killer app? Have we actually discovered what that might be yet? Curious to know what the thoughts are.
So I think that future is simulation and robotics.
Okay.
For me, it's back office automation, right? So the
Not
same,
sexy, but useful.
not sexy,
Yeah.
very high ROI,
Yeah.
but it's silent. But
Yeah.
it is, like you just mentioned,
to the
right?
fueling example.
To the fueling example.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Back office tasks with simple algorithms, tasks to do very focused things.
Yeah.
And I'll throw in health and medicine. We are now using generative AI to write new drugs, at least theoretically, and to experiment with new molecular patterns. And I feel like if we can bring together all of what we know and all we're modeling now, and you no longer have to be, like a doctor that's so deep in one thing and have a bunch of people around the table that are so deep in one thing, to be able to ask one model, train one model, and be able to ask any question that combines all of those medical and health and drug fields together. Maybe we get to a point where we really do understand our bodies and maybe can predict who might have a reaction to a drug. And, we're still discovering new organs, for crying out loud, just a few years ago. So it's amazing how much we don't know. And maybe generative AI can help us to kind of reach across industry.
Yeah.
So we are out of time. And I just want to thank all of you for joining me today for this panel. And I also just want to say that it occurs to me that it is International Women's Day. And my task for America's Future series was to bring together just really smart people that could talk emerging tech, and especially to hit quantum and AI. And I am realizing that it is fantastic that it is International Women's Day, and we happen to have 3 experts in that field who also really know the DoD. So it's been awesome spending this time together with you, ladies. Thanks a lot.
For having us. It's been great.
It's fun.
All right.
Today's world is driven by access to technology and information. We rely on it for everything, from doctor visits and education to military operations and emergency services. Connectivity sits at the heart of it all, but a large amount of the global population remains unconnected, putting them at major economic and social disadvantage. Comtech has made it our mission to solve the toughest technology and networking challenges in the world, democratizing access to smart connectivity, delivering meaningful insights, and empowering a truly connected planet. With more than 50 years of proven technology leadership across global satellite, space, terrestrial, and wireless markets, Comtech enables ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity anywhere, anytime, creating new opportunities for industries, businesses, communities, governments, and individuals, leading the effort to revolutionize satellite and space connectivity. Comtech connects global communities through integrated, software-defined satellite communications technologies, virtualized multi-orbit solutions, and multimodality services. We also have our feet on the ground as one of the most trusted terrestrial and wireless technology providers in the market, delivering precise location-based services and next-generation 911 solutions with cloud-native networking capabilities. Comtech is leading the convergence of satellite, space, terrestrial, and cellular technologies to enable unified hybrid network infrastructures based on open standards and delivered through the cloud to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide, and deliver access to the latest services, technologies, and insights when and where they matter most. Comtech allows individuals to thrive, businesses to get work done anywhere, anytime, entrepreneurs to take advantage of new market opportunities, government agencies to provide essential technology-driven services to citizens, and first responders to anticipate, coordinate, and respond faster to emergencies. Smart-enabled, insightful connectivity from Comtech helps you enhance productivity and collaboration, optimize operations and create new ecosystems, visualize the supply chain, improve customer experience, and open the door to new possibilities. Fulfilling humanity's destiny requires seamless, smart-enabled connectivity. Only Comtech has the experience, innovation, and vision to build connections around the world that set ideas free. Learn more at comtech.com.
All right, so we move here to the last chapter of our second day of the American Future Series Dual Use Technology Summit. Quite excited, actually, to spend a few minutes with my old friend, the dear friend, Renan Horowitz, formerly CEO, Albert America, currently an executive advisor there. Renan, I'm trying to think when we met. I think it was around 2001 or 2.
I think it's 20 years plus. Yeah.
Well, you didn't need to put a number on it like that, but yeah, about 20 years ago, and we actually were both on the board of directors for a company that was making a joint helmet-mounted queuing system.
A joint venture, right?
A joint venture.
A joint venture.
That's right. That was making a joint helmet-mounted queuing system for actually fighter pilots across all the entire aircraft fleet, U.S. and allied fleet, to kind of change the game and also kind of address, I'll say, a serious national imperative at the time.
Absolutely.
At the time.
Very, very important.
Yeah. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that program and many other programs, I think I've been very fortunate in my career at Albert America to do a lot of different things. I think the unique thing, I always think about what made us really successful is a focus on the customer, focus on the warfighter. In many cases, you could say other companies could have brought in maybe a little bit more advanced, small capability, a better processor, a more colorful display. Unique thing about Elbit and Elbit America is coming up with solutions that were providing value to the warfighter. And I call it Elbit is for the warfighter, by the warfighter. We enjoy a lot of the capabilities from a parent company where people may work on a program and a product during the week, and then the weekend go do reserve duty and use it.
Yeah, yeah.
And so that gets them to really understand how these technologies play and contribute.
How many years were you at Elbit?
I have been at Elbit 34 years. I actually started my career in technical roles in the Israeli Defense Forces. I was on the team that developed and refined the Merkava tank, the main battle tank. I worked directly for the Deputy Minister of Defense, and then joined Elbit. And then basically 32 years ago, I had the opportunity to be the one coming from Israel to join a handful of retired U.S. executives and start Elbit America as a greenfield operation, no contracts, no business.
A startup.
A startup, and all the way up to $1.5 billion. I'm very proud of what we've done.
It's remarkable. It's remarkable. You've led differentiated growth, both organic growth as well as strategic acquisitions along the way. It has been a 20, 30-year, you say, journey. I've known you for much of that time. But in that period, you've led successful business growth, okay, across defense, across military customers, as well as border security and commercial aviation, right?
Yes.
So currently, Elbit America has a portfolio that stretches across all of those. Can you characterize that just a little bit?
Yeah.
Because you, like I say, it came as a startup.
Right.
And you had to choose the market segments to go after. You chose focusing on the customer, solving the customer problem that they confronted. Just your thoughts on the journey a little bit, and then we'll get to the questions that we talked about.
So again, just from the unique thing I think about Elbit America is a very diverse business model. So still today, some of our business model is about taking proven capabilities from our parent company and adopting it for use. The Joint Helmet Mounting Curing System is a good example, a few others. During the journey, we basically enhanced significantly our organic US capabilities. We have about 3,500 people right now in the US, 600 to 700 engineers, and we do a lot of organic development as well. In the last 5 years, we've been very fortunate to be able to invest about $1 billion of acquisitions, including the night vision business that we bought from Harris just before the merger with L3Harris.
Actually, that's when L3Harris bought ITT.
That's correct. Yeah.
And we had the ITT had a night vision business, right? I have some familiarity with that.
Yeah, that's the business. You're very familiar. That's the business that invented I-square imaging. Right. And we're now on the fourth generation of that technology. We were able to buy the sonobuoy business, Spartan, and undersea warfare capability that expanded our capability there. Logos Technologies, which is a leading provider based in Virginia of WAMI, Wide Area Motion Intelligence capabilities, and really expand the capability. And we still today enjoy access to the vast Elbit portfolio of products and technologies, but augmented with very capable organic US capabilities. And I think that's been a very, very successful formula for us.
Yeah, clearly it has. So as you move through this progression from really a startup with no organic capability to now, what, $1.5 billion, 3,500 employees, it's quite a journey. What are some of the major challenges that had to be overcome? Were they expected challenges? Were they, some of them, surprise, kind of thrust upon you? Probably the challenge was a little different over that 2 or 3 decade period. Speak to that and how you led teams to overcome these challenges and prevail.
But I would say from a challenge perspective, which we turned into an opportunity. Ken, you know that our market space in aerospace and defense is dominated by very large players. So we always face the challenge of recruiting the right people, attracting them. We created an environment, a culture that gives people an opportunity to make a difference, to connect with the warfighter, to really understand the mission. I love the mission statement we have. It's innovative solutions that protect and save lives. And I know we'll talk a little bit about innovation and all the need to really renew and innovate. I think the unique thing about us, and our customers know that, we don't bring innovation for the sake of innovation. We bring it in order to provide a solution for the warfighter. We've developed a reputation in the market that the customers know we will be there for them, even if the spec is not the right spec, even if there's unexpected. We're not perfect by any means. We have our issues, but in the end, when it counts, we will be there. So we've done that. And I think part of the challenge was, of course, as we added inorganic capability acquisitions, how do you create a common culture? Because we got the ITT people, we got the Spartan is a 100-year-old company. Colesman, which we added, was a 100-year-old company. How to merge all that together, how to create synergy, how to position ourselves as a company that can do those kind of things was one of the biggest challenges, and I think we've done well with that.
I do agree. I think mergers and acquisitions present a major challenge to culture, company culture. Yep. And I think some people feel like culture is something that's static. They feel it's something that it has to be preserved. And I think in many ways, because technology is changing, because people are changing, because the generation that joined Elbit 25 years ago, 15 years ago, 5 years ago, or 5 or 10 years from now, the people are different, okay? They've grown up in a different world. And so I think in many ways, we have to maintain the view that culture is an evolution, okay? It's not a static thing that has to be preserved or maintained. There are certain core elements that have to be protected, okay, amplified. But as you move through that progression, what are some of the differences that you saw in the people, the recruiting process, the DNA of the engineers that joined Elbit, say, a few decades ago versus the DNA of the folks that are joining Elbit today?
So I actually think, we had a fairly consistent view of the type of people that we want. And their background may be different, but we wanted people that care about what we do. We always wanted people that want to make a difference. We always wanted people that care about the warfighter. If you are just an engineer to do 8 to 5 and you don't really care about the solution, then that's probably not the right place for you. You can go work in one of the bigger companies. We always looked for that, and that's actually has been fairly consistent. We also have put a lot of effort in recruiting veterans, getting people, and that they come in with the understanding of the warfighter. In all of our locations, if it's in Merrimack, in Talladega, in Virginia, in Fort Worth, in Florida, there are people that really care about the warfighter, have the background, families served, they served, and it's a unique composition of a workforce that is focused on really protecting and saving lives. We're the world leader in enhanced flight vision system in commercial aviation. It's a system that allows aircraft to land and take off in adverse weather conditions. It's protecting and saving lives. When we talk about the border, there's a big discussion these days about the border. We provide the eyes and ears for border agents to be able to look at what's happening at the border and potentially prevent death, prevent issues on the border. And of course, in defense, it's the same thing. It's how do we make sure the warfighter can execute their mission and come back safely home?
Yeah, and it's a daunting challenge. I think you're right. I think to be in this defense, in a technology sector serving defense, you got to bring it every day, because the young men and women that choose in our nation, choose to adorn themselves. General Bruce Harris said this one time, and it really stuck with me, choose to adorn themselves in the cloth of this nation, okay, and serve, okay? Those young men and women, they're willing, and they choose to go into harm's way. They choose to serve this nation, execute the missions that this nation calls for. And if you're an engineer, a young engineer specifically, and you want to design technology that helps you connect with your buddies on a Friday night to go to a movie or have some pizza, I mean, that's kind of cool. You can see the advantages of that. But on the other hand, if you're talking about connecting your buddies at the tactical edge, okay, when you perhaps have a peer nation throwing all of its weight, muscle, and technology expertise against you, trying to block your ability, spoof your ability, impede your ability to do that. Now, all of a sudden, the calling for that engineer has a deeper purpose. It's totally different. And it's not for everybody. Right. It's not for everybody.
Yep.
Okay, but the men and women that choose to go into that in order to serve and provide the technology-enabled capabilities for our own sons and daughters, our own friends that live down the street. It's a different kind of calling.
Absolutely.
Different kind of calling. So how does that touch on innovation? Because innovation in a commercial context is one thing. Innovation in a DoD context is maybe something else. And I think, and speak to that a little bit.
I think, there's a lot of discussion on innovation, and I think that you and I probably share an opinion that there's a lot of innovation in the commercial market space. There's also a lot of innovation in aerospace and defense. I think the unique thing about companies like Elbit America, like Comtech, is that we can still be innovative and flexible and agile. We can partner, we can adopt technologies, but at the same time, we also have the ability to scale. Because innovation for the sake of innovation doesn't do anything for the warfighter. You have got to bring it to the edge. You've got to bring it to the warfighter. You got to be able to scale it. And not only that, you've got to be able to support it. In a commercial market space, you put things out, and if you can't make more money, you can abandon it. I mean, we see this day after day. People, obsolescence, they stop producing. We can't do that. We have a warfighter that's depending on our technology, and we do that. I also think, and I was thinking about an example in actually the area you deal with. So there's a lot of discussion on SATCOM and satellites and coming back from commercial stuff. But for example, the Space Command, Space Force now recognized they have an issue of resiliency because what the Russians are doing, what the Chinese are doing. So it's okay to have a commercial constellation, but you need to make it resilient if you want to apply it for defense applications. So across the board, we can see areas, if you want to use AI/ML, you've got to make sure it fits what the use case is, and it's protected against spoofing, because you can't rely on AI/ML and robotics and stuff if the enemy can actually spoof them and stop them. It's very different. The application is very different. So I think the secret of what we've seen is the marriage of innovation, commercial technology, with our understanding of the use case and what it really takes to make it effective in the field with a warfighter.
And I think the challenge is even greater in America than it is in some other places, because in America, our sons and daughters at the very early age start being exposed to technology. They leverage technology.
Yes.
I envision a mother calling upstairs to her kindergarten or first grade child that says, "Hey, Johnny or Sally, the school bus is almost here. You need to run down and get to the curb. You got to get on the curb because the bus is going to come."
Yep.
And what happens in America is that child calls down from upstairs and says, "Mom, I just checked online. The bus is 4 minutes late. It's only at Elm Street. It won't be here for 7 more minutes. I'm good. I don't have to come downstairs right now." And mom says, "What just happened? What just happened?" Now, that child that grows up becomes dependent upon technology and cloud native capabilities be an inherent part of their life, an inherent part of their decision calculus, an inherent part of how they process data and make decisions, right?
Yes.
So when we take that child, and God bless them, that child decides at a point in their life to adorn themselves in the cloth of this nation, to go forward and serve this nation, okay? We cannot, at that juncture, take technology away from them because it harms them more than it harms the others. Because if they go into that more stressful situation, some of the toughest decision-making processes of their life, and we take technology away from them, we're asking them the decision calculus that they have been born with and matured all these years, all of a sudden we make them fight with one hand tied behind their back. And so innovation, the speed of innovation, how we take these commercial capabilities and bring them right across. So when that young man or woman puts the uniform on, they have the same capabilities. The speed of that innovation and making it resilient, as you said, is really important.
I think you're touching, Ken, on a very important element, and I actually had some good discussions on that with General Rainey, head of the Air Force, of the Army Futures Command. How do you then integrate that kind of technology? For example, robotics, UGVs, unmanned ground vehicles, with the human person. This integration of how this thing is going to work together. Where do you trust the autonomy? How can you trust the autonomy? How can you trust the networks? With the warfighter, I think is one of the biggest challenges. So that's another element of innovation. Not just the innovation, how do you put it into the systems, but how do you marry it up with the human capabilities? How do you integrate? A lot of discussion on man-on-man teaming, and let's say in the air domain, there is some progress, but you think about what the Air Force is trying to do with 1,000 CCAs. You talk about General Rainey wanting to put UGVs, armed UGVs in the hands of soldiers. How this thing is all going to work together, I think, is one of the biggest challenges that the military has, and we as industry need to think about how to enable that.
Yeah, that's interesting. We had some sessions today where we talked about the synergies between gaming and cyber.
Right.
Okay. And I mean, it's not intuitively obvious but then when you think about it and you hear some of the discussion we saw today and one of the earlier discussions here at American Future Series Dual Use Technology, it's really thought-provoking.
Yep.
Really thought-provoking. And it challenges the procurement process, challenges the acquisition process. So let's spend a minute on that. I mean, in this country, we have a acquisition and procurement process that's really predicated on a process of invention.
Yep.
It's predicated on developing and deploying capabilities that never existed before. We can talk about putting a human on the moon. We can talk about deploying a satellite. Let's just stay there a minute. Talk about putting a human on the moon, okay? There was no single company in the United States that could serve as the prime on a program that large and that complex at the time. Okay, you had look at the inventions, the rocket engine, everything. I mean, Tang the breakfast drink, aluminum foil, the spacesuit, all of these things where you had to take a very difficult and large, complex systems engineering problem, break it down into pieces, and what do you suppose? NASA might have let 1,000 contracts, 10,000 contracts to do each of the little parts of that in order to put it all back together and create a capability that ultimately successfully deployed and put a human on the moon and return safely. Okay, today, the private sector has embraced these technologies, whether it's satellite communications, mobile networking, cybersecurity, geolocation, whatever it might be, AI. Okay, they've embraced these different technologies and used DevOps models. They've used rapid and agile funding techniques. They've deployed this capability really rapidly.
Yep.
And so now the procurement and acquisition process in the United States is bent with a whole new challenge, is to take this apparatus, the policy, practice, and even the culture of the acquisition professionals, take that and say, look, we're still going to do invention. Okay, when we invent the next generation fighter or something like that, it's still going to be invention. However, we've got to respect the fact that the private sector is moving really quickly, that technology's trajectories are very steep and accelerating all the time. We go from 2G to 4G to 5G, whatever. And so now the challenge is, as a business leader who has demonstrated differentiated growth across multiple decades, how do we work within and yet work without, in and around that acquisition process, and help it adapt to assess, adopt, apply, private sector.
I think maybe I'll touch on one other dimension around that, which is there is, as you said, to do this thing, man on the moon, somebody needed to see the total picture. One of the things that worries me is there is this expectation that because we're going to do open system architecture and everything modular, then the customer can just go acquire different things. And somehow when you put them together,
it'll work.
They're magically going to work and be optimal. It's the assumption that if I optimize each module, the system will be optimized. Well, I mean, you look at an iPhone, you look at anything, it's not done this way. Yes, there are elements which are optimized, but somebody is looking at the total picture and understand it. I think that's very key. Now, I think the digital technology, modeling, simulation might provide a way to solve a lot of those things so that you can actually optimize. But I think the more worries me is the acquisition system. The process is assuming that just because it's open system architecture and the interfaces may be the same, you can put it together and it's going to work. And I think we're in for quite a lot of disappointments with that. That's a challenge that I see that we in industry need to help our customers resolve.
Yeah, the systems engineering challenge gets even more complex because each of the building blocks are more complex.
Correct.
Okay. And now we've got to worry.
Hardware and software, and it's all multidimensional. It's materials, the different elements, and somebody needs to understand the total picture. By the way, that's been for us, and I'm sure for you as well, one of the biggest challenges. Find systems engineers, grow system engineers, people that can really understand all the way from the operational use to the requirements to the implementation to the sustainment of a complete total system.
And they're designing to solve a problem that keeps changing.
Correct.
The problem keeps evolving.
That's
the problem
right.
keeps getting more complex. That's right. That's right. So it's all these moving parts that you're trying to deal with that. So we only have a minute or two left. As you depart this business leadership role with some great success and all that, what are the final words of wisdom? What are the thoughts, the perspectives that you would impart on those that follow you? Either those engineering students that graduate and want to come into this highly clever, or the business leaders that are going to take on the challenge of leading the development of capabilities and deployment of capabilities in this kind of a complex, high stakes situation. What are your thoughts?
If you're in this business, if you want to join the business and succeed, you got to really care about the warfighter or the customer or the border patrol agent or the pilot in the aircraft.
It's personal.
This is a personal business. That's number one. The second thing is be humble. I've been humbled more than once in the business. It's hard to know everything. Things are changing. I think I've enjoyed tremendous network of people that help me understand. I listen to them. Be there and demonstrate to the customers that they can trust you even when things are difficult, even when they fail to define the requirements properly, even when they are at fault. Be there for them. This is a long-term business. The relationship you and I have created, Ken, over decades is what makes us successful because people trust us. Those are the things I would say that help me make it happen. And I hope that people that follow me will do the same thing.
It's been a pleasure. Renan, it's been a pleasure knowing you these 20 plus years. It's been a pleasure working side by side. From time to time, it's been a pleasure competing with you passionately. Okay? And I can tell you that I've enjoyed it very much. I've enjoyed it facilitating the opportunity for you to kind of recap this too. And God bless you, my friend.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Well, we are back, and thank you, Ken. That was a fantastic discussion you had with Ron Horowitz. So
I enjoyed it.
I appreciate that. You've known each other forever. It was a very insightful, meaningful conversation. Love to have two guys like you who have led very diverse and challenging and dynamic companies in very dynamic environments. You know, love to have a bourbon with you later and talk a little bit more in depth, maybe. That'd be great.
I'll tell you. Let me just jump in a minute. The very first thing Renan and I worked on was something that was born out of a national priority. In the late 1970s, there was a defector that left Russia in a MiG aircraft, landed in Japan, okay? And of course, America threw a towel over that, covered that aircraft and analyzed it. And they discovered there were certain capabilities in that aircraft that were game changers. Would have changed air superiority over the Fulda Gap had there been a conflict. And the nation launched a critical imperative, a national priority, in order to address the development of a capability within the United States that matched or at least or was better than.
There was a hubris at that time where we thought we were just so much better than them, and when we got hold of one of theirs, we were stunned.
It was shocking, and in fact, I'll tell you what it was. It was the ability of a fighter pilot. We've all watched Top Gun and
the maneuverability,
the maneuverability of the aircraft, and how you have to maneuver the aircraft in order to get the bogey, the target, in the box that's on your heads-up display. Well, what was made real in that defection and the analysis of the aircraft was that the adversary had the ability to put the bogey in the box on the visor, which means you could turn your head and take an over-the-shoulder shot. You did not have to maneuver the aircraft the way we had thought about it. Out of the box, innovative idea. And all of a sudden we realized, game changer.
We're in trouble.
Game changer. So actually, Renan and I were part of a joint venture that created the joint helmet-mounted cueing system that was ultimately fielded across the entire fighter force of platforms across the United States. And what it enabled us to do was do the same thing. In order to, you could turn your head, you could look down and see through the airplane.
You could see through the bottom of the.
That's right.
It wasn't there.
As if it wasn't there, you could turn your head and take and put the target in the box and take an over the shoulder shot. And that was a kind of, when Renan talks about the passion that it takes to drive innovation when there is a national imperative.
Well, fear helps too.
Fear helps too.
Not only you got a passion, but oh my God, we're in trouble.
It's different than making office furniture or something like that. It's just a different business to be in. And he talks about the passion and how it makes your juices flow and creates innovation. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So I enjoyed the conversation.
That's brilliant. Well, you guys have done some great work together. We had a great session today. We had a great session yesterday, and you always do a fantastic job of sort of giving us the high points. So were there any key elements of the day that you thought were really valuable that you'd like to share with the audience? And maybe when you guys go out to YouTube and watch these things, you're going to look at the things that Ken recommends you check out.
Yeah, so I'll tell you, there's always a couple of themes that these threads run through the day, regardless of what the topic is, regardless of who the speakers are. And to be honest, some of the themes aren't surprising. There's some of the themes we've seen at other dual use summits, other American Future Series summits. But in this case, the need for faster acquisition. We all know how fast technology is moving, the pace of play, the steepening trajectories of technology and innovation in the private sector. Look at how fast AI is moving and things like that. And so we spent some time throughout the day talking about faster acquisition within the DoD, and that has to do with policy, it has to do with practice, it also has to do with culture.
Culture.
Okay, and culture has to, in large degree, culture has to change. Now, we talked about unmanned technologies. We talked about artificial intelligence. We talked about machine learning, and we talked about the human integration of things like AI and ML and how they need to be brought home, okay, so that an individual warfighter can leverage that and it can be integrated with humans and that kind of thing. We talked about the importance of collaboration, a collaboration between government and industry, collaboration between the commercial sector and the defense sector, a collaboration against among different companies that can bring technologies together to create a greater capability than each one or either one could do by themselves. So we talked about that. And we talked about hiring practices and recruiting. And that's really important because, the young men and women, we work to foster STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, and we work to make that important to our young men and women, our children that are going through elementary school and high school, to get them focused and attentive and excited about technology and developing innovative technology. And so we talked about then moving that toward hiring practices and helping them when they come out of engineering school to focus on the national agenda, to focus on the national problems to be solved.
That's your best place to apply these things.
Yeah, and focus on the problem where the stakes are the highest, okay? Do something meaningful with your life. Do something that really contributes in terms of applying your talent in that regard. And then we talked about cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is going to be a tougher and tougher challenge as we apply AI, as we look at quantum computing, as we look at the pace at which we can process and things. The old ways of cyber and protecting transmission security, communication security, those kinds of things are the problem's harder than it's ever been.
We keep seeing hacks recently, right?
Yeah, that's right. I thought you had a very interesting first session with Jason Rathje of the Office of Strategic Capital. And it was interesting to me to learn what they do, why they do it, and how they do it. I didn't realize that they had so many stakeholders. I didn't realize they had so much experience in the whole innovation ecosystem. Had you known Jason?
I've known Jason for quite some time, and what I like the fact is they're not just giving money away and hoping something good happens with it. They're making loans, and when you make a loan, you expect to get paid back.
You expect a return on that investment, don't you?
Right. So if I give you a loan, I'm going to evaluate you and have a different set of criteria to whether or not we think you can actually produce something, and whether it's going to turn into something that the commercial world and the DoD can use. And we get a return on that. So as a taxpayer, I kind of like that.
I like that too. And if you're a parent who has a son or daughter that wears a uniform, you might like that even more.
The fact that more money is being applied, right?
Yeah,
Et cetera, and more different kinds of capital being applied, and it's lowering the cost of capital. So yeah, I loved all that.
So we moved to a section then with Army Future Command. Of course, here we are in Austin, Texas, a home of Army Futures Command. But Tony Cuccolo and I had a conversation with Tony outside, independent of that, but really interesting. But we talked with Tony, and he was explaining the role with respect to national security innovation, the National Security Innovation Council, and how it's a business nonprofit organization, what its focus was, how they're trying to accelerate problem solving, how they're trying to accelerate applying technology to national security, and really address the problems that are most meaningful in that innovation context. And of course, Miles Brown was here also. Miles Brown talked about how AFC is focusing on materials procurement and moving ahead with innovative weapons, innovative technologies, and future war readiness. We all know that the best way to deter war is be in a position of strength. Be in a position of strength. So I thought...
I was 5'8", and I was in a bunch of fist fights. You're 6'2". I don't think you've been in many fist fights as I've been, because people aren't stupid.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I
said, "Okay, I got to pick between Ken, and I'm going to pick between Dave." I'm going to pick Dave.
But I think President Eisenhower spoke to this a long time ago, and he talked about the fact that if you want to deter war, you got to be a tough cookie. You got to be somebody that nobody wants to fight.
Amen.
And then that keeps the peace. I alluded to this a few minutes ago, but the topic of gaming, cyber, and dual-use technology, I thought that was a really interesting session among the 3 or 4, what I would refer to as younger people that were here today. But they're really experts in the gaming technologies, how fast it's moving, and how the technologies, the mathematical algorithms that apply to gaming, the speed of which it processes, and all of that applies so indirectly but directly, meaningfully to the cyber challenge. Okay, and I thought that was really interesting. Now, one of those individuals has an interesting story, right? Yeah, I think you shared.
Bashar Amin's story is amazing.
Yeah,
I'll tell that real quick. So, a special operator in the Middle East, not loved by Al Qaeda and the Taliban, and they doxed him. They doxed his family, came after his family, tried to kill his family here in America, and when his identity was released, et cetera, or discovered, that impassioned him to protect his family. So he's a self-taught cybersecurity expert, and he now leads that practice on the federal side for Microsoft. So that's a great story.
Hey, it brings it home of how personal it can really be. It can really be. So it is today National Women's Day. And so this next panel, which was led by our own Nicole Robinson, Comtech's Chief Growth Officer, she kicked off the panel by talking about the role SATCOM and data security has in a hybrid satellite ecosystem involving both low Earth orbit, medium Earth orbit, and geostationary satellites, and in fact, bringing on board the convergence of space and terrestrial in that context as well. And she talked about how that's driving technology innovation, how that's driving us to think differently, and how that's driving companies like Comtech to create more comprehensive solutions for our customers than just a modem or just an amplifier or just an antenna, because it involves data analytics, it involves data processing, it involves so many more things than the ground infrastructure provider even cared about or thought about 5 or 10 or 15 years ago. And to do it with a team of Michelle and Pam and Janie that were all women, okay? I thought that was a fascinating, and it grabbed my attention. And I thought that was a really good session.
I was particularly happy with the fact that over 50% of the people who participated in our event over the past 2 days are either women or people of color. So diversity of thought, all of these things matter. And we do strive to represent the breadth of America, whether it's gender, whether it's thought, whether it's level, senior executives, technical types. So I was pretty happy with that.
Yeah, and then I think, we moved to Sarah Hess, and she led a panel on the future of defense, public-private partnerships, and how, these disparate technologies need to be brought together to create comprehensive solutions that can really change the game on the battlefield and in other venues in a national defense context. And I thought that was a really terrific panel. I would turn back to both of these prior to and look at that on YouTube when we post those on the American Future, as well as the gaming and cyber one, which I thought was fantastic. Then you led a roundtable on innovation. And a common topic was kind of adversarial threats, how they're evolving more rapidly, the acquisition process, how we can try to address deployment of solutions that can deal with those rapidly evolving threats in a rapid and a timely way. You have any more thoughts on that? You enjoy that?
No, I enjoyed that one. And the sum up was 5 years later, it is easier to innovate and work with the DoD than it was. And that was the goal. And we're getting there. It's not easy, but it's getting better, and we're being faster, and we're being more productive, and it's working. So that's heartening.
Yeah, that's good. So anyway, I thought it was a fantastic day. Again, kind of the nightcap was my conversation with Renan, which I really did enjoy. We spent some time on that earlier in our conversation, so I won't hit that again. But David, I'll tell you what, from the perspective of being Comtech's chairman, president, CEO, I can tell you it's a thrill for us to sponsor this event yet again. It's a thrill to see this gathering of thought leaders in a non-political environment where people can speak freely, people can throw out controversial ideas, people can really take on and confront the challenges of our day, both today and the emerging challenges that are coming forward. To do it on National Women's Day is exciting because I'll tell you, I'm a huge believer in diversity and bringing diversity into the problem-solving community where we're trying to overcome real challenges, we're trying to move faster, we're trying to sort out difficult options and find the right way ahead. To bring in diversity of thought, diversity of background, diversity of decision calculus, people that have come from different backgrounds, come from different cultures, been trained at different schools and universities, to be able to bring them together so that we can attack the problem with this diversity of thought.
You get better answers.
Oh, you get far better answers than this groupthink of we all came from the same place with the same thing. And so I was really excited to see the heavier population, the stronger contribution made by women in this venue.
Well said. And because of your thought leadership, I'm going to let people know that July 25th, we'll be in D.C. with our Space Innovation Summit. General Hyten, General Raymond, General Saltzman. We're honoring D.T. Thompson, but we're honoring my good friend Ken Peterman with our Lifetime Achievement Award for Business Excellence, which in large part has to do with thought leadership. And so I hope you all join us in July. Look for that, our Space Innovation Summit, and look for all our events. And we couldn't do it without you. Thank you.
Well, I'm humbled. Thank you, David.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you.
God bless.